Amidst the desolate mountains, in a secluded valley, gloomy houses clung precariously to the cliffs, giving the place an eerie, spine-chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, from deep within the cave, a sinister voice echoed. I said, "Can you leave me alone?" The young man shouted in anger, startling the girl into fright and panic. But she refused to stay still, once again reaching her hand into the bowl containing a strange thick mixture, then excitedly let out a gleeful cry. The girl, with hollow eyes, kept licking her fingers, her face smeared in a greedy mess, looking no different from a child eating candy. At this point, the young man was truly enraged. Without hesitation, he shoved her forcefully, making her fall flat on the ground. The scene quickly drew the scornful gazes of the men lounging nearby. The young man clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering, "This is medicinal paste, not candy. Never mind, she can't understand." He's Li Huowang, the young man hiding among the medicinal carriers at Sephir Temple. But contrary to expectation, the girl reacted bizarrely, whispering in excitement, "Ah, so fun." Huowang could only sigh in frustration, thinking to himself, "This damn place, crazy, fool, disable, retard, monster, it's like a freak museum? Why am I here with them?" Suddenly, a loud noise startled Huowang, making him turn around. A bandit, who appeared out of nowhere, approached the girl, his voice disgusting. "Let me play with you, for a bit, I promise, Kakik." The young maiden burst into tears of grievance. "No, don't." Immediately, the vile men nearby rushed over, surrounding her, laughing grotesquely. Their demonic laughter mingled with her crying, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Hearing this, Huowang felt a pang of dread, muttering to himself, "Fake, everything is fake, it's just an illusion, it's all fake." He tried to pound the mortar harder, but right after, a loud thud resounded, and Huowang realized he had somehow smashed the pestle straight onto the thug's head, blood splattering everywhere. In that instant, he declared firmly, "Fake your damn head, this is real, not fake." The wretched thug collapsed, clutching his head in agony, screaming, "You're finished? Do you know what I am to master? If he finds out, he'll deal with you." Huowang calmly replied, his voice full of defiance, "Who does he think he is? He's insignificant." The thug froze, glaring in shock. "You, how dare you insult the master?" Right at that moment, the cry of a crow echoed, shattering the silence. The wind suddenly stilled. From afar, a calm young man approached, speaking, "Are you done arguing? Disciple Li, Disciple Wang, Master wants you to come over." Hearing that, Wang Junior's sister exclaimed in delight, "Oh my!" The thug grew even more excited, bursting into laughter. "Haha, you're done, today is your turn." Huowang only glared with fury, unfazed. Suddenly, from behind, a slender hand tugged at his robe. A white-haired girl appeared, her delicate face pleading desperately, don't go." Huowang was momentarily startled, but quickly shook off her hand, striding away coldly. Meanwhile, the filthy girl still rambled excitedly, "There's candy." Ignoring everything, Huowang walked on with icy resolve. Watching his back fade away, the white-haired girl's eyes welled with pitiful tears. A while later, the three of them left the cave. On the way, Huowang recalled what had just happened, his heart in turmoil. What just happened to me? Why did I get angry with these things? My personality is clearly not so flamboyant. I can't let these things affect my personality. At that moment, Wang Junior's sister suddenly punched him hard in the back. Huang sighed, too weary to care, but she kept at it, stubbornly punching him several more times. Unable to endure it, Huowang grabbed her hand tightly, shouting angrily, "You, what the hell are you doing?" Wang Junior's sister shrieked in fear, then hastily pulled out a small black pouch filled with a disgusting thick mixture. She gleefully held it out. "Want some candy?" Huowang froze, stunned in silence. After a while, he quietly took it. Wang Junior's sister laughed with childlike glee. "Master is so kind. Following Master means having candy to eat." Out of nowhere, a murderous aura spread, covering the entire space. Before Huowang stood a mysterious gigantic alchemy cauldron placed atop blazing flames. After a long journey, they finally reached the end of a cave. Junior sister Wang respectfully bowed, "Master." "There you are, my dear disciple." A grotesque old man slowly turned around, revealing a hideous, scab-ridden face, coldly saying, "You certainly kept me waiting." After saying that, he leapt into the air, landing right behind Junior Sister Wang, suddenly grabbing her neck, and threw her into the gigantic mortar. Naively, Junior Sister Wang struggled in the thick mixture but exclaimed in delight, "Is this sugar syrup? Master's the best." Meanwhile, the old man chanted incantations while shouting with twisted glee, "By Cho my life extends, my spirit defended by Jiazi, my body is shielded by Jiaxiu, I am preserved by Jiashen, my fate is sealed by Jiawu, my soul finds refuge by Jiachen, my spirit is revealed." Immediately he roared loudly, "Fire up the cauldron, we shall condense pills." The flames surged violently, boiling inside the alchemy cauldron. The servants quickly poured in streams of glowing red liquid. Huowang thought absent-mindedly, "Fake, the smell is fake, this lion's head meatball is fake too." While Huowang was still thinking, the old man suddenly spoke, his tone intimidating, "I heard you called this Taoist master a fart?" He turned back sternly, glaring and demanding, "Is there any truth to that?" At that question, Huowang remained silent, lowering his head, thinking to himself, "This voice is fake too." The old man grew furious, lunging forward and shouting, "Speak, cat, got your tongue?" Huowang stubbornly held firm in his heart, "Fake, fake, fake." In the blink of an eye, the old man's figure vanished into the void. Opening his eyes, Huowang recognized the familiar scene, lying on a hospital bed, his breath heavy, recalling the terrifying dream just now, the familiar beeping of the monitor pulling him back to reality. Huowang lay silently, telling himself, "It's all fake." The scene shifted outside the building with a familiar voice, "Li, how do you feel about the illusion this time? What's new?" "It's still the same environment, I'm doing the same thing. It just..." Inside the hospital room, Huowang stammered endlessly without finishing a sentence. The doctor asked again, "Just what?" Huowang replied with a trembling voice, "Have I told you about Disciple Wang? This time, that bald master cruelly killed a person in front of me, and then used it to refine as pills." As he spoke, he gestured wildly, his whole body trembling. The doctor quickly took notes, nodding with a hum. A moment later, Huowang, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on, "Dr. Li, can you tell me, what do these different illusions mean? Does all of it mean something?" Dr. Li sat down, coldly replying, "No, you don't need to care about such things, you should be more concerned about the length of each illusion, as well as your mental stability. Now that you're free of hallucinatory persisting perception syndrome, you must remember that it is not real, don't get caught up in it again." Hearing that, Huowang pondered silently, without a word. Dr. Li suddenly paused, then added, "By the way, every time you fall into the illusion, remember to act according to the plot over there. Only that way you can be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible." No sooner had he spoken than a beautiful girl pushed the door open, smiling brightly. "Humph, did you hear that?" That voice startled Huowang into turning his head. She's Yang Na, his childhood friend, smiling gently as she reminded him, "Listen to the doctor obediently." Huowang, overwhelmed, choked up as he called her name. Yang Na came closer, sitting by the bed. Seeing Huowang's expression, she teased, "Your smile is ugly." Then suddenly remembering something, she opened her bag and said, "Don't laugh, look what I brought you. Tada, the review materials personally assigned by the teachers." Huowang groaned in dismay. "Ha, Nana, we've been playmates since childhood, is this how you get back at me?" Without hesitation, Yang Na tapped his head, frowning as she replied, "Humph, of course not." She continued seriously, "And this?" Right after, she took out a game console, holding it in front of him. "Call me big sister, and I'll give it to you." Without thinking, Huowang immediately leaned in and whispered, "Sis." He quickly snatched the console, laughing gleefully, "Hey, you're my sister. You don't know how boring it is to stay in a mental hospital every day. Even if I'm not crazy, it's suffocating me." Yang Na sighed helplessly, reminding him, "Play less, remember to do your homework, don't forget what you promised." Huowang suddenly froze, remembering the promise. He quickly put down the console and replied seriously, I remember, we agreed to go to the same college. Huowang hugged Yang Na tightly, choking up, I'll recover, Nana. Yang Na's eyes reddened, as she softly replied, get well, I'll wait for you. Li Huowang slowly dragged himself to the edge of the bed and then carefully stepped down. It's getting late. Let me walk you to the gate of the hospital. She replied. But the moment he slipped on his slippers, everything around suddenly changed. His whole body froze. His eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. Li Huowang forced himself to stand, staggering toward the door, his arm gripping the table to keep from falling. His gaze suddenly stopped on the medicine pestle placed on the table, the very same pestle that appeared in his dream. He held his head in confusion. Yang Na beside him worriedly shouted, What's going on, Huowang, are you alright? Hearing her voice, he slowly lowered his hands. Though still trembling in fear, Li Huowang forced himself to appear cheerful, teasing, Ha ha, scared you, didn't I? Yang Na thought he was joking, so she turned away in mock annoyance. Doing this kind of thing, still thinking you're a little child? She turned away, leaving him behind, making Li Huowang feel disheartened. He glanced at the table once more, reassured himself, then quickly followed after. Nana, wait for me. The moment he stepped out of the room, the scene transformed once again. Li Huowang chased after her to the hospital gate, calling out as he ran, Nana, don't be angry. I just wanted to make you happy. Even though he called, Yang Na still walked on without turning back. He could only call after her with growing worry. Suddenly, all the patients around turned to look at him and laughed in a sinister way, the laughter creeping out. Hee. At that moment, Li Huowang, too worried about Yang Na being upset, didn't notice what was happening around him. Is she really ignoring me? Yang Na turned back, poked his cheek gently, and smiled softly. I'll come see you again next week. Take care of yourself while you're here. Okay, he replied happily. She waved and then left. After sending her off, he slowly walked back to his room, his heart heavy with thoughts. Just now, in the hospital room, I really saw the medicine pestle. Could my condition have worsened? If my condition worsens, I won't be able to leave the hospital before the college entrance exams, then I won't be able to take the same university entrance exam as Yang Na. Dr. Li should be fine, he's the best doctor my dad could find. Ah, so annoying. Suddenly Li Huowang noticed his shirt pocket bulging strangely. He reached in and was shocked to pull out something. A pile of sticky, familiar candy. No way. Is this the candy syrup that the silly senior gave me? Did the things from my hallucinations appear in reality? He dipped a finger into the candy and tasted it. The sweetness truly spread across his tongue. It was definitely not a hallucination. Li Huowang hurriedly ran off to find the doctor. I need to tell Dr. Li. But after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped, lifted his head, and thought, wait a minute, if this is real, then there's more than just candy syrup in the hallucinations. There's also my opportunity. Li Huowang's eyes lit up, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. The scene returned to Li Huowang's illusionary world. He raised his voice loudly. You guys, do you have any money on you? At this moment, he was standing in front of the group, emphasizing, money, don't you understand that? Gold, silver and jade pendants are also fine. You can't spend it here anyway, so let me borrow it for a while. The raggedly dressed group only scratched their heads blankly, as if they didn't understand what he was saying. Seeing that, Li Huowang gently closed his eyes, sighed helplessly. Forget it. How could these drug addicts have any money? Right at that moment, a voice rose up behind him, startling him to open his eyes. Li, senior brother Li. The newcomer was the white-haired girl from before, her hand slightly tugging at his sleeve. Can you come over here for a second? He nodded and followed her into a secluded corner. She removed the golden anklet from her ankle and held it out in front of him. Is it good enough, senior brother Li? Li Huowang immediately sat down, reaching out carefully to receive it. He lifted the anklet before his eyes to examine it, even pinching it. It's a little thin, but it seems pretty heavy. It's still gold, after all. After confirming, he quickly tucked it into his shirt, nodding in satisfaction. It's pretty good. Let me borrow this gold anklet, and I'll return it to you later. In fact, the moment the white-haired girl skillfully pulled him aside, a few sneaky ones had followed, hiding behind trees to spy, smirking with insinuation. This candy cane is for you. It's edible and sweet. Thank you, senior brother Li. The group became even more convinced the two were up to something shady, laughing even harder with glee. I was hoping for something worth looking at. It's no fun. But before the laughter ended, a cold voice rang out behind them. "What are you guys doing here? Why don't you get to work?" Turned out it was a disciple of the scabby-headed master. Just one sharp glare was enough to terrify everyone, scattering them immediately. He glanced at Li Huowang, sneering, "Oh? Junior brother Li, it's unfortunate that you couldn't be used as a medicinal ingredient for my master." Li Huowang only silently observed. This person was none other than Xianyang. After making sure everything was fine, he turned and left, but not without leaving a warning. "Humph, get back to work. If you don't get master's medicine right, he'll skin you alive." Li Huowang paid no attention to those words, for his eyes were glued to the jade pendant hanging at the man's waist. His eyes flashed with greed. "That jade pendant, is it supposed to be an antique? That jade pendant is great, and soon it's gonna be mine." Dead of night, 3 a.m., outside Xianyang cave. I didn't think it would go this smoothly. It turns out Xianyang isn't in his cave tonight. Holding the jade pendant tightly in his hand, Li Huowang was overjoyed. If this can be taken out and sold, at least it'll take care of me and Nana's college tuition fees. He descended the steps, humming softly, "Hee hee, jade pendant, my jade pendant." Suddenly he froze. Ahead flickered the light of a fire. "Is there anyone up front?" Before he could decide, a cold familiar voice echoed from behind. "Junior brother Li, at this hour, what are you doing here?" Li Huowang was startled, turning back. "Ah, senior brother Xianyang? Why are you wearing the clothes of a medicinal sacrifice?" Xianyang didn't answer, only clicked his tongue. "Well, guess you're lucky this time." He grabbed Li Huowang's shirt, dragging him forward. "Let's go. Come with us and escape this hellhole. The gatekeeper's senior brother has already been dealt with." Li Huowang was horrified. "Escape? So that's your plan?" Before he could finish, his body was slammed hard against the wall. Xianyang growled, his eyes blazing with fury. "If you don't come with us, then die here. There's no way we're leaving you alive to report back to that bald-headed freak." But Li Huowang only smirked. He knew well he wasn't truly part of this illusion. "This plot twist is seriously frustrating me. Well, I can always retreat. What can a group of illusionary NPCs even do to me?" He closed his eyes, trying to retreat. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes, he was back on the hospital bed. The tight restraint suit of a psychiatric patient bound his body, his arms and legs tied firmly. "Back, as expected, I'm still bound here." He wriggled slightly, but his body couldn't move, only able to sigh. At this point, the caretakers probably haven't confirmed whether the jade pendant and golden anklet have been taken, but I'll have to wait a bit longer to check out the situation over there. He closed his eyes. Immediately, the scene before him distorted bizarrely. In Li Huowang's eyes, a blazing red aura surged straight in. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide. The surroundings were silent. No one remained. Everyone's gone. Did they leave? He burst out laughing, muttering to himself, "Ha ha, this is my own illusion. It can't harm me." The next morning, as the sun rose over the mountain peak, a young disciple rushed in frantically. "Hurry, get up, stop sleeping." Master ordered everyone to gather at Huiyan Hall. Everyone sleeping hurriedly got up. Only Li Huowang still lay there calmly. "What happened?" "I don't know. Hurry up, or something bad will happen if you go too late." Clear Wind Manifestation Station, Huiyan Hall. The scabby-headed master stepped out, asking, "Everyone's here?" Standing among the crowd, Li Huowang frowned slightly. What is that old man up to now? He slowly walked down, dragging a long rope behind. Last night at the third watch, someone tried to escape. Among them were two of this Taoist's personal disciples. This Taoist is heartbroken. The rules of our Shishan Donghua sect are clear. Merits will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. So, Xianyang was dragged past Li Huowang, trying to cry out for help. He only glanced over coldly. Caught already? That's just pathetic. The master waved his hand. All four were flung into the air. He chanted a spell. Instantly, a massive black hole opened, swallowing them whole, their miserable screams echoing. Li Huowang tried to reassure himself. These are all illusions, Li Huowang. Everything in this illusion was created by you. There's no need to be afraid. But right after that, gigantic tentacles emerged from the black hole, thrashing wildly. One pierced straight through the body of the man standing right next to him. In that instant, all his self-reassurances collapsed completely. Li Huowang's eyes filled with utter fear and confusion. What is this thing? Could it also be something I created in this illusion? No way. Things in illusions can't harm me. That's never happened before. The Taoist master floated in midair, Around him were blood-soaked tentacles that looked utterly grotesque, his savage voice echoing, "In the future, if anyone harbors any unruly intentions, remember what you saw today." Below, the emaciated medicinal conduits, nothing but skin and bones, kept their heads bowed, sweating in terror. He descended to the ground, walking down the aisle. With each step he spoke, "Let me tell you, helping someone ascend to immortality is a great act of virtue." When passing by Li Huowang, the old man raised his head, his voice full of force. "If I, your Taoist master, ascend to immortality, I certainly won't forget your kindness." Then he stopped, turning to ask directly, "Last night, those traitors invited you to leave with them. Why won't you comply?" Huowang only glanced without bothering to turn his head, thinking to himself, "Illusions." In his mind, he pictured the rough hand with pitch-black nails of the Taoist master grasping everything, then tried to reassure himself, "He and all of this are nothing more than figments of my mind. You're just a thought inside my head. Why should I fear you?" The Taoist master suddenly placed his hand on Huowang's head, praising, "You're quite something." Then he raised his hand high toward the sky. "I see great potential in you. From now on, you'll be listed as a registered disciple of mine and manage the materials room." Huowang was slightly surprised, thinking, "A registered disciple, managing the materials room, my status has actually been elevated?" "No, that's not it. It's because too many people have died, and this guy is running out of helpers." Suddenly, the old man turned his head, speaking firmly, and there's also a Taoist name. Since you've become my disciple, you can't go without a Taoist name, Xianyang. From now on, your Taoist name will be Xianyang." Hearing that, Huowang sneered to himself. The previous Xianyang just died, and now I'm the new Xianyang." Right after that, the old man tossed him a small pouch. "These 5 are divine pills refined by me. Swallowing one will not only add 10 years to your life, but also grant you temporary great strength for self-preservation." The blazing red pills carved with wave-like patterns looked utterly horrifying. "See that, anyone who helps me is rewarded, but opposing me leads to a dead end, and the rewards are substantial." Huowang looked at the pills, immediately recalling the scene of people being slaughtered by the tentacles, his heart turning cold. These pills, could they also be made from people? In the blink of an eye, he returned to reality. In the familiar hospital room, in front of him still lay the ancient bronze item and the 5 red pills neatly placed on the bed. He thought to himself, "I actually managed to smuggle all of this out. Now I just have to verify the authenticity of the jade pendant and gold. However, if the gold and jade are real, could these pills also be effective? Should I try one?" Just then, the door burst open. Yan Na stormed in, her voice filled with anger. "Li Huowang, I skipped self-study, climbed over the wall, and snuck out to answer your call. This better be something important. If it's a prank, humph." Huowang hurried to the door, glanced around, then pulled her inside, shutting the door tightly and drawing the curtains. Yan Na blushed, stammering, Li Huowang, why are you closing the curtains? The nurses can hear the US. Sure enough, a nurse teased through the small intercom. "It's fine, they can't hear you. Go for it, little Li." Huowang immediately handed something to Yan Na. She raised her hand to receive it, turning her back to the camera so no one could see clearly. He, however, looked straight at the camera, reproaching, "Girls, could you not gossip so much? Focus your extra attention on the ICU instead." The object he gave Yang Na was the jade pendant. She asked in astonishment, "What's this? Don't make a sound, listen to me." He leaned close to her ear, whispering something. Yang Na's eyes widened in shock after hearing it. A few days later, Huowang sat absent-mindedly on the hospital bed, deep in thought. "People outside, even my parents don't believe it. Everyone else thinks I'm crazy. I have no one else to turn to. She's the only one willing to seriously listen to me. Nana, you must believe me." Just then, the nurse's voice came through the speaker. "Xiao Li, your little girlfriend is here to see you again." Huowang's eyes lit up. He leapt up and rushed to open the door. In the hallway, a few security guards carrying riot shields passed by. He rejoiced inwardly. She really came back. But when he turned to ask, "Master Zhao, what happened? Is something wrong?" Old Zhao only reminded, "Xiao Li, quickly lock the door, don't come out randomly. If you see old Lu, report it immediately. That guy must have sneaked in and spat out some medicine again." He replied politely, "Oh, okay," then thought quietly, "Old Lu escaped from the ICU? How did he manage to get out? Forget it, none of this matters. Tao me, I need to see Nana." The scene shifted to a modern square, beneath a towering glass building. In a hidden corner, Huowang leaned against the wall, while Yang Na stood upright, hands placed in front like a well-behaved student. She said, "Huowang, I had someone appraise the jade pendant and gold bracelet you gave me. That pendant is indeed a genuine antique, and its value is no less than 400,000. The gold bracelet is also real gold." Huowang scratched his head, beaming brightly. "Really, just as I expected. I knew it would be like this. Ha. I'm not sick. He suddenly lifted her up and spun her around, making her panic and cry out, slow down." The two walked along while chatting. Huowang grinned foolishly. "Looks like my ability is genuine after all. But I can't reveal it too soon. Nana, are you ready to become a little rich lady?" She blushed and punched him lightly. "What little rich lady? Stop talking nonsense, you brat." Her tone grew serious. "Hey, Huowang, I don't want money. Compared to this ability, your health is more important. Promise me, your treatment can't stop, and the medicine can't stop, otherwise, I'll never help you again." He stared blankly at her. "Well, I promise you." At that very moment, a figure appeared behind them. Before they could react, Yang Na was forcefully dragged down by old Lu. She screamed in terror, while Huowang roared in fury. "Old Lu, stop! That's my girlfriend. Let go of her." He charged forward, but old Lu hurled something straight at his head. Blood gushed profusely. His body collapsed to the ground. Yang Na panicked, sobbing. Li Huowang. In the haze, he recalled the words of the scabby-headed Taoist master. "Not only will taking this increase your lifespan by 10 years, but it will also temporarily grant you the power of great strength to protect your life." Yang Na, both terrified and worried for Li Huowang, spoke with a trembling voice. "Li Huowang, what's wrong with you?" He hurriedly shoved one pill into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Instantly, a blazing red aura erupted around his body. Old Lu, hearing the noise, turned to see what was happening. Huowang sprang up, murderous intent surging. He grabbed old Lu's head and dragged him. He swung his hand and clawed across the man's face, blood splattering everywhere. "I told you to stop." Huowang grinned savagely, saying, "Didn't you hear me?" In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to a dark room where Huowang was tightly bound by chains. He screamed, "Let go of me, I've already said I was retaliate." Inside the isolation ward, he kept explaining, "I did this to protect Yang Na. It was the other side who attacked Yang Na first." Dr. Li frowned, his voice sharp. This is counterkill." "Xiao Li, tell me honestly, how did you manage to hurt the other side so badly?" "Not just anyone can do that." He stammered awkwardly, this. Before he could finish, the doctor reminded him softly, "Think carefully before you answer. I hate it when my patients lie tiamacron me." Distressed inside, Huowang thought to himself, "What should I do? I can't let him find out about the pills." Out of options, he deliberately shut his eyes. Seeing this, Dr. Li pressed impatiently, "Xiao Li, are you listening to me? Xiao Li?" But at that moment Huowang had already slipped into a dazed state, thinking to himself, "Since that's the case." Immediately his soul drifted again to the other world. He let out a bitter laugh. No matter what, this is a way to solve the problem. At the same time, outside the gates of an abandoned city, the colossal statue of a dark immortal appeared. A strange chanting echoed. The scabby-headed master recited, then solemnly called out, "Xian Yuan." He instructed, "Xian Yang has just joined my Qingfeng sect, and there must be many things he doesn't understand, as his senior brother, teach him." Xian Yuan hurriedly bowed and answered, "Yes, master." Then the old man waved his hand. "All right, it's past the hour, there's nothing else, let's go eat." Immediately, one of the inner disciples glared at Huowang with murderous intent. Startled, he thought, "Who's that? Why is he staring at me?" In the corridor, Xian Yuan instructed him, "That person beside master is senior brother Jingquan. Ever since senior brother Jingquan and senior brother Jingjing defected, he's now the only close disciple of master. From now on, if you meet him in the sect, remember to show respect. He's very petty." Huowang asked curiously, "Senior brother Xian Yuan, I've just become master's disciple, what should I do next? Please help me solve this doubt." Xian Yuan answered directly, "Although the master personally accepted you as a disciple and even entrusted you with managing the material room, but if you want the master to teach you the way to immortality, you are still far from it." Huowang was greatly astonished, pressing further, "Can master really become immortal?" Xian Yuan's face showed irritation as he quickly replied, "Master's powers are naturally extraordinary, don't be so excited. But the immortality technique, Only inner disciples like senior brother Jin-kun can learn it. Huowang grew excited, thinking to himself, Immortal? This place really has a lot of good things. I must strive to take more money from here. Soon after, in Shifeng's sex alchemy room, the pill furnace opened, blinding light spread throughout the space. White smoke billowed, then one by one scarlet-red pills emerged. The scabby-headed master excitedly collected them into his gourd. Huowang, trembling inwardly as he watched, also flashed with greedy thoughts. Making money? I can't believe I was only thinking about making money. My vision is still too narrow. If I could bring this power to the real world, it would be great. Right then, the master shouted, Xian Yang. Huowang furrowed his brow, calculating silently, did things escalate this quickly? I need to find a way to get things done right, so that this old man can teach me the divine powers. Huowang quickly answered respectfully, Master, do you have any orders? The old man commanded, Now you're in charge of managing the materials. Go, bring a medicinal named Bai Ling Niao. Before the master's order, Huowang hesitated a little. Bai Ling Niao? He was stunned as he recalled the kind white-haired girl who had once offered to help him in the past. This unconsciously made Huowang stand still like a statue. Seeing this, the master was somewhat puzzled and pressed on. Can't you hear me talking to you? Xian Yang. Helpless, Huowang tightly shut his eyes, thinking to himself, no choice now. At that very moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Huowang. He suddenly awoke. At this moment, his mother and Dr. Li had already appeared by his hospital bed, no one knew since when. Seeing them, Huowang was startled in fright and blurted out loudly, Huh? Why is Dr. Li here too? Hearing this, his mother could no longer conceal her worry, and hurriedly asked, Why is your head wrapped like that? Does it hurt? Without hesitation, Huowang gently and calmly replied, It's fine, Mom, it doesn't hurt. Seeing this, his mother could only smile bitterly in helplessness. Oh, my child. Look at how thin you've become. The hospital food isn't good, is it? As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a bag of grapes from her bag and tenderly fed Huowang the sweet fruit. Here, your favorite milk grapes. Let me feed you. Seeing this, Huowang felt a little embarrassed, so he awkwardly responded, Mom, don't bother, you don't need to do all this. Just stay with me, that's enough. At these words, she once again gave a helpless smile, then choked up as she said, All right. But luckily you're awake, otherwise Dr. Li will drag me to meet the family of the old man who hit you. Dr. Li suddenly reminded her, Sister Sun, the family of patient Lu is already waiting. With no choice, she answered wearily, I know, Dr. Li, let me say one last thing to my son. Hearing this, Huowang became a little flustered, quickly explaining, Mom, I was just defending myself. It was old Lu who attacked Yang Na first. Upon hearing this, her face grew stern. But she gently reassured him, the doctor already told me about that day. Son, you don't have to worry, I'm here. After saying this, she firmly gestured in encouragement, restoring her son's spirit. At these words, Huowang was deeply moved. He frowned, and 2 streams of tears instantly welled up. Seeing this, she quickly turned away to leave. All right, Mom is leaving now. You need to listen to the doctor and take your medicine on time. Unable to contain his emotions, Huowang called out to his mother. Madam Sun, in turn, felt heartbroken, her face twisting with torment. Suddenly she widened her eyes, secretly releasing a strange and deadly murderous aura. Watching his mother's figure gradually fade away, Huowang thought to himself, when the time comes, Mom will definitely scold them severely. Yet that moment of peace did not last long. A sudden wave of dizziness and headache instantly struck, making Huowang pale with shock. He grew confused and angry, blaming himself. Oh no, my mind is drifting again. My mom suddenly came over, making me forget how to deceive that old man. Immediately, Dr. Li came closer and said, All right, Xiao Li, we can talk? Let's talk when I come back next time. As soon as those words fell, the scene before Huowang's eyes gradually dissolved. A moment later, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Oh? You're awake? Amidst the cold, desolate ground, he struggled to sit up and quickly replied, Ah, I'm awake, master. At the same time, Huowang could not stop his thoughts. I wonder if the matter of refining the pill with Bai Ling Niao has been settled? But before he could think any further, the master suddenly rushed over and forcefully pinched both of Huowang's cheeks. Holding in his hand a slimy, disgusting creature, he triumphantly declared, Now that you're awake, open your mouth for the master. In an instant, That slimy creature quickly latched onto his throat, wriggling its way throughout his body. At this, Huowang could not help but feel pain and despair, thinking, what did that old man feed me? Seeing his terrified face, the master could not contain his excitement and laughed loudly. That's right, open your mouth too wide, so you can swallow the black tai sui. As soon as his words fell, a horrific vision of slimy creatures crammed together inside a large chest immediately appeared. Seeing Huowang's pained expression, the master grew even more excited. This black tai sui is a good thing. As long as you swallow it, it can suppress your hysteria. But Huowang refused to submit, forcefully pulling it out. I won't eat it, I'm not sick. In an instant, the slimy creature was dragged out, lying neatly in the palm of his hand. Seeing this, the master furiously shouted, Changming, Changren. Without hesitation, the two servants instantly appeared behind Huowang and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Two swords immediately flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, Huowang was subdued, pinned helplessly to the ground. The master wasted no time, directly threatening, You're not eating? Kid, you must eat this. At these words, Huowang burned with indignation, inwardly thinking, Why must I eat it? Very quickly, he shut his eyes tightly, forcing himself to return to the real world. In just a moment, he was jolted awake by the urgent, repeated calls of Huowang, Huowang. Yan Na appeared, her face full of worry. Are you okay, Huowang? Is there somewhere that doesn't feel right? Seeing her, he instantly felt relieved and called out softly, Nana. At the same time, Dr. Li, standing at a distance, could not hide his anxiety as he urgently asked, Xiao Li, what did you see in your hallucinations? Your emotional fluctuations have been quite significant lately. Huowang thought to himself, hallucinations, right. I haven't completely left the hallucinations yet. Without hesitation, Huowang asked, Dr. Li, is there any medicine that can temporarily suppress the hallucinations? I want to take a break. At these words, Dr. Li fell silent, as though suspecting something. After a while, he finally turned his back and hesitantly said, There's still some left from the previous ones. I'll go prescribe you some more. Yan Na also turned to fetch the medicine for Huowang. I remember the medicine was here. After a few steps, Dr. Li reminded again. But Xiao Li, medication can only play a supportive role. To completely get rid of the hallucinations, you still need to follow my methods. Soon after, Yan Na handed the medicine to Huowang, smiling brightly as she said, Here it is, Huowang, I'll feed you the medicine. But by now, the situation had become far too dangerous. Huowang winced and said, No water, just the medicine. Give me the medicine first. In an instant, he narrowly escaped death. Huowang let out a sigh of relief. I'm safe now. As long as I take the medicine, the hallucinations won't appear. Hearing this, Yan Na was puzzled. What do you mean safe? Huowang, what scared you in the hallucination? At these words, Huowang laughed and replied, It's nothing, it's just that the person in the hallucination was talking strangely. He said I have hysteria, and was feeding me something weird. What a joke, I'm a person from the modern world. There's no way the Li Huowang in the hallucination is the real me, right? As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel smug. Clearly, the other side was the illusion. But before Huowang could finish his words, a tentacle suddenly appeared inside his mouth out of nowhere. In agony and panic, Huowang thought, Didn't I just take the medicine? Why am I starting to hallucinate? Then, in an instant, he stubbornly shut his eyes, reassuring himself, It's okay, as long as I close my eyes and open them again, the hallucinations will all disappear. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Huowang's body became intangible, drifting into the void. Overwhelmed, he opened his eyes, then once again stubbornly shut them, hoping to return to the real world. But this time, luck did not come to him. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Huowang. You just said you wouldn't eat, and almost swallowed my hand, acting like this and still saying you don't have hysteria? The master proudly turned away, but did not forget to call out in reminder, All right, the hysteria is gone, now you can work properly. Remember this, the Qifeng Temple does not accommodate idle people. Come to me at the start of every mo to get your medicine. Faced with this utterly maddening situation, Huowang was unwilling to accept it. How could it be like this? Could it be that this place is the real one? And the reality I know is false? As he thought this, fragments of memories from that so-called real world flashed before his eyes. Huowang collapsed to the ground, disheartened and in pain. Li Huowang's face went blank, unable to believe his own eyes, and he whispered, Impossible, Nana is not an illusion. The disgusting tentacle slipped out of his throat, and he muttered helplessly, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, smiling as she called to him, Huowang. He froze in shock, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up. A rare smile appeared on his face as he called out, Nana, you didn't leave, you're still. Before he could finish his words, his eyes widened as if witnessing something truly horrifying. Nana's body gradually faded away, and he could only stand and watch helplessly. Huowang reached out, but what he grasped were only shapeless white fragments. He screamed Nana's name, his hand clenched tight, desperately trying to hold on in vain. Li Huowang struggled to crawl forward, his body covered in wounds, raising his hand high. He gritted his teeth in anger, asking himself, why? He lifted his face to the sky and roared, why am I in this cursed place? The illness still won't let go of me. Inside the cave, the atmosphere turned quiet. Everyone was already seated at the dining table. Bai Lingmiao carried 3 steamed buns over to Li Huowang, who sat absent-mindedly leaning against the stone wall. She sat down in front of him and gently said, Senior Brother Li, have some steamed buns, you haven't eaten anything all day. Li Huowang coldly pulled out a green jade pendant and asked, like you said before, how did this pendant end up with you? Bai Lingmiao calmly replied, it's you gave it to me, Senior Brother Li. I said I didn't want it, but you insisted on shoving it into my hands. A memory surfaced. Bai Lingmiao continued slowly, after you shoved it to me, you were laughing and shouting that you weren't sick. Li Huowang sneered carelessly and asked, and then? She went on, then, Senior Brother Wang took that opportunity to hit you on the head with a rock. 2 hazy memories overlapped, his vacant eyes recalling with a face covered in blood. Bai Lingmiao lowered her head, her hands clenching tightly, her tone carrying some anger as she said, Senior Brother Wang thought you were dead, so he tried to come after me. Hearing this, Li Huowang cursed angrily to himself. Senior Brother Wang? That chubby guy with the cleft lip. Suddenly, he leaned in close to her face and demanded, what happened to the guy named Wang? Bai Lingmiao frowned, her face filled with astonishment as she answered, He was killed by you, Senior Brother Li, don't you remember? But in his memory, on that day of battle, the one he fought wasn't old Lu, so there was never any old Lu at all. I really must have gone completely insane. Li Huowang lifted his gaze to the towering incense burner in the center. Blood spread out before him. He stood up in a daze, analyzing. If this place is the reality, then the previous junior sister Li, and those medicine people, not just them, but everyone there will die. He walked forward slowly, thinking to himself, and the culprit of all this is that mangy-headed bastard? While he was still pondering, his master in this space spoke up. Xian Yang, it looks like you want to say something. Hearing this, he was startled, asking himself, when did that mangy-headed guy? Li Huowang steadied his mind, clasped his hands respectfully, and replied, Master. The old man pressed on, answer my question. He turned back with a terrifying expression and demanded, what are you thinking about? Li Huowang awkwardly replied, this disciple. This disciple admires the path of cultivation Master follows greatly, and was just thinking about when I could reach that level. Jingkun standing beside heard this, his tone contemptuous, thinking to himself, humph, what pathetic flattery. The old master laughed loudly, ha ha ha, having ambition is a good thing, not bad, not bad. Jingkun's face darkened with a bit of envy. That guy, did he actually fall for this? The old master stroked his beard, slyly continued, but it's not that this master doesn't want to teach you, it's just that the external cultivation path is not that simple. Common pills and alchemy are one thing, but if you want to practice both internal and external cultivation to achieve immortality. Li Huowang pretended to say a few more words. Is Master about to achieve immortality soon? But inwardly he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I got through it. The old master climbed up a steep rock, smugly said, achieving immortality is not that simple, however, this master is sure he can do it. He slowly posed the question, do you know why? Li Huowang slightly raised his head, sweating, replied, the disciple doesn't know. The master's eyes narrowed, becoming profound and full of implication. Suddenly Jingkun hunched and reminded, Master, it's almost midnight. If we don't prepare to refine the pills soon, we might miss the auspicious time. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, then waved his hand as a signal. Fine, then let's start preparing. Xingkuan respectfully answered, "Yes, master," then turned to order the servant Huowang, "Xian Yang, go to the materials room quickly and bring over the medicinal herbs from the day before yesterday." Huowang listened, bewildered. What about the medicinal guide? Xingkuan angrily stepped forward, pointed at his chest and reiterated, "The white medicinal guide that you were supposed to bring 2 days ago when you had your hysteria, but didn't get it. As a result of that, the master missed the pill's refining time. Did you forget?" He instructed carefully, "The properties of the medicinal guide and the timing of the refining affect the quality of the pills. Not a single detail can be off. Forget it. It's pointless to explain it to you. Hurry up and get to work." Li Huowang went stiff, his face briefly shocked. The white medicinal guide, the matter of making pills using Bailing Niao is not over yet. At this moment in the Qifeng Temple material room, everyone gathered together. Their faces were blank. Someone glanced inside and worriedly said, "Again, he has come again. We can't escape. Everyone will die here." Li Huowang coldly looked at Bailing Niao sitting on the ground and ordered, "Bailing Niao, come with me." She replied with a bitter, gentle tone, "Yes." Suddenly she called out Senior Brother Li, making him startle and turn his head to look at her. She earnestly begged him, "Senior Brother Li, if you manage to make it out of here alive, could you deliver a message to my family for me?" Bailing Niao lowered her head, continued with emotion, "My parents live at the foot of Niuxing Mountain in Lian Country, just tell them." Tears streamed down her face, her voice breaking and choked as she uttered each word. "Tell them, their daughter is unfilial, and she's unable to take care of them in their old age or send them off at the end." After saying this, she sobbed helplessly. Li Huowang coldly replied, "I can't help with that, your time is running out." Bailing Niao's gaze froze, eyes wide as she looked at him, her face showing a hint of fear. He rolled up his sleeves, gripped the small sword in his hand, then turned and said, "Now come with me." Bailing Niao, tears streaming, looked at him sorrowfully. She softly called, "Senior Brother Li." At the same time, his master sat atop a towering alchemy furnace, surrounded by a dark black membrane, with fresh blood splattered everywhere. Li Huowang stepped forward with Bailing Niao, "Master, I brought the medicinal guide." The old master grinned maliciously, "Hee, Xian Yang, well done." His face grotesque, he praised without restraint, "My good disciple, come over here." A white force appeared, wrapped around Bailing Niao's neck and pulled her in. She gaped helplessly. In an instant she lay snug in the palm of the wicked master's hand. He frowned, his face displeased as if discovering something. "Humph?" At that moment, a quantity of red blood flowed down her feet. The old master lamented, "How unfortunate." He mistook that blood for blood coming from her body. In an annoyed tone he hoisted Bailing Niao up and said, "Why did you have to fall at this moment? The medicinal properties have completely changed." He outright tossed her to the ground and coldly ordered, "Xian Yang, take this medicinal guide back." Huowang respectfully and obediently replied, "Yes, master." He sneered faintly, "It's done. Next, I just need to take Bailing Niao out of here." But the old master changed his mind, continuing, "Wait a minute, Xian Yang, since this medicinal guide won't work, go get another one." He reminded, "I remember there's another white medicinal guide." Huowang heard this, his face stunned, biting his lips to suppress his emotions. The old master didn't forget to urge, "Go quickly and come back fast, don't delay my alchemy time." Back in the supply room, "I will take the other white medicinal guide to the alchemy room." Another person collapsed to the ground, begging without end, "Please, Senior Brother Li, I don't want to die." It was only at this moment that I realized I was wrong. I didn't save Bailing Niao. People crushed in the alchemy furnace, blood staining the entire cave. His master, blood splattered across his face, glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you aspiring to the path of alchemy? Come here, take a look." Huowang thought inwardly, "As long as that scoundrel keeps making elixirs, I won't be able to save anyone. Tomorrow, and the day after, there will still be medicinal guides dying here." The old master shouted, "Open the furnace." A blinding light burst forth. Li Huowang told himself, I can't become his accomplice. At this time a blood-red pill had been formed. He was very pleased. Right. The other disciples aren't as studious as you. This pill is for you. There's only one way. As he thought, Huowang bowed and reached out to receive the pill, respectfully saying, Thank you, master, for the pill. After the alchemy finished, the old master lightly passed by Li Huowang. He didn't forget to remind him, Good disciple, eat while it's hot. He was still thinking, it can save those medicinal guides, it can save me, which is, kill him. Thinking this, he bit his lip, his gaze resolute. Li Huowang swallowed the pill without hesitation. Suddenly he froze. No, this pill has a problem. He opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, his hands tearing at his clothes, shouting, It's too hot, his whole body burning like fire, smoke billowing from his chest. Seeing him like this, the old master only coldly instructed, Xian Yang, go back and rest. He looked at Huowang with a sinister gaze and slowly explained, This medicine is very potent, it will take some time to fully absorb. Li Huowang endured the pain, bowed and replied, Yes, master. He walked with great difficulty, white smoke still rising thickly. He dug his fingers into the rock wall, leaving deep imprints. Li Huowang raged, punching through a side wall, his strength so terrifying that even stone crumbled to dust. A painful memory surfaced, the pleas of the innocent before death, echoing endlessly in his head. His body seemed to undergo a violent transformation, twitching in agony. I took a pill made from humans, but just by taking one pill, I gained this kind of transformative power. He bent forward, vomiting a brown liquid, helplessly thinking, that scoundrel who's taken countless pills, how should I kill him? Suddenly, a fair hand reached from behind. Bai Lingniao supported him, her voice anxious. Senior brother Li, are you all right? He stammered, unable to speak. She understood his thoughts, gently comforting. Senior brother, you don't need to blame yourself, you're also powerless. Both of them fell into silence for a long while. Bai Lingniao nervously gripped her clothes, softly calling, Senior brother Li Yu. Her face began to change, no longer as frail as before. Her eyes shone with hatred as she asked, Are you planning to go against master? Caught off guard, Li Huowang panicked, staring wide-eyed at her, uncertain if she was friend or foe. Li Huowang hurriedly pressed Bai Lingniao against the wall and whispered, So, you're saying you moved here just because of me? He might find out what's happening here. Lingniao remained optimistic, replying, It's fine, senior brother. Today is the day old Master Yu returns to the market. Master can't hear us right now. Li Huowang asked her, Old Master Yu? Who's that? The dazed people nearby muttered like lost souls. Is he going to capture more medicinal guides? We're doomed. Li Huowang turned to look at them, thinking, as expected, everyone now sees me as the accomplice of that bald-headed bastard. He ignored them, grabbed Bai Lingniao's hand and pulled her along. This place isn't safe, let's change locations. A ragged farmer scratched his neck, eyes still following Li Huowang. On the way, Huowang continued to ask, You can continue, what did you mean earlier about old Master Yu? Lingniao tilted her head and replied, Old Master Yu is old Master Yu, something you can't see or touch. She began explaining to him, I heard from my grandfather that only high-level practitioners can summon it. However, old Master Yu goes back to the market on the 1st and 15th of every month. Hearing her words, Li Huowang pondered deeply. So, the old master goes to the market on the 1st and 15th? In other words, during these days, the bald-headed bastard can't monitor the entire Qingfeng temple. This is indeed important information. Bai Lingniao suddenly turned stern, seriously asking, Senior brother Li, let's get back to business. Do you really want to go against the master? Li Huowang bit his lower lip, hatred plain on his face. Of course, I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Bai Lingniao's expression turned eager. She suggested, Then, count me in on this. I want to help too. Suddenly another voice rang out, that person holding a strange object, count me in. Huowang and Lingyao both turned around in surprise. He held two things like stones in his hands, smiling as he said, Senior Brother Li, you might not remember me, I'm just a kid, born and raised without a big name, you can call me Goa. Goa walked closer and handed them the two things he was holding. Hee, senior brother, senior sister, enjoy the bread. Lingyao frowned in displeasure. You eavesdropped on us talking? Goa turned his hands and smiled like a sly traitor. No, how could I dare to eavesdrop? I just wanted to find senior brother Li for protection and happened to hear senior sister Bai's last words, so. Bai Lingyao didn't let him finish, warily cutting in. You know nothing about this, how can we trust that you sincerely want to join? Goa put his hands on his hips and replied, I admire senior brother Li, is that not a good enough reason to join? As for Li Huowang, he looked at them strangely and thought, Xianyang, was your group gathered like this at the beginning too? Then he asked the boy in front, Goa, aren't you afraid of me? Goa scratched his head, innocently replied, how could I be? Senior brother Li's actions were also unavoidable. Li Huowang chuckled, then declared, all right, you can join, as long as you, Goa, don't regret it. He thought to himself, I hope I don't end up with a fate like Xianyang's. In the days that followed, I kept searching for a way to kill Dan Yangzi, but with just me and these two by my side, it was basically impossible to deal with him. During this time, I moved the medicinal guides from the storage room to the alchemy room one by one. All I could do was remember their last words in my heart. Until the 8th medicinal guide, Master, the medicinal guide is ready, I know. Dan Yangzi suddenly praised Huowang and made a proposal. Xianyang, you've been doing well lately, I told you. Our Shishan Donghua sect rewards merit and punishes mistakes. Since you want to learn alchemy, I'll start by teaching you the formula for blood-nourishing pills. Li Huowang's face was utterly shocked, and so was the man standing beside his master. Dan Yangzi pointed to the sky and lectured him. You mustn't underestimate this formula. Although it's simple, it's still a celestial method from the heavenly scriptures. A deep voice rose. Remember it, 20 taels of human elixir, half a caddy of balsam seed. Huowang looked around. I have to find something to write this down. The sound continued to echo. 24 taels of sunrise stones. The oven is lit at 3 a.m., which is the right time to take a bath. Use your eyes to illuminate it silently, use your breath to brag, use your spirit to fumigate it. Raise the heat slowly with a gentle flame, and turn on the furnace at 4 o'clock in the morning. Finally done, he let out a relieved breath. His clothes were covered completely with words. Master, disciple will record the formula on his robe. The old master was silent for a moment. Oh, Master, please take a look at what I wrote to see if there are any omissions. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old master delivered a kick to Huowang, sending his body flying several meters backward. What's going on with this maniac? Why did he suddenly hit my face? Huowang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his heavy body collapsing to the ground. Although my handwriting is not pretty, I can still read it. This maniac didn't even look at it. He seemed more concerned with the fact that I was writing the recipe. Wait, I remember when we had morning class before, we didn't have scriptures, and I haven't seen a single piece of calligraphy or painting in this Qifeng temple. Any knowledge is passed on orally. Does it mean that this maniac can't read? Is he illiterate? If he can't read, then who reads the heavenly book he mentioned for him? I didn't expect it, Xianyang. Master is even willing to pass on the formula in the heavenly book to you. It seems that he is really happy to be coaxed by you. Senior brother Jinkuin, it is the master's plan to value me. Even if the master tells me all the immortal laws in the heavenly book, I'm afraid you can't control it. If it's all right, please step aside. I'm going to help the master with the ingredients. Jinkuin did not respond directly by attacking him. This strike made Huowang spit out blood, enduring pain beyond words, crying out inwardly, the ribs. Jinkuin kept kicking Huowang while saying, You just got the formula. Who do you think you are? The master didn't tell me the immortality technique, so how could he tell you? And, how dare you use the master to suppress me? You didn't even know where you were when I was being chased by the master. Ha! It seems that my senior brother's talent in cultivating immortals is not good. Otherwise, after following the master for so long, why didn't he teach you the techniques to become an immortal? You scum! You are looking for death. Hey, junior brother Xianyang, why are you so disobedient? It's a good thing you took master's elixir, otherwise you'd be dead by now. Didn't I tell you to respect Jinkuan? Why are you still provoking him? How is he gonna kill me? If any more of our disciples die, we won't be able to maintain this place. And Master Yu is watching from the side. Mr. Yu? What's that? Xian Yuan, he doesn't know about Master Yu's existence? By the way, the day Xian Yang and his group escaped was not the 1st or 15th day of the lunar month, and for an inner disciple like Jinkuan, Lizet didn't teach him the art of becoming immortal. It seems that no one in the maniac group believes that a disciple is taught by such a person. After a few moments of silence, Huowang suddenly burst out laughing, making Xian Yuan, who was standing beside him, worried. Hasn't the master already given the medicine to junior brother Xian Yang? Why is he acting crazy again? However, Xian Yuan didn't know just how excited Huowang was at that moment. He smiled and thought. The breakthrough point was found. Afterward, I took the opportunity of another conflict with Jinkuan to reveal the news about Master Yu to him. Seeing his expression, I knew something was going to happen. I kept observing him in secret, but Jinkuan continued his training step by step as usual. Just when I thought that I might have misjudged him and perhaps he wasn't as greedy as I had thought, a month later, on February 15th that day, Li too began refining pills, but Jinkuan. He didn't come to Jinyi Hall to practice as usual. Qifeng Temple, Danyangzi's residence. The door to Li Zitu's residence was open. It seems Jinkuan had someone else go inside to investigate. So suspicious, choosing to stand guard outside at a time like this. Humph? It's really him? Registered disciple, Xianyin. The two seemed to be exchanging something. Then many streams of magical energy surged out from within them, slowly fading away into the space. They finally left. The restriction on the room must have been lifted by Jinkuan and his group. What kind of talisman was that just now? Now it's my turn. It smells so bad. Huowang quietly stepped inside. He stopped, suddenly looking ahead. In front of him was something like a stone stele, sealed by countless iron chains. This stone tablet, it should be the heavenly scripture that Li Zitu mentioned. The characters are so hard to read. 11 Bupu in Xian de Pe, de Ru Yun Guang Bupu in Z, Miao Hao Shenling Ich Yahua and Legia Tua Men. This heavenly scripture is clearly a sutra. There are no alchemy methods written on it. How could Li Zitu refine pills using it? Unless. Are you in cahoots with that person from earlier? Don't move, I just need to shake these bells, and my father will come back immediately. Hee, I see. Alright, go ahead and shake them. It'll be just in time for my master to find out that you can't understand this heavenly scripture at all. You've been deceiving him the whole time. You, how did you find out? I guessed it right. The one who's interpreting this heavenly scripture for Li Zitu is indeed her. The little flask kept fidgeting nervously in front of Li Huowang. But it's not my fault. I can't understand that damn heavenly scripture at all. But my father forces me to read it to him. Aren't you afraid he'll find out? Humph, anyway, my father is illiterate. He believes whatever I say. Then, was the alchemy formula for using people to refine pills also something you made up for him? Yeah, I only remembered those, so I just told him it was written on the scripture. Don't worry, it won't kill anyone. I don't want my father to get hurt either. I'm just scared that if he finds out I'm useless, he won't want me anymore. Look at me, I have no hands or feet. Eh? Li Huowang put all his strength into his hand and forcefully smashed the small bottle onto the ground. Blood spilled out, looking truly disgusting. Hurts, it hurts. Your alchemy formula really doesn't kill people, but because of your alchemy formula, Li Zitu has been eating people. Father, it hurts so much. At this moment, hundreds of people are standing before the giant stone statue, white smoke rising, creating a truly mystical scene. Who? Here we go. Who secretly broke into my house while I was refining elixirs? Oh, no one wants to reply? Then I'll ask you one by one. Chaiming and Changren, what were you doing while I was refining the elixir? Master, the two of us were guarding the gate of Kingfen Temple according to your instructions, Changren and I. Changren and I, dare not to be careless. The old master was silent for a moment. What about you, Xian Yuan? Master, Looks like I'll be next. An eerily silent space. Some people are showing signs of fear. They tremble continuously in spells. Xian Yang. It's your turn. After delivering the medicine today, where did you go? The disciple went to the warehouse, to prepare the elixir materials that the master will need next time. This sense of oppression, no wonder everyone is so worried. Did you guys really see Xian Yang in the warehouse? At this moment, everyone stood still like statues. Think before you speak. If anyone can help me find this person, I'll not only send you home, but I'll even pay you a fare. Master, Senior Brother Li was indeed with us at that time. I can vouch for Senior Brother Li. Vouch for him? So, what about the others? Immortal Grandpa, I'll tell you, that guy, Xian Yang, didn't come to the warehouse even once today. As soon as the sentence ended, Bai Ling Yao and Li Huowang's faces turned pale white, their expressions deadly serious. The two former disciples entered the old master's room, secretly smiling to themselves. The old master stood there in a solemn posture, his face radiating a fierce aura. Immortal Grandpa, I helped you find the person, can I go home now? Nonsense, this morning's medicinal primer was personally delivered by Xian Yang. He didn't go to the supply room, so where did he get the primer from? Are you seeking death? Immortal Grandpa, I was wrong, I was blinded by greed, and that's why T lied. To the right of the old master was a man named Xian Yin. He was smiling. Suddenly, from somewhere, a large piece of crushed flesh flew and hit Xian Yin's face directly. When Xian Yang was being falsely accused just now, you were laughing. What, does Xian Yang being falsely accused make you that happy? Xian Yin! Master, no, it wasn't me. It was Jinkuan, Senior Brother Jinkuan forced me to do it. Jinkuan instinctively turned his head. But what Jinkuan saw now was only the cold, blazing red eyes of the old master. Sensing the danger, he turned and ran away. So, it was you all along, I should have realized it sooner. Jinkuan hurriedly ran away, ignoring the stares of everyone watching him. Only you can undo the restrictions in my room, but did you think, Jinkuan kept running, that I would let you come and go into my room as you please? The old master tossed the coin into the air, then focused his strength into his leg, preparing to crush it. As if that coin was linked to Jinkuan, a strange coin-shaped mark appeared on his head. At the feet of the old master, that thing had shattered into many pieces. Jinkuan's body was instantly torn apart, with both his arms and legs ripped away from him. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong, Master. When the senior from Jingda Gate was hunting us down, it was my two younger brothers that sacrificed their lives so that we could escape. Child, I know exactly what you're thinking. Master, I've already become this useless. Please spare me this time. The response to the plea was the master's devastating blow from the heavens. You're just like your two younger brothers. You're all wolves that can't be raised. Thin wisps of white smoke drifted before the towering statue, evoking a sense of mystery. Li Huowang held a bundle of incense, pressed his palms together, and knelt in worship. Beside him his master quietly observed, 789 Kowtow. Huowang, with a weary face, responded, All right, Master. The master replied calmly, Having paid your respects to the ancestral master, from this day forward, you will be this Taoist master's most favored disciple. Hundreds of people bowed their heads in unison. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Senior Brother. However, at this moment, Bai Ling Miao and another man showed signs of unease and fear. The master slowly departed. All right, Xian Yang, come with me. The rest of you, disperse. Huowang nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, he thought to himself. The moment has finally arrived. Don't worry, Scabby Head, I'll help you achieve your goal of becoming an immortal. Standing before the sealed stone stele, the master spoke. I remember you can read, isn't that right, Xian Yang? Hearing the question, Huowang didn't rush to answer. After a while he squinted his eyes and admitted, Yes, Master. Upon hearing the reply, the master immediately unleashed his magic, forming a swirling blue vortex around his hand. It's good that you can read. Then that stream of magical energy instantly spread out, dispersing into the sealed stone stele, gradually undoing the chains and coins. The master continued, "Come take a look at this heavenly scripture, can you make sense of it?" Huowang stepped closer to the stele. "Yes, master." He touched each red character inscribed on the stele, thinking to himself, that heir had just made up all those previous cultivation methods for becoming an immortal. If I can't keep up with it, I'm afraid my secret will be exposed. So instead, I'd rather overturn everything myself. After pondering for a moment, Huowang spoke, this disciple seems to understand." The master appeared impatient. "Quit your whining, if you see anything, tell me." Huowang scratched his head awkwardly. "Master, on this heavenly scripture. Why doesn't it have the blood-nourishing elixir recipe you taught me last time?" The master curled his lip in confusion. "What?" Li Huowang rubbed his chin in puzzlement. This heavenly scripture is actually a set of internal cultivation techniques. It says the order from above is that this must be done before the old year ends and the new year begins, by combining and consuming multiple types of external elixirs simultaneously during cultivation. Only then can one absorb the spiritual energy infused into the mortal realm by the heavenly Tao and achieve immortality. The master hurriedly asked back, "Cultivation technique? And it requires external elixirs as well?" Huowang confirmed, "There are various kinds of external elixirs, let me see. This one needs 2 liang and 4 qian of cinnabar, 1 qian of white silver, 1 liang and 2 qian of arsenic, and 1 Mr. Yu, Taomicron refine his soul." "Master, what kind of medicinal ingredient is this Mr. Yu?" The master muttered, "No wonder." Then he suddenly shouted like a madman, "No wonder the vase girl said this heavenly scripture keeps changing, that it's impossible to memorize it. No wonder I haven't become an immortal even after all this time." The master flung his arm, unleashing the resentment pent up in his heart. "She's been deceiving this datist all along, serves her right." Then he turned his head and threatened, "Kid, that little girl managed to deceive me, don't tell me you're planning to do the same?" Li Huowang played dumb and replied, "Master, this is the way to become an immortal. How could I possibly deceive you? I also wish to become an immortal." The master scrutinized him carefully. He looked right, then looked left. The master burst out laughing. "Good. First explain this cultivation technique to me. Let's wait until I, your master, have mastered this before refining any more external elixirs. This time, we master and disciple, let's ascend to immortality together." Contrasting with the master's sly grin, Huowang's eyes burned with murderous intent as he replied, "Yes, master." The darkness in the cave swallowed every faint ray of light, making one feel as if stepping into a forgotten world. Li Huowang held a torch in his hand, utterly exhausted. "Fortunately, I have read a lot of novels, otherwise, the set of techniques I created today will definitely be recognized as incorrect by the leper." He was surprised to see something. At the cave entrance, many people stood holding torches, calling out in unison, "Senior Brother Li." He exhaled a breath of relief with words of reassurance. "Rest assured, now that I'm back safely, the promise I made to you to run away will be naturally fulfilled. You can go home soon." Hearing him say this, everyone rejoiced. They knelt down sincerely giving thanks. "Senior Brother Li, you're our new parent." Huowang felt a bit embarrassed. "What are you doing? If it wasn't for the help of all of you at the Jingyi Hall today, I'd be finished. Do I have to bow to you?" He vaguely thought to himself, "Who would have thought that, in this strange world, I would actually become companions with these strange-looking guys?" Li Huowang spoke softly, "Everyone, I have something to ask for your help with. This is related to whether we can successfully escape from this Qingfeng temple." Bai Ling Miao asked curiously, "What's wrong, Senior Brother Li?" He replied seriously, "Do you know any other rumors or stories? A legend like Grandpa Yu?" Bai Ling Miao spoke up, "Besides Master Yu, I've heard Grandpa talk about an evil thing. That thing is called Big Grandma." Hearing this, Li Huowang immediately said, "This grandma doesn't seem to be anything special." Ling Miao nervously raised a finger to signal, "Brother Li, keep your voice down, or Grandma will hear you. She's really an evil thing. Firstly, its appearance in front of everyone is different. Some people say it looks like a monster with long ears. Some people also say that it looks like a deceased elderly person. And if we often say Grandma..." At this point Ling Miao seemed troubled. Seeing this, Huowang pressed her further. "What would happen?" Ling Miao exclaimed in panic, "Grandma will ride on you and me." At those words, a giant hand suddenly thrust out from the gate, its nails sharp as if in warning. "If it discovers us, we will turn into a big grandma together. A monster resembling Ling Miao appeared before him, startling him. It seemed to be Li Huowang's imagination. Back in reality, Bai Ling Miao smiled brightly and asked, "What do you think, Senior Brother Li? Does the information about Big Grandma sound right?" He fell silent and let out a long sigh, leaving Ling Miao puzzled. Huowang looked at Ling Miao and thought to himself, "Will you turn into a big grandma if you stay near her for too long? This world is so strange, full of inexplicable things." Huowang spoke up, "No problem, Grandma's information is very useful. Anything else?" The crowd erupted noisily, making the atmosphere lively. "Senior brother, I also know one." One of them stepped forward, scratching his head as he spoke. "Senior brother, I know that some people skin children and put them in dog hides to train them as dogs, and then they use these dogs, who understand human speech, to perform acrobatics on the street." Li Huowang showed disappointment. "I don't want these scary stories. I want something weird like Master Yu." Then it was Zhao Wu's turn to speak. "Brother, I know a mother-in-law fish. I heard the elders at home talk about it. The mother-in-law fish not only looks strange but also appears only during floods." Li Huowang silently accepted it in his heart. "This does sound like a weird one." He nodded in agreement. "Well, alright, the mother-in-law fish counts." A burly man suddenly raised his hand, stammering, Senior, I know too. I know, Dao 1. Waiting for him to finish would probably take all day, so Li Huowang quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Okay, that's enough for now, I'll be back, you guys just wait quietly for my news." The burly man was puzzled. "New? Take two big grandma's hearts and refine their essence. Master, what is a big grandma?" "Don't worry about it, keep reading." Li Huowang focused on the stone steel with a contemplative look. "Yes, next is one mother-in-law fish. Take its gills and soak them in 2 liang of arsenic." The master revealed a look of appreciation. "Arsenic tends to be too cold. It definitely needs something hot like mother-in-law fish to balance it out." Clever. "And the heavenly scripture actually uses big grandmas as an elixir ingredient." "Ha, no doubt about it. If humans can form golden elixirs, then why can't these evil spirits? I never thought of that." Having said this, the master took out a golden shimmering bell. Li Huowang turned back in surprise. "This is..." The master shook it several times, the ringing echoed. Li Huowang collapsed, covering his ears with both hands. "What's going on? Could it be that bald head found out about my plan? Where exactly did things go wrong?" Countless streams of qi spilled out from the stone steel, making Li Huowang's consciousness somewhat dazed. What's this? The streams of qi converged. A vague figure appeared beside the master. That monstrous head was Master Yu. Li Huowang's pupils dilated, reflecting the anxiety in his heart. Were these two creatures summoned by that bald guy's bell? "Wait a minute, is he?" The master was holding a large handful of soil. Then he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it down with relish. The old master stood there speaking some strange, incomprehensible language with the two souls of Master Yu. Master also replied with something that no one understood except the old master. After it was done, his spirit dissipated, and in the gloomy air only the master remained there rambling. "Although the things written in this heavenly scripture are very difficult to obtain, that's no problem for your master. As long as I know where the item is, your master can just take it." Li Huowang mouthed a question, "Take it?" But in his mind he couldn't help thinking about the two souls just now / Could it be that those two things he just got can help him find the elixir ingredients? The old master grumbled in annoyance. "Of course I'm going to take them. Do you think someone's just going to give them to me for free?" Then he pointed up at the sky and explained, "The thing I summoned with the bell just now is called Mr. Yu. This old man has countless tricks up his sleeve, and finding things is just one of them. Back then, in order to snatch this bell, your master really put in a lot of effort." He continued, "When I was 5, an older beggar snatched a steaming bun from my hand. From then on, I understood the truth. Since we don't have what others have, what should we do? One word: rob. In my youth, I robbed women, robbed horses, and robbed silver. Even robbed magical artifacts. I even stole a disciple. In fact, I seized control of the entire Qifeng temple. Did you not hear what the ancestor of that clay sculpture said? So kid, you have to listen to the adult's words. I'm only telling you this because I consider you my own. This is a lesson for you." Li Huowang wondered, But master, what if I fail? When the old master heard this question, his face immediately darkened, muttering, hopeless, absolutely hopeless. He struck Huowang's head with his hand and shouted angrily, how can a person who can read be so stupid? If you can't steal it outright, can't you think of a way to steal it? The old master carefully advised, if one person can't do it, then two people can work together. If two people can't do it, you can always drug them. If drugs don't work, you'll have to do it the hard way. Li Huowang praised in admiration master's words, my master is so wise. The old master raised his finger to the sky and continued, they said I couldn't read, that I had no talent, and even called me a practitioner of heretical teachings, saying I had no spiritual core. When I become immortal, I'll pry open those guys' eyes and show them, who doesn't have talent now, who doesn't have a spiritual core. The old master approached the stone stele and continued, the way of heaven takes from what has excess, and supplements what is insufficient. The way of man takes from those who lack to give to those who have in abundance. The intimate embrace of ancient immortals is the sublimation of spirit and transformation into the void of pure stillness, the ultimate state of selflessness. In the capital of white jade in the sky, in the 12-storied buildings and 5 cities, immortals wish me to bind my hair in marriage and receive longevity, mistakenly choosing the world and exhausting reason to disordered emotions. The 96 holy rulers drift like clouds, their reputations empty. The profound mystery of heaven and earth, the root of all chi, cultivating through countless eons, proves my divine powers. From the 9 heavens, transform into divine lightning, majestic. Heavenly power, guided by the sword. In the time that followed, I lived and ate with the old man. During this period, I have been continuously improving the heavenly scripture, making the entire method of becoming immortal seem increasingly credible. The crazy man didn't slack off either, and it didn't take long for him to find all the things I mentioned. Li Huowang sat on the ground, looking at the pile of ingredients laid out before him. Master. He looked happily at the old master. Are we starting the furnace now? Just when he thought that the crazy man would eagerly start the furnace to make the elixirs, old master said something that I didn't expect at all. The old master replied with an indifferent face, no hurry, there's still a while before New Year's, let's go eat New Year's Eve dinner first. Li Huowang sulked, looking down at the plate of food, thinking, New Year's Eve dinner? In a place like this? The old master spoke up, why didn't you set out chopsticks and bowls for the deceased disciples? Set them all out, to welcome them back for the new year. Looking at the dumplings on the plate, he sat there anxiously thinking, am I really going to have New Year's Eve dinner in this forsaken place with that crazy head? Dan Yangzi nodded in satisfaction, haha, that's more like it, everyone is together, that's what makes it the new year. Dan Yangzi chewed voraciously on the food on his plate. Dumplings with pork lard and chive filling, delicious. He waved the chopsticks in his hand at the disciples. Eat. Why are you all sitting there dumbfounded? The disciples all looked gloomy as they stared at the food on their plates. The old master picked up a dumpling and continued, you've encountered a golden opportunity. When I was your age, I didn't even know what dumplings looked like. It was during the Chinese New Year once, and I smelled the aroma of food from someone else's house. The family's daughter saw me and begged her father to let me in, and invited me to eat. When I went inside, I realized that dumplings actually look like this. I remember back then, they also made these pork lard and chive dumplings. The old master bit into the dumpling, the filling spilling out, and he praised, it smells so good. Li Huowang chewed while thinking, yeah, it's really delicious. This is the Chinese New Year. Not only do you have to eat dumplings, but you also have to reunite. These memories. How could they be fake? The long, pitch-black nails of Dan Yangzi pointed toward him. Child. When you're crying, eat slowly, or you might choke. Now his face was covered with hardened calluses, his eyes blank, filled with tears. I'm crying? Dan Yangzi pulled out several red envelopes from his robe and said, come on. If you can't eat, don't follow Xian Yang's example. These red envelopes are for you guys. Remember to put them under your pillows. The two of them cheerfully bowed, shouting loudly in unison, thank you, master. Dan Yangzi glanced at them. Why thank me? Happy New Year. The other disciples all bowed their heads to receive the gifts. Master, Happy New Year, master. Dan Yangzi laughed happily. Okay, everyone, Happy New Year. He walked past each empty spot, stuffing red envelopes down onto the plates. And also my deceased disciples, you all have it, you all have it. Dan Yangzi stopped right where Li Huowang was sitting, muttering softly, Child, you don't need New Year's mu omicron nu epsilon upsilon more. He stuck out his tongue excitedly, looking at Huowang with a sly gaze. Let's become immortals together, master and disciple, and live as long as heaven and earth. Li Huowang agreed and smiled slyly. All right, master. Li Huowang happily watched the old master refining pills. This pill refinement went off as smoothly as ever. But of course, Scabby is naturally suspicious. He's dragging me along on his quest for immortality because he's worried that the prescription I gave him is a fake, huh? But I'm not scared. The two master and disciple sat together in front of the burning incense. The old master spoke first. My dear disciple, you go first, your master will protect you. Li Huowang nodded. Thank you, master. He put the golden pill into his mouth, secretly plotting. Oh, Scabby, my dear, you and your grand dreams of immortality can come die with me. Li Huowang swallowed the pill into his stomach. Dan Yangzi quietly sat there carefully observing him. The incense in front of them had almost burned out. Li Huowang's body was shrouded by thick streams of gray energy. He was stunned. So much primal spiritual energy, this is. Li Huowang excitedly raised both hands to the sky, shouting loudly, I see, I get it now, I understand, I'm on the path to immortality. The old master saw this and muttered to himself, Immortality. He happily shoved the pill into his mouth. This old Taoist is ascending to immortality too. Two streams of spiritual energy spread out, coiling around the surrounding space. Li Huowang clutched his bleeding stomach, blood spilling from his mouth. My stomach is killing me. He collapsed to the ground, looking at Dan Yangzi with satisfaction. Li Huowang mocked, Are you still at it, Scabby? Dan Yangzi's body twisted continuously at Li Huowang's words. This is just a technique I copied from those Xianxia novels. You'll never become an immortal. He pulled out a red pill from his robe pocket. Li Huowang forced himself to bite down on the pill. The only thing you're becoming is a ghost. He radiated killing intent as he glared at Dan Yangzi. Are you deaf? Huowang ruthlessly pressed the old master's face against the ground. I'm talking to you. Dan Yangzi's pupils shifted, countless golden irises overlapping each other, gasping every word. These are heart demons. Then he went mad, sitting up wildly, throwing Huowang far away. You won't stop my ascension. Get lost. I'm on the verge of becoming immortal. Li Huowang fell painfully to the ground. The old master coughed blood, his body losing control as he screamed. The ancestors are coming to take me away. Seeing this, Li Huowang thought to himself, he's lost it. This guy's obsession with immortality has driven him completely insane. He shut his eyes in agony. My stomach really hurts. I truly regret not bringing a knife to end it all. Li Huowang raised his hand toward the strangely shifting vision. Yan Na's frantic, panicked voice rang out, Huowang, Huowang. He smiled at the void before him. Nana, are you here for me? Even if it's just a hallucination, it's not so bad. Then Dr. Li's urgent voice sounded again. Patient in bed 14 is losing consciousness. The preliminary diagnosis is food poisoning. Quick, get the stomach pumped for gastric lavage. Amid the beeping of the medical equipment, Li Huowang weakly spoke. Gastric lavage my ass. This is a psychiatric hospital. Where the hell would you even get a stomach pump? You've hallucinations. Can you at least be a little more logically consistent? His body sank into a blood-soaked void, Yan Na's voice echoing endlessly in his mind. Huowang, Li Huowang, hang in there. You promised me. A fly appeared from nowhere, suddenly landing on his eye. Li Huowang immediately vomited thick dark red fluid. He lost control, vomiting uncontrollably. He was shocked. I'm still alive. How is that possible? Wait. He slowly glanced over at Dan Yangzi. If I'm still alive, then that means Dan Yangzi is also? His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Holy crap. Seeing Dan Yangzi transform into something grotesque, he cursed. Beep it, what is it? Seeing 3 heads, a massive mouth, and rows of dense teeth sprouting from Dan Yangzi's head, he guessed it was 3 flowers gathering at the top, ascending to immortality. Dan Yangzi let out a sinister, eerie sound. So that's how it is. So that's how it turns out that. So that's how it is, Tao Cultivation, I have realized it. He shouted loudly, speaking as his body exploded. Tao cultivation, I have realized. Before Huowang's eyes, the old master blew himself apart, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, dyeing Huowang's body red. Huowang's face went blank. Surely he would never forget this horrifying scene. He looked down at the ground and saw a piece of skin. It was part of Dan Yangzi's scalp. Huowang burst into laughter. He lowered his face to the ground, staring at the blood dyeing his hands red, laughing loudly. So this time, Li Tu is truly dead, right? Looking at the piece of skin in his hand, he still wondered. But why am I not dead? His eyes grew hazy. What should I do next? From the distance 2 people came running, preparing to draw their swords. Hey, what kind of demon are you? Speak. Where is our master? Huowang pointed to the ground and said, Master, the one you're stepping on, that's him. The other 2 senior brothers, it's me, Xianyang. Changming and Changren looked down at the pool of blood. Changren couldn't believe it, shouting loudly, You're lying, master, Huowang slid over to them, holding out the piece of scalp to show them as proof. Look, he really is dead. Huowang explained to the 2 of them. Li Tu has killed countless people in his lifetime. He should have died long ago. But I didn't kill him for that reason. It was purely a personal grudge. Seeing that both of them turned and ran away quickly without listening further, he called out, Hey, at least let me finish talking before you leave. Realizing there was nothing more to explain, he shook the small bell. While shaking it, he held up Dan Yangzi's piece of face skin and announced, Everyone, look, Li Tu is dead, you can all go home now. Seeing the piece of skin, everyone guessed that it truly was Dan Yangzi's scalp. That piece of skin, that's really Li Tu. No mistake, that's him. Everyone was overjoyed, scattering and shouting, Quick, hurry and follow, we can finally go home. Huowang walked toward the exit while informing the others, Everyone, come out, Dan Yangzi is dead, you can go home and celebrate the new year. The man being carried on his shoulder, though utterly exhausted, still cheered, Li Tu is dead. Another man also shouted, Where are you all from, fellow brothers? Let's travel together on our way back. Bai Ling Miao also said a line, We can finally go home, brother Li. That sentence made Huowang fall into brief contemplation. Suddenly he stopped. Hearing a strange noise outside, he wondered, What's that sound? He and the others hid behind the door and saw the scene. Xianyuan, Changming, and Changren were fighting. Xianyuan, with a greedy expression, said, Xianyang, come quickly, let's kill these 2 accomplices of Dan Yangzi. Then we can share the heavenly book together. Changming shouted, Xianyang, if you don't want to die, then get lost. Master taught you the Tao of alchemy. In a situation like this, do you really think you can handle the 2 of us, who practice the Tao of the sword? Seeing them fight, he sighed. So it's all for the heavenly book, huh? That's not actually a book that grants immortality. It's just an ancient scripture. Senior brothers, why don't you all come with us instead? Changming and Changren, already having lost their humanity, brushed aside Huowang's words. Xianyang, since you're not interested in the heavenly book, then leave. Huowang closed the door, leaving them to their own fate. All right, then we'll go first. You 3 senior brothers continue. We'll meet again. Everyone who wants to go home, follow me closely. Don't be curious and look inside. The swords of the 3 senior brothers aren't forgiving. At last the group stepped out of the cave entrance. They cheered joyfully. We're out, going home, I'm going home. Only Li Huowang felt slightly troubled. The sun is already out. Did I spend the whole night with Baldy in the alchemy room? Bai Ling Miao came forward, tugged on his sleeve, softly calling, Senior brother Li, let's go too. Huowang took her fair hand and placed something into it. Wait a moment, these are the last words and addresses left by those who died here. After you leave, remember to find an escort and take these back to their families. She asked in shock and worry, Senior brother Li? Aren't you going home? Hearing her question, Huowang thought silently, Home? But I don't have a home anymore. Huowang turned his back toward the cave again. Bai Ling Miao could only watch his lonely silhouette, while the others kept rushing out, eager to return home. He lay down on the dry grass mat, his mind unconsciously drifting to certain thoughts. Speaking of which, today is the first day of the lunar month, and I haven't eaten that disgusting black tai sui this month. The effect of suppressing the hallucinations, is it about to disappear? Even if it's fake, it's fine. Let me see Nana one more time, just once is enough. Huowang's consciousness gradually sank into the void. In the endless darkness it seemed two people were calling him. Senior Brother Li. Li Huowang. The one calling him was Bai Ling Niao. Senior Brother Li, let's go together. He replied coldly, no need, it's fine here, I'm used to staying here. In reality Bai Ling Niao truly was beside him. Someone in the group spoke up, well, since Senior Brother Li wants to stay here, why don't we leave? Bai Ling Niao angrily shouted, shut up. The space fell silent. She lowered her head and muttered, Senior Brother, if you can't go home, you can come to my house. My house is very spacious, and the east wing is empty too. She didn't know Huowang's consciousness was lingering between two worlds. Her silhouette and Nana's overlapped. Senior Brother, you're not completely alone. Huowang, you still have me. In the modern world, Li Huowang's body was being cared for in the hospital, surrounded by doctors, his mother and Yang Na. Li Huowang, you can't give up on yourself, can you hear that? Son, you can't die. If you die, how will your father and I continue to live? The voice calling his name kept echoing as if trying to wake him up. Huowang. His consciousness slowly responded. He raised his hand wanting to grasp that figure. Nana, is that you? Both of them called out each other's name. Nana Huowang. He felt himself embracing Yang Na, felt her voice as she urged him. Huowang, promise me, no matter what you encounter, never give up, you must live well, okay? He happily replied, okay, I promise you. Returning to reality, Bai Ling Niao's voice rang out, Senior Brother Li, let's go, it's uncomfortable for me to stay in this position. He suddenly realized Yang Na's figure had instantly been replaced by Bai Ling Niao. Bai Ling Niao handed back the paper he had given her earlier. Oh right, here, take this back, none of us can read, so returning the last words is something you have to do yourself, Senior Brother Li. A burly man wanted to say he could read but was stopped by the skinny man behind him, who whispered, even if you can read, you better pretend you can't right now. Bai Ling Niao continued speaking to him, Senior Brother Li, you personally promised them, a true man must keep his word. He tried to regain his composure, his hand unconsciously tightening on the paper. Oh right, we're leaving. Huowang stepped forward, passing the group, not looking back as he said, gather all the food in this place first, so we don't run out on the road. I still have one more thing to take care of. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Senior Brother Li. Li Huowang wandered inside the cave, thinking as he walked, strange, why can't I find that Ta Sui anywhere in the entire Qingfeng temple? Could it have grown legs and run away? Without Ta Sui, I can't suppress my hysteria. The only place left is Later's alchemy room. How did it crawl out of the cave and end up here? Could it have appeared here because of Dan Yangzi's fragment? Wait, why is this Ta Sui shrinking? So its life is connected to Dan Yangzi's? He rushed forward, hey, stay with me. If you shrink away completely, what am I supposed to do about my hysteria? Didn't you want Dan Yangzi's fragment? He quickly picked up a fragment of Dan Yangzi from the ground and put it into the Tajui's mouth. I'll feed it to you. Unexpectedly, after chewing Dan Yangzi's fragment, the bizarre Tajui had an adverse reaction, making Huowang disappointed. What's happening? After devouring Dan Yangzi's remains, this Ta Sui is shrinking even more. No, even if it dies, I can't let it go to waste. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Niao was gathering supplies. She muttered, dried food, travel expenses, and a few spare sets of clothing. We should have taken everything useful from Qingfeng Temple. It should last for a while. For a moment she thought of Huowang. I wonder how Senior Brother Li is doing. Suddenly she heard the group murmuring, was this the thing that Senior Brother Li wanted to take care of? Gag, if I had known, I wouldn't have followed along. God knows if he'll eat us too on the road. Their words drew Ling Niao over, and she saw the man before her, Huowang, gnawing and swallowing the black Tajui alive. His mouth was full of blood, making everyone feel nauseous. She wasn't afraid at all and ran forward calling, Senior Brother Li, you're here. Seeing her approach, he calmly replied, this Tajui can suppress my hysteria. But for some reason, it keeps shrinking, and it looks like it's about to disappear. I had no other choice but to do this. She looked at him with heartache and said, your clothes are dirty, Senior Brother. I brought you a clean set. As she spoke she handed him the clothes, not forgetting to give a beautiful smile. He replied, let's go, there's still one more place to check. The whole group went toward a hall. Huowang scanned the surroundings and said, It's so quiet here, it seems the 3 senior brothers have decided the victor. Then he called into the room, Senior brother, are you done fighting? He stepped inside, the stench of blood was still thick, their bodies battered beyond recognition. Huowang pretended to be shocked. They're all dead, what a brutal scene. He walked over, picked up a sword and said, Senior brother won't be needing this sword anymore, so I'll use it for now. Looking at the stone steel in front of him, Huowang thought to himself, this heavenly book, if I leave it here and it is discovered, I don't know how many people it will harm again. He took a step back, then slowly drew his sword, using the long sword that could cut iron like mud to slash at the stone full of scriptures. The long sword and the heavenly book collided, producing a piercing screech. The long sword shattered into many pieces. Li Huowang was astonished and thought to himself, the sword shattered, is the heavenly book that tough? Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Li Huowang froze slightly and muttered, seems like this heavenly book can be considered a treasure for the time being. Why don't I just take it with me for now? If I can handle it, I can always exchange it for some travel expenses at a pawn shop. The weapon in his hand was no longer usable. Li Huowang glanced around once, then quickly went to take the sword from the dead Changren. Senior brother Changren, you have a sword here. I will take it with me as well, go in peace. Outside the entrance, a group of people was standing there waiting for Li Huowang. One of them spoke up, Senior brother Li, are we about to move out? Huowang sighed once and then said to the people waiting at the entrance, move out, let's leave this godforsaken place. Before leaving, Li Huowang had the people burn everything inside the cave. The blazing flames spread red across the whole mountain. Once outside the cave entrance, he thought to himself, let everything here be burned away cleanly. What kind of people and incidents will I run into in the future? I am suddenly looking forward to them. Li Huowang had now become the leader of the group. A voice rose from behind him. Senior brother Li, slow down, my eyes hurt. He turned back to look. Only then did he realize Bai Lingmiao was covering her eyes. Under the sunlight her face was pale. Deep in her eyes the crimson blood vessels could be clearly seen. Li Huowang carefully observed her, guessing to himself, is it due to her albinism? He cut a piece of cloth from his robe, then walked behind Bai Lingmiao. He gently lifted the cloth to cover her eyes, softly saying, next time, when the sun is out, you can use this cloth to cover your eyes. Bai Lingmiao responded, but I can't see anything with this. Li Huowang gently took Bai Lingmiao's soft hand and spoke, it's fine, I will hold your hand. The group quickly went into the forest. Inside the forest a voice rang out, skinny child, are you done yet? The voice of a boy echoed from afar, almost done. He was Lu Xiaocai, the youngest son of the Lu family's troop. In fact, he was savoring one of life's pleasures, which was taking a dump in time. Hearing his father's urging, he felt a bit annoyed. Seriously, Dad, do you have to rush me while I am taking a dump? Suddenly behind him came a strange noise. He turned back to look and then shouted, who's there? But the atmosphere remained strangely silent and he couldn't see anyone. He let out a sigh of relief and muttered, it's nothing, I probably misheard. All of a sudden, a figure in a red floral robe floated behind him. Unclear whether human or ghost, only a giggling laugh was heard. Ghost! Lu Xiaocai's terrified scream echoed throughout the forest. Terrified, Lu Xiaocai ran back to his family. Eerie streams of red aura spread over the entire troop. Lu Jiren, the eldest son of the Lu family's troop, his face showing some fear, stammered, Dad, what do we do? Sitting beside him was Luo Wanhua, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family's troop, who also spoke up, Dad, think of something. An old man with a head full of white hair and beard, this was Lu Zhuangyuan, the master of the Lu family's troop. At this moment he was no less terrified. He stammered, how would I know what to do? In this situation, we can only... Too frightened, Lu Zhuangyuan no longer had the mind to worry. He hurriedly dropped to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly toward the forest, sincerely begging, Grandpa Ghost, please spare our family. Everyone in our family has a bitter fate. We are just here to make a living. A chilling laugh echoed throughout the forest. The old man dared not lift his head, only seeing a pair of red shoes floating before him. A bizarre face appeared, skin pale white, mouth wide stretching to both ears, eyes crimson red. An icy voice resounded, tell me, do I look like a human, or a god? It's here to ask for a seal? The red ghost hovered in the air while Li Huowang's hands trembled and cowed out, unable to speak a word. Even though he was a well-read man, at this moment he was utterly terrified, thinking to himself, I can't answer randomly. If I answer wrongly, my entire family will perish. Then he answered, You look like a god. Feeling he had answered wrongly, he hurriedly corrected himself. No, like a human, you look like a human, of course. Seeing the other remain silent, Li Huowang's whole body trembled, thinking to himself, This isn't right either? That shouldn't be. Scene shifts to Li Huowang's group. Goa held his nose with one hand and leaned against a tree with the other, then said, I told you, senior brother, we'd definitely find someone by following that pile of poop. It's still warm, after all. The big guy in the group heard that and said, disgusting. Goa mocked the big guy, You're such an idiot. You knew it was a disgusting thing, but you still lowered your head and moved forward. Are you going to eat it? Realizing something was unusual ahead, Li Huowang spoke up, Wait a minute. The group following behind Li Huowang also saw something at this moment. Goa's voice was filled with surprise. Damn, senior brother Li, look, what's that? There's a face on both sides, there's no back of the head. Appearing before everyone was a gigantic body, with faces on both the front and back of the head covered by a red scarf, the body also draped in a red cloak. Lu Xiaozai was clutching a wooden wheel, sobbing in fear. Dad, look behind you, what are these monsters coming for again? Lu Xiaozai's whole body trembled as he looked at the group approaching. Goa, hearing others call him a monster, clenched his fists, his voice angry. Who are you calling a monster? You're looking for a fight. Huowang gestured to stop Goa, then said, You guys wait here for now. The red ghost giggled. Hee, more people are coming. Huowang looked at it and asked, What are you? Still that giggling sound, but its face had changed. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and roared, I'm a human being. Doesn't it look like it? Li Huowang couldn't stand that voice. He cursed. You look like crap. He thought to himself. Who cares what it is, the first strike is the best defense. Immediately after, he drew the sword from his back and spun into the air. Then thrust the sword straight at the red-robed ghost. Seeing the sword flying toward it, the ghost sneered with disdain. Then it retreated lightly, easily dodging Li Huowang's sword. Huowang snorted softly, thinking to himself, If physical attacks are ineffective, then let's try this. Of course Li Huowang wouldn't sit and wait for death. He quickly pulled out a small golden bell. He shook the bell in his hand, its ding-ding sound piercing. The red ghost's face showed a slight change. Li Huowang stared at it, thinking, The copper bell is effective. Realizing this, he shook the bell harder. The red embroidered cloak on the ghost had begun to tear, with streams of black smoke billowing from within. Then it let out a loud scream, its collapsing body violently shaking, before darting into the forest, disappearing from Li Huowang's sight shortly after. Li Huowang, moved, quickly walked over and clasped his hands in gratitude. Master, thank you, Master, for your assistance. My humble family has nothing of value. That's right. Li Huowang pulled out a pipe from his waistband, considered his precious possession, and held it out before Li Huowang. This cigarette can clear the mind. It's a way of showing tribute to the master. Li Huowang raised his hand to decline. Thanks, old man, but I don't smoke. Do you know what we just encountered? Li Huowang looked at Li Huowang in confusion. Young Taoist, you don't know? Wasn't that thing asking for a blessing chased away by you? Li Huowang awkwardly just grunted in response. Then he asked further, May I ask, sir, do you happen to have a map of this area? We're not locals and have gotten a bit lost in this forest. Li Huowang replied, I don't have a map, however, my family often travels around this area, so I know all the roads here. Where are you going, young Taoist? If we're headed the same way, we could travel together. In his heart Li Huowang thought, this Taoist looks like he's got some real skills, that thing seems to have latched onto us. So if we stick together, maybe this Taoist master could keep my family safe. Li Huowang pondered for a while, then replied, I have quite a few places to go. These junior brothers and sisters were brought out here by me. I have to take them home, and... He glanced toward Bai Lingniao's group, then continued, There are many people who can never go back home. I have to personally deliver the news to their families one by one. The white-haired old man sighed a phrase, I see. After sketching for a while, he spoke. Young Taoist, look, I've drawn a rough sketch. Huowang looked it over and nodded, asking, where are we? Hearing that question, the old man replied, this is Ho Shu, below Ho Shu is Si Chi, to the left of Si Chi is the Nanping Kingdom. We're currently on the way to Wuligang, keep going past Wuligang, and you'll reach Jianye Town, keep going past Jianye Town, and you'll reach Xijing. After listening for a while, he suddenly thought, this world looks a bit like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period of the past. There's no unified country or central government here, is there? Thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, excuse me, sir, if I wanted to go to the Liang Kingdom, which way should I go? Lu Zhuangyuan was puffing on his pipe. Hearing that, he went silent for a moment, exhaling a cloud of smoke before asking back, young Taoist, you're going to the Liang Kingdom? That place is very far, and also, it was still at war with our Nanping Kingdom a couple of years ago. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Ling Miao grew even more worried. Just by looking it was clear she was terrified. Suddenly a skewer of grilled meat was held out before her, accompanied by words of reassurance. Don't worry. I'll take you home. Lu Zhuangyuan took a drag of his pipe and continued, young Taoist, if you want to go to the Liang Kingdom, you'll have to pass through Jianye Town. So we can travel together for this part of the journey. How about we team up? Hearing this, someone from the troop nearby immediately shouted, Senior Brother Li, my family is right in Jianye Town. There are escort services in Jianye Town. As long as you give them silver, they can deliver messages anywhere in Nanping Kingdom. In his heart, Huowang thought, Jianye Town? Then he slapped his thigh and said, all right, sir. We'll travel to Jianye together, and we'll rely on you to guide us along the way. Lu Zhuangyuan upon hearing this laughed happily and said, young Taoist master, you're too kind. Everything can be easily discussed. While the group was laughing and chatting, deep in the forest it was as if someone was watching them, smiling eerily, hee. No one knew how much time had passed. Now dawn had arrived. The carriage rattled along the road. Huowang asked Old Man Theater Troupe. Old Man's Theater Troupe, how's business here? The old man only sighed. Oh, times are tough, and business is hard. After a severe drought the whole of Nanping suffered a huge flood, and the common people are struggling to even eat. With the common people having no money, there are even fewer willing to watch plays and give tips. Hearing this, Huowang wondered, then, are there no rich people left? Like gentry or wealthy landlords? The old man took a drag of his pipe and continued, rich people? These rich folks, they don't even bother to hire a theater troupe for a funeral. They just finish it with a meal. So unfilial. At this moment the big man carrying a little girl on his shoulder stopped to look at the children along the road. He grinned, his face fierce. The children immediately burst into tears, some shouted ghost, others cried hoo-hoo calling for their mother. The old man sighed again. How can we singers compare to the young Taoist's abilities? Young Taoist is so powerful at such a young age, his future achievements are boundless. Hearing this, Huowang could only smile and rub his head, not at all. He fell silent for a while then continued, may I ask, are there any well-known sects in this Nanping country? The kind with special abilities. For example, people like me. The old man stayed silent for a while, his gaze drifting far away before answering, special abilities, yeah, there's a sect in Xijing City, they're really good at helping people have kids called, what's it called again? If you make it to Xijing, just ask someone on the street, they'll know. At this moment, a young man spoke up excitedly, Dad, look ahead. We've arrived at Wuligang. The old man and Huowang both looked in that direction. 2 people and 1 horse just kept going. Suddenly the old man spoke up to discuss, young Taoist, let's go to an open space at the village entrance, and start our performance. Huowang replied, all right. The old troop master happily said, Lu family troop is unpacking. Set up the stage. After a while, Huowang lay on a pile of hay, eyes staring at the sky lost in thought. Xijing I wonder what the sects in Xijing are like. After all, asking for a child doesn't sound very reliable. But since they dare to set up in a big town, they probably aren't an evil sect. While lost in thought, a stalk of hay brushed in front of Huowang. He quickly sat up and realized it was Ling Miao. Senior Sister Bai, why did you take off your blindfold again? It's not dark yet. Ling Miao upon hearing this chuckled hee without answering the question. Then she took out a mirror. Senior Brother Li, look at this bronze mirror. They use this mirror for makeup in the opera. It shows a clear reflection. He glanced over and said, really, it does seem quite clean. Suddenly he shouted, wait, which startled Ling Niao into jumping. He touched his own face and asked, Senior Sister Bai, back at Qingfeng Temple, did I look like this? Though still startled, she calmly answered him, yes, senior brother, you've always looked like this. What's wrong, senior brother, is there something strange about your reflection? He quickly replied, no, nothing, but in his heart countless complicated thoughts interwove. Do I look like this in this world? Over at the hospital I was still in high school. Why do I look so much older here? No good, my head is a mess, my memories are all fragmented. I really am living like a joke. After a long while, the stage was now complete, the villagers had gathered, the opera began. A man wearing a hat, holding a saber, stroking a long beard, shouted hey. Beside him was a woman holding a newborn baby, kneeling to the ground and crying mournfully, oh no, my ruthless uncle drove me away. Like a lonely wild goose drifting, like roadside weeds trampled by all, then she gently pinched the baby and continued, my daughter and I are cold and hungry, it's unbearable, truly unbearable, we can only beg for food in the streets. At this moment the baby burst out crying. Everyone in the audience applauded in unison. Huowang stood below looking up, thinking to himself, so this is how the Liu family troupe performs, they're working hard for their money. Suddenly the old man in costume on stage looked down. Little Taoist! Then he quickly ran down to where Huowang was standing, excitedly saying, oh dear, little Taoist, you came at the right time. Hearing this, Huowang asked, what's wrong? The old man clasped his hands together, answering cautiously, I'm facing some trouble in my business, could I trouble you to help me out? Huowang said awkwardly, Master Liu, I don't know how to perform opera. I'm afraid I can't help you with your trouble. The old troupe master quickly waved his hand and continued, no, you don't need to perform. Little Taoist, you can definitely help, there's a wealthy man here in Wuligang, master of the Hu family just sent someone backstage to ask me. He wants me to perform a ghost opera at his house. Hearing this, Huowang suddenly shouted loudly, ghost opera, you mean performing for ghosts? He shouted so loudly that the old man was startled. Oh no, how could that be? This so-called ghost opera is just performing in the ancestral hall before the ancestor tablets. It's nothing serious. Hearing this, Huowang asked in confusion, if that's all, then what's the trouble with this business? Why doesn't Master Liu do it yourself? Seeing Huowang hesitating, the old man hurriedly continued, because this is my first time performing a ghost opera, I'm a bit uneasy, so I wanted to ask you, a master, to be there to steady things. Hearing this, he resolutely turned and left. Master Liu, sorry, I can't help with this. In his heart he whispered, usually I avoid this stuff as much as possible, how could I possibly go looking for it? At a small corner of the town, a gentle voice rang out, it was Ling Niao's voice. Senior brother Li, we don't have much food left, even if we ration it, it will only last 3 days. Huowang quickly replied, is it a matter of money? I still have a jade pendant that can be exchanged for money. Hearing this, Ling Niao timidly said, Senior brother Li, there's no pawn shop in this village, even if we wanted to exchange it, the villagers wouldn't have change. Huowang felt worried, I see. At this moment Lu Zhuangyuan came running from afar, Little Taoist, oh little Taoist. He turned and looked at the old man, Master Liu. Lu Zhuangyuan bowed his head, panting heavily, still remembering to say, please reconsider. Master Hu is very generous. Hearing about the chance to earn money, Huowang immediately asked, how much is the payment for this job? The old man happily raised 10 fingers and said, 10 taels of silver. Master Hu is offering a full 10 taels of silver. If you take the job, we'll split it 5 taels each, convert it to copper coins. That's 5,000 coins, my little Taoist. Hearing this, Ling Niao was startled as if this amount was very large, while in his mind he still thought, 5,000 copper coins, how much food would that buy? Seeing Huowang remain silent, the old man continued, 60%, 60 for you and 40 for me. How about that? Little Taoist, I beg you, it's not easy to earn this much these days. Huowang stayed silent for a moment. His hand touched the item hanging at his waist, then he asked, Master Liu, is there a blacksmith in this village? The old man asked in surprise, What, a blacksmith? Huowang took the bell hanging at his waist and held it out. I'll take the job, but first, I need to find a blacksmith and repair this bell. Inside the forge, the old blacksmith Wu Ligang struck down with his hammer, sparks flying, his face puzzled as he muttered, What? Can't knock it or melt it, and you want this bell repaired? What kind of nonsense is this? Li Huowang shook the half-dented bell, his face indifferent, as he asked, Well? Is there a way? The old blacksmith scratched his head, his face a bit hesitant, let out a sigh and agreed, day after day. Here, come over and lend a hand. With that said, the two got to work. Huowang held the bell tightly in his hand while the blacksmith used his tongs to pull the bell back into shape. Kid, are you using your strength? I already used all I had. Even though both of them tried their best, nothing changed, so they had to give up. Lu Zhuangyuan suddenly spoke up from behind. Little Taoist, this. The old blacksmith glanced at Huowang, puzzled as he asked, What the hell? This is really strange. What kind of copper is this thing made of? Why is it so hard? Lu Zhuangyuan stroked his beard and continued, Little Taoist, I remember last time you brought this treasure. It was already dented, but it still worked. How about we head to the ancestral hall first? Master Hu is probably waiting anxiously by now. Huowang still hadn't given up. He stood up, holding a red pill in his hand, firmly saying, Let me try it alone. Hearing this, the old blacksmith scoffed, Hey, you kid, just now the two of us couldn't open it, and you think you alone can. Before he could finish his words, the blacksmith's face was filled with utter shock as he exclaimed uncontrollably, Oh my God, that's amazing. Huowang floated in midair, his whole body surrounded by streams of red energy, his eyes glowing as he used his bare hands to mend the bell. The bell returned to its original form, and to the naked eye, there was no trace of dents. Old Man Lu placed a hand on the blacksmith's shoulder and said, I told you already, Little Taoist has deep strength. Well? The blacksmith was still shaken as he replied, Whoa, you sure invited someone extraordinary this time. Huowang stood beside the crystal-clear lake, holding the repaired bell in front of him. He thought to himself, Before going to the ancestral hall, I have to try this bell first. Looks like it really is repaired. Now I just need to try the same method Lazy Head used. First, shake the bell. As soon as the bell rang, it radiated dazzling light. The water beside the lake surged violently. Huowang looked up, a smile appearing on his lips as Mr. Yu appeared in the form of a strange and ugly fish. He watched Mr. Yu flying in the air and thought to himself, It worked, although it only summoned one wandering old spirit. Next, just like Lazy Head did, grab a handful of dirt and stuff it in my mouth. Chewing the dirt in his mouth, he looked at Mr. Yu and asked, Can you understand me? Mr. Yu responded, I understand. He continued, Can you obey my command? After asking, he immediately thought, My voice, why is it so distorted? At once Mr. Yu replied, One time, in exchange for 3 months of spring life. His face displeased, he responded, Less talk, more value. Mr. Yu repeated the same line as before, one time, in exchange for 3 months of spring life. Unable to make a deal, he spat out the dirt in his mouth. Mr. Yu instantly vanished into the void, while he let out a sigh and thought, Just to command one wandering spirit costs 3 months of life, and no bargaining either. Looks like I'll have to use this sparingly in the future. At Hu family ancestral hall, people gathered and chatted noisily, the household servants busied about in a rush. Old Man Lu had been waiting at the door for Huowang for a long time and greeted him. Hey, Little Taoist, you're finally here. The old man raised his hand to guide the way. Come, this way. He walked forward with the bell hanging from his waist, calmly asking, How are the preparations? The old man respectfully replied, Just now Master Hu said that he'd hired other opera troupes to perform ghost opera in past years, and nothing bad ever happened. No need to worry, Little Taoist. Huowang walked along observing, nodded and replied, Oh, all right. After walking a bit further, Old Man Lu introduced, Hey, Little Taoist, look quickly, this is the one, Master Hu, this is the Little Taoist I told you about. With him here, nothing can go wrong. This man was Hu Qinghe, wealthy gentry of Wuligang. Hu Qinghe looked at the two and chuckled, Oh. He, tonight I'll be counting on both of you. But Master Lu, I remember there being women in your troupe. Old Man Lu stroked his beard and respectfully replied, Don't worry Master Hu, The women are all just preparing outside and won't break your rules." Hearing this, he revealed a sinister smile with a crafty gaze and continued, "Since that's the case, Master Lu, once the ancestors come out to watch the opera, we descendants who invited the performance must leave. Please take good care of the ancestral hall. As for the opera, just pick something cheerful. The ancestors said in our dreams that the underworld is too quiet and they want to watch something festive." Old Man Lu accepted the order. "All right, Master Hu." The Hu family master gave more instructions. "Also, once the opera starts, the living aren't allowed to talk to the performers, so the ancestors aren't disturbed while listening." He, "Don't worry, Master Hu, absolutely no rules will be broken." Huowang stood quietly beside Old Man Lu, glancing around as he thought to himself, "No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like anything will go wrong. Let's hope everything goes smoothly." The sound of instruments rose, the opera began. Duke Gong enjoys wine and listens to frivolous songs. Jie Junqin questions about the dancing posture. The Liang King is tyrannical, and the people's lives are hard. The heroes of Nanping were taught about water and fire. Since ancient times, the rise of the ambitious has brought suffering to the common people. As the saying goes, success is built upon 10,000 withered bones. Huowang stood outside the door guarding, looking inside. He pondered silently. On stage, it's lively and bustling, but the audience is dead silent. Don't overthink it, it's quite eerie. But listening to this opera for a while is actually quite interesting. But no matter how good the music is, staying up all night to listen will still make me sleepy. It feels like ever since coming here, I seem to easily become sleepy. Not good, since I accepted the money, I really can't fall asleep while working." Suddenly he jolted awake, as if realizing something unusual. Something's wrong. Why did the singing suddenly stop? He immediately turned back to look inside and called out loudly, "Master Lu, why did you suddenly stop?" Hearing no response from inside, Huowang pushed the door open and stepped in, only to see a terrifying scene. A bloody red color covered the entire room. A familiar face grinned hee with a chilling voice. "Good show, a reward." Huowang thought to himself, "This ghostly thing again." A red demon floated in the air, paper money scattered everywhere. Old Man Lu and two others trembled in the corner, the child crying, unable to suppress the fear, and exclaimed, "Dad, I'm scared." Hearing this, the red demon turned its head toward the child, grinning hee and said, "Well done, here's a reward." Then it darted past Huowang, rushing straight into another room. The red demon turned back, ordering Old Man Lu's group to continue singing. Hearing that, Huowang spoke up, "Master Lu, isn't tonight's performance not supposed to stop?" Old Man Lu trembled as he replied, "Young Taoist, this." Huowang stepped into the room and spoke, "Why are you still standing there?" Then he sat down in a chair, his voice stern, "Don't stop, keep singing, our benefactor has already given us a generous reward." Hearing that, Old Man Lu fell silent for a moment. He discussed something with the other two, and they all nodded. Then Old Man Lu called into the room, "All right, young Taoist, we'll start singing right now." The mournful strings along with the soft singing rose. Around, bright moon rises early in the east, thinking of my dear old mother up in the hall. Clang clang, clang clang. As they performed, Huowang sat there thinking to himself, "This thing came but isn't even attacking, what on earth does it want?" The red demon sat there seemingly delighted by the opera. Seeing this, Huowang was astonished in his heart, and it's even clapping along to the rhythm. This thing can't actually be here to just watch the opera, right? The singing and instruments continued to echo. Just then Huowang also noticed something unusual. "It's getting foggy?" The red mist continued to spread outward, spreading toward the group of old men performing the opera, causing the child singing to tremble with fear, tears about to fall yet still forcing himself to keep singing. "Accompanying you, my lord, it's like a sheep against the tiger." The red demon suddenly appeared, thrusting its claws straight toward the child's head. The sharp claws pierced into the child's head and jawbone, the two claws gently closing together forming a dot of red light. Then the red demon pulled out from the boy's body a blazing red candle. Holding the red candle in its hand, it looked delighted, then slowly placed it into its mouth before the bewildered eyes of Huowang. Old Man Lu's group was horrified by what had just happened, the child's eyes streaming with tears, his body stiff, unable to move. At this moment, the red demon opened its mouth as if hundreds and thousands of twisted faces along with the child's ferocious eyes were crammed inside. Huowang suddenly swung his sword, slashing across the candle, making the demon's face twist with discomfort. Looking at half of the candle resting on his sword, Huowang spoke coldly. If you didn't have this nasty habit like humans do, then I guess what you eat isn't candles, but rather the fear produced in people's hearts, right? Huowang's whole body floated in the air, his sword aimed at the red demon, ancestral tablets flying chaotically across the room. He looked at its enraged face, then smirked as he continued. Are you angry? That means I guess right. Then Huowang called out toward the outside of the room, Master Lu, don't stop. If you're afraid of being blinded by the strong wind, just close your eyes and keep singing. Hearing this, Old Man Lu's group fell silent for a moment. The child closed his eyes, his soft voice rising. The performance continued. The second watch ends. Stars shift and change. I have not failed the common folk of Gu County. This golden decree summons me. For what cause? Hearing the singing, the red demon's face grew joyful again. It rushed straight at Huowang, laughing hee and asked, Tell me, do I resemble a human or a god? Huowang swiftly dodged, swinging his sword as he attacked while replying, You resemble a demonic spirit formed from a double-yolked egg. The sword split its body in two, but slowly it healed back into its original form. It bared its teeth at him with a face full of provocation. Outside, Old Man Lu's group was still continuing their opera performance. The child who was singing suddenly jolted awake and opened their eyes. Li Huowang was struck out of the room by the red demon. His sword slipped from his hand, flying past Old Man Lu's face before embedding itself into the ground. Under the attack of the red demon, with no weapon in his hand, Li Huowang tightly grabbed the nearby fragment of the Heaven Book. Then he raised the Heaven Book fragment before him to block the demon's strike. A strange black aura surged out from the Heaven Book. Sensing the danger, the red demon's expression changed drastically. It quickly retreated backwards to evade. Li Huowang held the stone tablet in his arms and thought to himself, I didn't expect that. This thing actually fears the heavenly scripture. The red demon glared at Huowang with extreme resentment, as if it wished to rush over and bite off his head immediately. Li Huowang descended onto a nearby rooftop with the fragment of the heavenly scripture in his arms. He looked at the red demon with a cold smile, speaking with confidence, Next, it's my turn. Seeing the black aura surging towards it, the red demon's face twisted in panic. It frantically dodged the strange black aura. At this moment, Li Huowang, holding the stone tablet, leapt high into the air, smashing it down toward the red demon's head, his lips curled into a sly smile. Boom! The red demon narrowly evaded Huowang's strike and hurriedly fled. Its face was full of bitter hatred. Li Huowang muttered softly, Go to hell. He then hurled the stone tablet forcefully toward the fleeing red demon. The heavenly scripture tablet struck the red demon, both crashing into a wall. Huowang glanced at the wall and clicked his tongue. Looking at the wall now with a large hole smashed through it, but with no trace of the demon, Huowang felt a bit regretful. This damn thing can even pass through walls? Consider yourself lucky you escaped quickly. Right at that moment, from behind, Old Man Lu approached with the sword in both hands, speaking, Young Taoist. Not knowing when Old Man Lu had arrived, Huowang was a little startled. As he reached out to take the sword, he spoke, Did my sword fall close to your side? Thank you, Master Lu. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Old Man Lu's face suddenly transformed, sharp fangs bared, eyes glowing red, a demonic laugh escaping with that familiar question, Tell me, do I look more like a human or a god? Huowang was startled, thinking to himself, Not good, this Master Lu is a fake. He quickly retreated backward. I shouldn't have taken the sword, my hands are both occupied. Fiery red claws pierced straight through Huowang's body, as if searching for something. The red demon looked at him with a smug grin. Huowang saw that it had fallen into his trap, and sneered, There's no escaping now. Immediately, Huowang pulled out his old master's bell and shook it. The ringing resounded, freezing the red demon in place, strange golden characters continuously emerging behind it. Right after, the enormous mouth of Mr. Yu appeared, lunging toward the red demon. Half of the red demon's body was already inside Mr. Yu's mouth. Its remaining head looked terrified, eyes wide, mouth agape, letting out a furious roar. Its face sagged downward, body fading away, until only a layer of skin remained and slowly fell. Seeing this, Li Huowang thought to himself, "It's finally taken care of, so the real body of this thing was the shadow on the ground. No wonder cutting its body in half didn't work." Counting the time, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, it's finally over. Just as he thought everything was resolved, Huowang's expression suddenly changed at the sound of a familiar voice. "He, the god of joy sings." The god of joy smiles, well-dressed and courteous, gentle and warm. He thought to himself, "It's not quite dead yet." Then quickly steadied his mind. He shook the bell again. The ringing resounded as Mr. Yu emerged from the void and lunged at the red demon to devour it once more. But the demon not only escaped, it began splitting into two, singing as it divided. "The god of joy dances, the god of joy frolics, the ink on the red paper is fresh." Then from two it split into three. "The god of joy is angry, the god of joy is sad, the incense skull lantern is as bright as the sea." Seeing this scene, Huowang felt a chill in his heart. Just what the hell is this damn thing? Into time at all, it had split into 9 bodies surrounding him, chanting in unison. "The god of joy is hungry, the god of joy is starving, on the left hand is the heart and liver, on the right hand is the intestines." Huowang looked at the 9 clones encircling him, feeling somewhat powerless. Will this ever end? A strange red aura emanated from the demons, gathering into a pillar that shot straight into the sky, wrapping around the moon. Their singing echoed across the heavens. "The village head has come to welcome the god of joy." Immediately after, countless white threads clung onto Huowang's body. He thought to himself, I've fallen into a trap." That voice resounded deep within his mind. "Welcome, the god of joy." His face seemed to be melting away bit by bit. Huowang struggled to restrain his thoughts. His breathing grew rapid. "No, I can't think of that name." In the sky, a bizarre scene unfolded. I don't even know how to describe it. Huowang raised his head to look, curiosity stirring within him. What is that? It's trying to drill its way out of the sky. The image gradually became clearer. Huowang could finally see it. The blood vessels in his eyes burst from the strain. 2 streams of bloody tears ran down his cheeks. He tried to steady himself. "I can't watch anymore, just close your eyes already." He used all his strength, his whole body thrashing, but it was useless. Li Huowang could already see the head of the god of joy. If that slimy abomination could even be called a head, it was about to completely emerge from the darkness, when suddenly a very distinct clacking sound rang out. A gigantic arm with long, sharp, pitch-black claws stretched out from behind Huowang. His pupils dilated in shock. Where did that hand come from? That arm thrust straight into the sky, seizing the slimy abomination. Suddenly, a thunderous rooster crow resounded. The darkness above shattered like a broken mirror. Li Huowang, who had been staring upward, finally regained his senses. "Phew, I'm saved. Thanks to that hand just now, I managed to hold on until dawn." That hand, whose hand was it? It shouldn't be the Lu family's troop. The sound of their performance hasn't stopped since. Looking at the black ancestral tablets beside him, Li Huowang suddenly remembered. The clacking sound just now seemed to have been those tablets knocking against the table. Li Huowang stared in astonishment at the Hu family ancestral tablets before him and muttered, "Were you the ones who just helped me?" Those tablets suddenly began to tremble slightly, then more violently, before all toppling backward at once. Seeing this, Huowang spoke again. "Even if it wasn't you, there's no need for such a big reaction." From the void, that same hand appeared once more, then a familiar voice rang in Li Huowang's ear, sending a bone-chilling cold through his body. "Kid." By now the sun was slowly rising, signaling the end of a long turbulent night. A voice echoed out, "Excellent, excellent, the ancestors are very satisfied with this performance." It was Hu Qinghe's son, Hu Jianghe. He held a cup of water in his hand, gazing at the censer before him as he spoke. "The incense and candles on the table have all been consumed cleanly, such a good sign." Then he turned to Lu Zhuangyuan. "Mr. Lu, you have worked hard, let me offer you a toast." Lu Zhuangyuan quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, really, it's just this old man's duty." Suddenly, a small hand tugged on Lu Zhuangyuan's sleeve. A child's voice piped up, "Was it you singing in the ancestral hall last night? I heard it all from outside. You sing really well." This child was Hu Qinghe's grandson, Hu Xiaoye. Hearing this, Lu Zhuangyuan responded, "Hee hee, as long as young master Hu likes it." At that moment Hu Jianghe suddenly slammed his teacup down in anger, then ordered the servants, "Someone, take the young master back to his room to study." The boy was dragged away by 2 servants, crying and shouting, "I don't want to study. Put me down." Lu Zhuangyuan seemed to have realized something, falling silent for a moment. Seeing this, Hu Jianghe quickly spoke, "Excuse me. Here are the agreed 10 taels of silver, Master Lu, please take them. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer." Lu Zhuangyuan reached out to take the money while replying, "Hee hee, thank you for the reward, Master Hu." As soon as Hu Jianghe left, Lu Xiaocai and his elder brother hurried inside. Lu Xiaocai spoke, "Finally done talking. I want to eat braised pork belly and roasted chicken." He rushed toward the table, but just as he was about to grab the meat, Old Man Lu snatched the plate away and held it high. Carrying the plate of meat, Old Man Lu approached Li Huowang, presenting it with both hands respectfully. Come on, young Taoist, you eat first." Huowang was lost in thought and didn't hear Old Man Lu's words. What to eat? Only when he saw the plate of meat did he respond, "Oh, you guys eat first, don't mind me." Seeing this, Old Man Lu added, "The Hu family prepared some really rich and hearty dishes. It would be a shame if the young Taoist didn't try them." But Huowang still declined. "No rush to eat, Master Lu. Last night you saw those memorial tablets fall down all at once, right?" Lu Zhuangyuan replied awkwardly, How would I know that? I was singing on stage with my eyes closed the whole time." Hearing this, Huowang felt a bit disappointed. Is that so? Then Huowang recalled last night's events and thought to himself, last night's sound, though very faint, was definitely unmistakable. That was Baldy's voice, no matter which world. Only he would call me kid. But these toppled ancestral tablets, and the vanished god of joy, none of this makes sense. Immediately after, another thought appeared in his mind. Could it be 3 flowers gathered at the crown? Could it be that he actually became an immortal? Thinking this, Huowang was deeply shaken. Ascension to immortality? Considering such an absurd thought, he quickly dismissed it. No, the cultivation method and elixir are all things I made up. He couldn't become an immortal at all. Then, what is he now exactly? Seeing Huowang remain silent for a long while, Old Man Lu spoke again. Young Taoist, what are you thinking about? We're all family now. If you have any problem, just ask. Perhaps because Huowang was too absorbed in his thoughts, he ignored Old Man Lu's words and continued thinking. Regardless of whether it's true or not, all I can do now is go to Xijing City first, and then find the Jingde Gate that Scholar Lu mentioned. If Dan Yangzi really became an immortal, maybe he'll know something there. After finishing his thoughts, he waved goodbye to the 3 of them. I'm fine, I just don't have much of an appetite, you guys eat first. Seeing him leave, Old Man Lu quickly called after him. Young Taoist, wait, take some of these dishes with you. I still haven't given you the agreed 6 taels of silver. Wait a minute, young Taoist. Night fell. After a long and exhausting journey, the group stopped under a tree to light a fire, cook, and rest. Up in the branches of that tree were 2 figures, Li Huowang and Bai Lingmiao. Lingmiao held a plate of meat in her hands, eating as she asked, Senior Brother Li, where did all this delicious food come from? Last night, did something happen? Huowang was surprised by her sharp intuition. He gently replied, last night. After that, he told her about the bizarre events that had happened the night before. Anyway, that's pretty much how it went. After hearing the story, she felt uneasy. Senior Brother Li, I'm sorry, it's us useless people who dragged you down. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had to work so hard. Li Huowang quickly reassured her. It has nothing to do with you guys, since that thing could come to the Hu family's ancestral hall. It must have been eyeing us for a long time. Even if last night's events hadn't happened, we would have run into each other sooner or later. After that, Li Huowang's hand gently moved toward Bai Lingmiao's. He remembered the scene where Lingmiao had desperately tried to wake him earlier. Huowang suddenly grabbed Lingmiao's hand and said, It's really hard to say who'll be the burden in Tihi future. Lingmiao's face flushed red. She quickly pulled her hand back. The corner of her lips curved slightly, then she took the initiative to hold Huowang's hand. The 2 sat closer together, their heads lightly touching. Bai Lingmiao softly replied, The next morning, at first light, the group quickly set out again. Li Huowang spoke up, young Taoist, Wuligang isn't far from Jianya town. At our pace, it'll take about 4 or 5 days to get there. Huowang glanced at the burly man carrying the frail girl and thought to himself, Jianya town, I remember Zhao Wu's home is in Jianya. Then he slowed down and turned to ask Zhao Wu, how are you, Zhao Wu? You're going home soon, aren't you happy? Zhao Wu replied weakly, going home, what's the point of a good-for-nothing like me going home? I can't lift a finger or do any physical work, just a good-for-nothing parasite confined to the home. After hearing Zhao Wu's words, the others all fell silent. Lowering their heads, they too understood their current circumstances. Seeing their mood, Huowang comforted them. Who said you, Zhao Wu, are useless? Since we have some free time while traveling, I'll teach you alchemy. He patted Zhao Wu's shoulder and continued, it's perfect to not have to do those strenuous chores, you can calm down and learn something else, remember as much as you can, and even if you become a barefoot doctor when you go home, you won't starve to death. Hearing this, Zhao Wu asked, alchemy? But where would I get the resources to do alchemy? Then Zhao Wu added, oh right, senior disciple Li. I don't want to learn alchemy, can you teach me to read instead? I want to learn how to read. Hearing that, dozens of eyes lit up like headlights, all turning to look at Huowang. He was a bit startled, but then asked, all of you want to learn? They replied in unison, Huowang asked again, how come everyone's so interested in learning how to read? At that moment, Old Man Lu also ran over and asked, young Taoist, you can read too? Huowang nodded and replied, I know some, what, you want to learn too? Old Man Lu's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had seen a treasure. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, I can learn too? Huowang was a bit puzzled but still answered, why not? Anyone who wants to can learn. Since you all want to learn to read, I'll start teaching you now. The group quickly found a spot at the foot of the mountain to rest. Elsewhere, Old Man Lu came running back in a hurry. His eldest son saw him and loudly asked, Dad? Why are you here? Weren't you with young Taoist Li up front? Old Man Lu, panting heavily, scolded, shut up. He shouted loudly toward the people in front, Manhwa, get all our dried meat out. The girl was slightly startled but quickly replied, oh, okay, I'll look for it. She looked at the 4 pieces of dried ribs and said, this is all the dried meat left, Dad. Old Man Lu saw this and said with some disappointment, why is it so little? Manhwa sighed and complained, I wanted to save more too, but Dad, you need to give me more money. We did earn some from this opera performance, but most of it went to that young Taoist. At this point, she lowered her voice and continued, and we were the ones who sang this opera, obviously. Hearing his sister's words, Old Man Lu's eldest son quickly whispered to Manhwa, hey, stop talking, you know Dad doesn't like us questioning his decisions. Then he looked toward his father and said, Dad, are we having dried meat tonight? Old Man Lu held the bag of dried meat in his hand and solemnly said, having what? This is the tuition I prepared. Hearing that, the other 3 were stunned, asking in unison, what is tuition? Old Man Lu couldn't be bothered to explain to his children. He sighed and said, looking at you guys, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Then he waved at Lu Xiaotsai and said, kid, you follow me, later, when you see the young Taoist, do as I say. Lu Xiaotsai asked curiously, what are we going to do, Dad? He replied, don't you worry about what I'm doing. The young Taoist is a great man, and your dad is definitely doing this for your own good. As long as you follow the young Taoist, you won't have to perform opera anymore. The boy, having his head pressed down, cried out, ah. Then he looked dazedly at Old Man Lu and thought to himself, Dad, you don't want me to perform opera anymore? In another scene, Huowang was now teaching the others how to write some characters. Old Man Lu came over, and upon seeing it, quickly asked, young Taoist is teaching. Huowang nodded and replied, humph, Mr. Lu, is something wrong? Old Man Lu smiled while placing his hand on his son's shoulder and said, yes, there is something, young Taoist, look, But before Old Man Lu could finish speaking, another voice interrupted, troop leader, wait for me. I'm here to sing opera with you all. Hearing this, Old Man Lu looked at the boy panting before him and quickly persuaded, oh my, young Master Hu, why are you here? Please don't make such jokes. Hurry and return, young Master, don't let Master Hu and the others worry. The boy, his face covered in sweat and snot running down, stubbornly said, "No, I'm not going anywhere. I just want to go with you all to perform opera. I just love performing opera." Lu Xiaozai looked at his father and thought to himself, "I'll never forget the embarrassed expression on Dad's face when young master who clamored to learn opera. At that time, I never imagined what learning opera truly meant, but I soon found out." Right at this moment, a loud and imposing shout rang out, "Nonsense!" It was Hu Jianghe, sitting in a sedan carried by 4 servants. He looked at his son in front of him, his face full of anger as he scolded, "The tutor I spent a fortune to find for you is here to teach you how to read and write. If you don't study hard, so be it. But now you even want to become an actor." The boy saw his father and fearfully stepped back, stammering, "Dad, I—" Hu Jianghe raised his hand, about to strike his son as he said, "Opera performers are the lowest of the low. I told you to be part of the upper class, not to learn how to be from the lower class." Then came a thunderous slap across the boy's face, Hu Jianghe hitting him while scolding, "Despicable!" The boy, in too much pain from the beating, kept begging, "Oh no. Dad, I was wrong, I won't study anymore, is that okay?" After hearing those words from Hu Jianghe, Lu Xiaozai and his father, who were standing nearby, both fell into deep thought. The boy slowly began to realize many things from before. No wonder, every time after a performance, Dad never let us interact with the host family, so that's it. Is this how the world sees us? The scene shifted elsewhere. Li Huowang was running desperately through the night, gasping for breath. He ran while observing his surroundings, his heart in turmoil. Where am I? Where are Bai Ling Niao and the others? He was startled to discover a light flashing ahead. In the distance were 3 figures walking, but the space around them seemed gloomy. Without thinking much, he quickly ran toward them. As he neared the 3 figures, he called out, "Excuse me, may I ask if you've seen?" But before he could finish, the sight before him shocked him. The 3 figures all bore the faces of his mother, Ya Na Na, and Bai Ling Niao. They seemed to call out at the same time, "Son? Huowang? Senior brother Li?" Not yet realizing the situation, Li Huowang saw familiar faces and breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, so it was you guys." 1 second later he was horrified. Wait, something's not right. How could Yang Na and Mom possibly appear together with Bai Ling Niao? Their faces gradually became blurry. His body moved forward uncontrollably, no longer under his command. A huge green hand grabbed Li Huowang's body. Panic filled his heart. "Not good, I can't move. No, I can't stop. My hands and feet aren't listening to me." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was the old master Dan Yangzi. Good. You did a great job. You've brought all the medicinal ingredients." In front of him, besides those 3 figures, there was also a gigantic eye staring down, more precisely staring at Li Huowang. The familiar words rang out again. "Kid, let's become immortals together." Li Huowang jolted awake. It turned out to just be a nightmare. Bai Ling Niao, sitting beside him, saw him wake and worriedly called out, "Senior brother Li. Senior brother Li, are you having nightmares again?" Li Huowang whispered weakly, "Nightmares." He vaguely looked at his own hands and thought to himself, it was a nightmare. Bai Ling Niao hurriedly pulled out a plate of steamed buns, her face bright with joy as she said, "That's Senior brother Li, you must be hungry. I have some steamed buns here. Would you like to eat some?" Li Huowang was silent for a moment, then looked at her suspiciously and asked, "We don't have any travel money left. Where did you get the money to buy steamed buns?" Bai Ling Niao scratched her head, stammering as she answered, well, I sold my gold bracelet." Hearing this, Li Huowang grew even more puzzled inside. "Gold bracelet? Didn't I take it to Yang Na?" "No, there's no Yang Na, so I must have given it back to Bai Ling Niao." Bai Ling Niao continued, "Senior brother Li, you're working too hard by yourself. I can't do anything else, so this is the only way I can help you." Li Huowang took a steamed bun from the plate and comforted Ling Niao. "You've already helped a great deal. Once everything settles down, I'll buy you a bigger gold bracelet." These words made the girl's fair cheeks flush red. She shyly replied, I'm waiting." Sunlight streamed into the room where he lay. The sound of birds chirping made the moment feel poetic. At this time, in Jianya town, Donglian, people bustled about, busy with trade. Li Huowang asked, "Master Lu, that sect in Shijing you mentioned before, besides being effective for praying for children, What else do you know about it? Old man Lu replied, Sigh, I've never even been inside that place. But I'm guessing, inside it's probably just an old master leading a group in chanting sutras. Bai Ling Miao regretfully turned to ask, Senior Brother Li, aren't we staying a few more days in Jianya? Li Huowang lifted a cup of water to drink as he spoke. We're not staying here anymore. The Nanping Kingdom's last words note has already been given to Zhao Wu, who's returned home. He can help find an escort agency to deliver the note to various places. There's nothing good for us to do by staying here. Hearing this, Zhao Wu at the nearby table spoke up, that. He scratched his head and gave an awkward smile as he said, Senior Brother Li, I didn't go home. Seeing Zhao Wu, Huowang was surprised. Zhao Wu, why did you come back again? Hearing this, a girl sitting next to Zhao Wu immediately responded, Why else could it be? His dad probably despises him for being disabled. Zhao Wu didn't refute it, as if silently admitting. This person was Qingfeng Temple's medicinal ingredient, Chen Xiaoman, she continued. I told Zhao Wu ages ago, maybe he wasn't kidnapped back then, but sold by his father. Li Huowang felt some sympathy upon hearing this, but still said, A tiger won't devour its own cub, you're thinking too badly of his father. Chen Xiaoman angrily slammed her cup down on the table and shouted, I was sold by my parents. She gnashed her teeth and continued, For a mere 2 taels of silver they sold me like an animal, without even looking back. It's just that Senior Brother Li thinks too highly of others. Hearing these words, Li Huowang didn't know how to react for a moment, or what to say. Chen Xiaoman's face was filled with hatred as she said, Don't you know, tigers may not eat their cubs, but some people are much more malicious than tigers. Bai Ling Miao, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Xiaoman, don't get agitated. Zhao Wu beside them also spoke up. Xiaoman. Li Huowang rested his hand against his head, let out a sigh, then asked, Oh, so Chen Xiaoman, do you still want to go home? The girl quickly replied, her eyes flashing with determination, Of course I'm going back. I want them to pay the price. Huowang then turned to Zhao Wu and asked, What about you? What are you planning to do? Zhao Wu replied, I want to continue on the journey with you all. Hearing this, Huowang felt somewhat helpless and said, All right then, since that's the case, everyone, let's eat first. Then he called out loudly, Waiter, we're ready to order, I'm starving, coming, honored guests. While waiting for the food, Li Huowang reminded them, Everyone, let's take a break and eat. We'll go buy what we need for the journey after we finish. Hearing this, the group responded in unison, Okay. After a hearty meal, the group once again set off on their journey. After traveling for a while, they decided to stop and rest under a large tree. Li Huowang was sitting on a tall branch to keep watch, when suddenly Old Man Lu looked up and called out loudly, Young Taoist, please come down and rest for a bit. There are still some steamed buns here. You should eat some first. I'll take over watch for you. Li Huowang immediately jumped down and asked, Did something happen at the camp? Old Man Lu replied, There's nothing special, really. Except for that tall guy. He went into the woods a while ago, and hasn't come back yet. Should I have Jiren and Shiotsai go look for him? He was silent for a moment, then said, Master Lu, please take over watch for me. I'll find my people myself. No need to trouble you. Old Man Lu nodded in response. Yes, then please be careful, young Taoist. Without hesitation, Li Huowang immediately ran while shouting, Idiot, big guy, are you here? As he ran, he felt puzzled. Strange, what did this idiot come here for? Can he run that far? But while searching, he found a large grave ahead. A rather large figure was sitting there. Seeing this, Li Huowang asked, Who's there? Is that you, idiot? It was an old monk, his body thin to the bone, his clothes patched in many places, and his mouth covered in rice. Still holding a handful of rice in his hand, hearing Huowang's voice, he turned around and replied, Amitabha Buddha, did you need something from me? Li Huowang looked at him, thinking, Amitabha Buddha? Then asked, Are you a Buddhist disciple? He stood up and patted the dust off as he spoke. Yes, that's right. I'm indeed a Buddhist disciple. Huowang thought to himself, There's something strange about him. Then he reached behind his back, ready to draw his sword, and asked further, May I ask, Master, where do you cultivate, and which honored Buddha do you worship? The old man stretched and replied, I don't cultivate anywhere though. I heard there's a Buddhist temple up north that provides food, so I'm heading that way. As for the honored Buddha you mentioned, does the honored Buddha have different versions? Hearing this, Li Huowang lowered his guard and said helplessly, It's rare to find such a confused Buddhist disciple like you in this world. Then he turned to leave, but not before adding, Never mind, whether you're lying to me or not, I still advise you to eat less of these offerings for the dead. Hearing Huowang say this, the monk hurried after him to explain, Hey, how can you say I'm lying? I'm a Buddhist monk, Buddhist disciples can't lie. Huowang retorted, All you can do is chant Amitabha, you don't even know which honored Buddha you worship, so what kind of Buddhist disciple are you? The old monk silently watched Li Huowang walk past, then suddenly ran around him and pressed further. Then what do you think a Buddhist disciple should be like? One the tailor said Buddhist disciples can't marry, so I won't marry. Shopkeeper Lu said Buddhist disciples can't eat meat, so I won't eat meat. I saw other Buddhist disciples chanting Amit, so I learned to chant Amitabha too. While the old monk was still rambling on, just then from the forest the idiot came running out, rice grains stuck to his face, excitedly stammering, Li, senior brother Li. In the woods there's wild rice. Hearing this, Li Huowang rushed forward and punched the idiot straight in the stomach, causing the handful of rice in his hand to scatter. What wild rice? Those are offerings for graves, you dare to eat that, are you tired of living? All right, hurry and come back with me. At this moment the old monk still stood there, staring blankly at his hand, then touched his face, his expression full of despair. I've done everything they told me to, why am I not considered? After returning, the group continued on their journey, and looking ahead they saw more and more travelers on the road. Li Huowang spoke, There are more and more people on the road, it looks like we're not far from Shijing City. Old man Lu took a drag on his pipe and replied, Not far, young Taoist, just another 10-something days of travel and we'll be there. But then his face suddenly grew serious. However, more people on the road isn't a good thing. Hearing that, Huowang asked in surprise, Why are more people not good? Old man Lu shook his head with a sigh. When there are too many people on the road, it's like a flock of fat sheep forming a crowd, and when sheep form a crowd, they will attract. Just then, a terrified scream rang out from behind. The bandits are here, run! The whole group panicked like a hive of scattered bees. The bandit leader stood at a distance observing, sneering as he said, Ha, this time, the sheep is really fat. Li Huowang immediately drew his sword, glaring at the bandits as he shouted, Master Lu really guessed right, they actually came, you guys go first. But before he could finish his words, the convoy had already rushed ahead some distance, shouting back, Young Taoist, we'll wait for you in the woods nearby, we're heading off first. Their swift and decisive action left Li Huowang helplessly silent. At this moment the bandit leader quickly spurred his horse forward, yelling angrily, Damn it, don't let these sheepheads enter the woods, we can't maneuver our horses in there. As he spoke, he viciously hacked at the fleeing people while ordering his men, Kill them all on the road. An old woman, frail and weak, gasping for breath, was gradually left behind. Before long the bandit caught up with her, eyes full of killing intent, raising his blade as he said, Ha, running so slow, you're asking for death. It seemed her life would end here and reunite with her ancestors, but unexpectedly the old monk from earlier rushed out, shoving her aside, though he still took 2 slashes to his arm and shoulder. The bandit narrowed his eyes as if about to enjoy a new game, a cold smile on his lips. Oh, you still have the heart to save people? Old master, you truly aren't afraid of death. The old monk chanted in Amitabha and said, Old Tutang, who paints New Year pictures, once said that for a Buddhist disciple, saving one person is more beneficial than building a pagoda. Hearing this, the bandit leapt from his horse, his bloodied blade dripping, his voice dripping with mockery. All right then, since old master has such awareness. I'll kill you first, then kill the old woman you saved, then I'll stack your heads to play with. Just as he was about to swing down and finish the 2 of them, a horrified scream came from the side. There's something wrong with this Taoist. No, don't come over. The bandit turned in shock. In the blink of an eye, Li Huowang and his sword appeared before the bandit, startling him. Damn it, this Taoist's strength is strange. Before the bandit could recover, Huowang's blade pierced his head, slicing a deep gash across his face. Blood gushed like a fountain, and without stopping, Huowang's merciless sword cleaved the man in two, crimson spraying everywhere. The remaining bandits, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, stammering, the boss is dead, this guy's trouble. Brothers, retreat, that Taoist might be from the Bureau of Celestial Supervision. After killing the bandit leader, Huowang felt no joy, but instead grew even more sorrowful. This world. A young girl knelt in grief beside the bodies of her parents, crying out to them with heart-wrenching despair. Seeing this, the old monk sorrowfully folded his hands, chanting prayers to ferry the souls slain by the bandits. The road was now littered with corpses, blood soaking an entire stretch, the sight unbearably tragic. Perhaps the fleeing bandits spread the word, because our journey to Shijing was free of any further incidents. Except for that old beggar who called himself a Buddhist disciple. He followed the group the entire way, surviving on raw wild vegetables and the 1 or 2 steamed buns I occasionally gave him, walking like this for over 10 days. Guo planted his hands on his hips, looking up as he said, "Oh, we've finally arrived." Before them stood a vast and majestic city. This was Shijing City. Guo sighed aloud. This journey has really worn me out. Old man Lu turned to Li Huowang and asked, "Young Taoist, let's enter the city as soon as possible. That cheap inn will be fully booked if we're late." He merely glanced at Old Man Lu and said, "You take them there first." Old Man Lu looked a little puzzled. "Young Taoist, where?" Li Huowang waved his hand as he spoke. "I'm going to find that sect you mentioned earlier. I'll meet up with you all later." Guided by passers-by, Huowang finally found the place he sought. A pagoda stood tall in the very center, bustling with people entering and leaving. Li Huowang gazed at the pagoda before him, sighing in wonder. Most Buddhist temples are built on mountains. I didn't expect this Buddhist temple to actually be in this city. The incense offerings are quite strong. Jingde Temple, if I remember, Xianyin mentioned it before he died, didn't he? Could this place really have some connection to Dan Yangzi? I've found the place, but what should I do next? Should I just directly say I'm Dan Yangzi's disciple? Then he rehearsed a bit, but his posture and words felt stiff and unnatural. Immeasurable heavenly venerables, I am Dan Yangzi's last disciple. Then he imagined a crowd of monks in Kasaya forming a battle array, all bald, shouting in unison, "Humph, demon Taoist, prepare to die." So he abandoned that idea. No way, I'd definitely be beaten to death. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Benefactor?" Before him appeared a plump monk, smiling as he said, "Ba, Jian Dun of Jingde Temple greets you." He was Jian Dun of Jingde Temple. Seeing this, Huowang quickly bowed in return. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. I am Li Xianyang." When Monk Jian Dun heard the name, he immediately recognized him as a disciple of Dan Yangzi, and said, "As a disciple of the Xian sect, Benefactor, I presume you didn't come to my Buddhist temple just to burn incense and worship the Honored One, did you?" Then he pointed inside and said, "This way, please." Both of them went to the backyard garden. Jian Dun poured water as he spoke. "Please, Benefactor." Li Huowang looked at the man before him and silently evaluated, as expected of a disciple of the Jingde sect. Truly looks pure-hearted and desireless. Huowang gently blew on the hot tea in his hands while calculating inwardly. How should I explain the whole story? Golden leaves drifted lightly in the wind, the atmosphere utterly peaceful. Suddenly Li Huowang spoke a sentence that shattered the serene mood. "Dan Yangzi is dead." Jian Dun's smile vanished at once, the teacup in his hand crushed to pieces. Huowang calmly drank his tea, thinking to himself, so the Jingde sect really did have dealings with Dan Yangzi. Hearing the news of Dan Yangzi's death, Jian Dun anxiously asked again, "That old Taoist with the bull nose is really dead?" "This matter is of great importance. Please, Benefactor, tell us everything in detail." Li Huowang replied, "That's roughly how it went." After recounting the events, Huowang voiced his doubt. "Grand Master, under such circumstances, could Dan Yangzi really become immortal? Or perhaps he turned into something else?" Jian Dun fell silent for a moment before asking, "Did you truly hear Dan Yangzi speak beside your ear?" Li Huowang firmly answered, "Absolutely true, that was definitely not an illusion, because there was also something wrong with the God of Joy." Jian Dun's expression grew more severe, his face drenched in sweat as he replied, "Benefactor Xianyang, I cannot make a decision alone on this. Please allow me to report to the sect leader. I must trouble you to wait a moment here. With that he quickly departed, and Huowang watched his departing figure, falling into silence. Within Huowang's heart a thought arose. Although Jian Dun said nothing, his attitude revealed something. As expected, Dan Yangzi's matter is far from over. A while later Jian Dun returned to lead him to meet the Grand Sect Master, and as they walked he said, "The Grand Sect Master wishes to personally meet with Benefactor Xian Yang to discuss his matter. This is the rear hall of Jingda Sect. The Grand Sect Master is just ahead." As Li Huowang walked, he observed his surroundings, thinking inwardly, "These are." Inside the hall stood 5 to 7 golden Buddha statues, and a deep voice echoed, introducing each one. In the central Vajra realm, the world-honored Tathagata; in the eastern fragrance-accumulated realm, the unshakable world-honored one; in the northern Lotus realm, the accomplished world-honored one. Together, they are called the 5 wisdom Tathagatas. That voice belonged to an old monk, who folded his palms together and said, "Ahmedba, I am Xian Hui, sect leader of Jingda Sect, greetings." Li Huowang also quickly bowed in return. "I am Xian Yang, greetings, sect leader," and without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. "May I dare to ask, do you know what Dan Yangzi has become?" Xian Hui answered slowly, "Benefactor, what matters is not what he is, but what you believe he is." Li Huowang raised his guard inwardly, suspecting, this sect leader is speaking in riddles again. Then he replied, "So Dan Yangzi really did ascend to immortality?" Xian Hui's expression darkened as he answered, "Ahmedba, if you believe he became immortal, then he became immortal. Dan Yangzi's karmic thread was planted in you at that very moment." Li Huowang was stunned, the image of Dan Yangzi flashing in his mind. He quickly regained his composure. "Wait, don't scare yourself, maybe it's not what I think." Then Huowang asked again, "Sect leader, Jingda's sect seems to have had past grudges with Dan Yangzi?" Xian Hui nodded in affirmation. "Correct, he went around abducting and killing, throwing the world into chaos. I had dispatched disciples to apprehend him, but he escaped repeatedly." Li Huowang then said, "Regardless of what Dan Yangzi has become now, since he remains our adversary, leaving him in limbo like this isn't a solution. Sect leader, do you have a way to completely resolve Dan Yangzi?" Xian Hui looked at Huowang, falling silent for a moment as if weighing something. Then he suddenly spread his hands and said, "Come closer. I must take another look." Li Huowang sensed something and immediately stepped back. Xian Hui's eyes turned crimson, though his voice remained calm. "Benefactor Xianyang, if you still suspect that I intend to harm you, then you should not have stepped into this hall in the first place." Hearing this, Li Huowang sighed and replied, "All right, I'm willing to give it a try." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xian Hui struck his palm directly onto Huowang's forehead. In that instant, Huowang's soul seemed to be knocked out of his body. After a brief moment his body jolted like being struck by lightning. His eyes shone brightly, his pupils flashing with a glimmer of light before fading away. Li Huowang stood there dazed for a moment, then wondered inwardly, is it already over? This sect leader indeed possesses some unique spiritual abilities from the Buddhist path. The old monk Xian Hui spoke, "Benefactor Xianyang, I now understand the full situation. This matter is of great importance. I must consult the other elders for a proper course of action. You may temporarily stay within the sect. Tomorrow, we shall give you our reply." Sensing something, Huowang refused his offer. "I have friends waiting outside. If I don't return, they'll be worried." Hearing this, Xian Hui made no attempt to persuade him, simply replied, "Stay or leave, it's up to you. Jingda Sect's gate opens again at dawn." He turned to leave, reminding Huowang, "Benefactor Xianyang, you also know that unless this trouble is removed, it will remain a great threat, both to you and to all beings under heaven. This form is not me. If it were me, this form would not suffer from affliction or desire." Li Huowang also turned to leave. Jian Dun raised his hand toward the exit and said, "Benefactor Xianyang, please." At this moment the old monk Xian Hui once again spoke strange words. "I desire this form, I desire it no more. I desire it no more. As emotions arise, so should understanding." Then from the back of his head an eerie red eye appeared, gazing at Huowang. Sensing as if someone was staring at him, Huowang quickly turned to look. Though he had already stepped outside, doubt still lingered in his heart, recalling that sensation just now. Did I see that wrong? After returning to the inn, I had everyone disperse and ask around about Jingda Sect. Singe this involves Danyangzi. I must AGT with Goshen. The junior brothers and sisters quickly scattered across the city, asking the townsfolk about Jingda sect. Guo was the first to come running back with news. Senior brother Li, I've found something. This Jingda Gate is the largest Buddhist temple in the entire Shijing city and is the most popular place for worship. Hearing Guo say this, Huowang only nodded. Next came Zhao Wu and the fool. Zhao Wu said, I heard that people from the palace also go to Jingda sect to worship the world-honored one, and if you're lucky, you might even see. The fool stammered, the emperor. Xiaoman reported, we've heard the disciples of Jingda sect are very devout, and they strictly observe the precepts. Ling Miao also spoke. Apparently, a disciple once secretly ate meat and was immediately expelled. Senior brother, you've had us ask all around about Jingda sect. Is there something going on? Li Huowang thought to himself, I can't let them know Danyangzi may still be alive, don't want to scare or worry them. Then he answered, No, it's nothing, thanks for your efforts. Huowang turned to leave and instructed, Everyone, take a few days to rest, I'll make another trip to Jingda sect. After saying this, he thought to himself, As it stands, Jingda sect seems normal. I have no reason to reject the sect leader's offer. Bai Lingniao looked at him full of worry, wanting to say something but then stopped, only able to watch his back as he walked away. Inside Jingda sect, after listening to Xian Hui, Huowang asked again, What does it mean, to calm the mind? Xian Hui explained, We intend to hold a grand universal ceremony to transcend Danyangzi. But before we can begin, we must first address your illness of mental unrest, benefactor Xianyang. Li Huowang was stunned and asked back, Illness? No, I'm not sick. Xian Hui and Jian Dun looked at him with expressions that said, If you're not sick, then who is? Huowang calmed himself and stammered, I. Sect leader, how can I calm the mind? Xian Hui handed over a scripture and said, This scripture, all 5 aggregates are empty, you may take it back with you, chant it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night. Li Huowang reached out to take the book, asking doubtfully, Just chanting it will do? No cultivation method? No herbal prescriptions either? The old monk Xian Hui confirmed, Just chanting. Then he continued, Benefactor Xianyang, stay here at this temple for the time being. Running here and there like this troubles both you and us. Li Huowang looked at the scripture for a moment and replied, All right. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Huowang was still lying there diligently reading the scripture. Life has ended, the pure path established. What was to be done is done, no further rebirth to come. When teaching this Dharma, 5 bhikshus and others. Ouch! The scripture smacked straight into Huowang's face. The constant dullness of reading made him exhausted. He let out a sigh and thought, I didn't expect chanting this scripture would actually help. Over the past few days, my sleep has been improving significantly. Once Danyangzi is dealt with, I'll go look for the black Tai Sui. If I can stabilize my condition, I'll be able to live steadily in this world. Just then, a shadow passed outside his door. He immediately became alert, staring outside. Unable to resist his curiosity, he quickly opened the door and followed the shadow, only to see a disciple of Jingda's sect hurrying away. Huowang watched him with deep suspicion. A disciple of Jingda Gate, is he spying on me? He quietly followed while thinking, I really want to see what this Jingda sect is up to. Huowang trailed the man to a hall, standing nearby as he watched him step inside. No, I can't just follow them inside like this. He looked toward the door beside it, and an idea suddenly came to him. Huowang used his hand to bore a small hole in the door, just enough to peek inside. Peering through, he saw a figure kneeling before a Buddha statue. He marveled. This also looks like a world-honored one hall. The woman kneeling there prayed sincerely, Compassionate and merciful world-honored one, please bless me with a son. If I still can't give birth to a son, my husband will sell me off. Hearing this, Huowang was greatly astonished. A woman coming this late to pray to the world-honored one. At that moment, a hand appeared from behind and placed itself on the woman, while the other hand held a piece of cloth. Then he used the cloth to cover the woman's eyes. Strangely enough, she showed no sign of resistance. After that, everyone knows what comes next, he. The lamp went out, they were already at it, the author won't show more. Seeing this scene, Huowang froze in place thinking, so this is the miraculous truth behind asking for children? Sensing something, Huowang quickly turned around. Wait a minute. Jian Dun had been standing there for who knows how long, startling Huowang, who thought, have I been discovered? The fat monk Jian Dun waved his hand, signaling Huowang to follow him. As they walked, Jian Dun said, I know what you're thinking, benefactor. You might be assuming that Jingda sect disciples lack moral discipline, right? But have you ever considered why these devotees come late at night to worship the world-honored one? Some want sons, so we give them sons. Jingda sect is performing good deeds. Huowang spoke with a tone of disdain. Then your good deeds are quite extensive, aren't they? Huowang quickly left the place and stated his stance. You don't need to explain all this to me. I can't control what you do. I just hope the Universal Salvation Grand Ceremony doesn't run into any trouble. Hearing this, Jian Dun also reminded, I was actually a Taoist before I entered the monastic life. Whether Taoist or Buddhist, they're all the same really. So, benefactor, you look down on the Buddhist path? Thinking back to the scene just now, Huowang sighed deeply, showing his disgust. This place is filthy. Isn't there a single clean spot around here? The next day, perhaps because of what happened last night, at dawn a disciple of Jingda sect came to remind Huowang, Benefactor Xianyang, the Universal Salvation Grand Ceremony will begin in a few days. The preparations have been extremely costly, so please refrain from wandering around. Huowang curled his lips and replied, Fine, go back and tell the old sect leader that I already know. The disciple chanted Ba and quickly left. Watching the disciple's departing figure, Huowang thought to himself, the sect leader deliberately sent word to keep me from roaming. Is he afraid I'll discover the filth within his sect? Or does he have some other reason? As he pondered, the old beggar from before suddenly appeared. Hey, Taoist, little Taoist! Huowang was surprised. The old beggar? What's he doing here? He then asked aloud, how did you get in here? The old beggar replied, don't say that. The masters of Jingda sect truly are kind-hearted. They saw I was pitiful and let me stay in the sect to do odd jobs. Hearing this, many doubts rose in Huowang's heart. This old beggar doesn't seem to understand anything. Why would Jingda sect take him in? Could it be they really are kind-hearted? Then he asked, How are things for you here? The old beggar happily patted his belly as he said, Actually, not bad at all. I get to eat my fill every day and stay warm. It's just, I can't do good deeds anymore, which makes me feel a bit uneasy. Hearing this, Huowang comforted him. Don't overthink it, just be glad you're not starving. Then he thought, maybe I'm just overthinking things. Suddenly, the old beggar grabbed his hand, pulling him along as he said, Come on, little Taoist, I'll take you to see where I work. It's a huge place. Huowang had no interest in touring this temple anymore. He said, Hey, wait, the sun's so strong today, let's go another time. He was startled by the situation, thinking to himself, what incredible strength. In an instant, the scene twisted as if Huowang had stepped into another space. The old beggar urged him again, Come on, you won't regret it after seeing it, there's all kinds of interesting stuff. The strange feeling soon faded, leaving Huowang deeply puzzled. Weird, what just happened to me? Little Taoist, we're here, right over there. Arriving at the place, Huowang discovered Jingda sect was truly massive. In the courtyard some disciples were carving Buddha statues, sweat dripping down but still fully focused on their craft. Huowang looked around and asked, This is where you work? The environment isn't great. The old beggar seemed very proud of his position as he replied, That's right, I'm in charge of moving the broken stones. I helped build some of these stone statues too. Li Huowang sneered inwardly. So many statues, Jingda sect couldn't possibly need this many. They're probably selling them to devotees to make money. Finally, they reached a large gate. The old beggar said, That's not all, there's more up ahead. As the gates slowly opened, a chilling aura seeped out. The old beggar exclaimed excitedly, Taoist, look in here. The eerie atmosphere made Li Huowang extremely uncomfortable. Stepping into the hall, he looked up, but instead of Buddha statues, he was met with a horrifying sight. A mountain of flesh piled high and blood-red appeared. At its peak a face with a wicked smile and sinister eyes, in the center a massive mouth with grotesque teeth, below it a hole resembling a certain obscene part. Around it countless Jingda sect disciples writhed and screamed on the floor, as if being dragged toward the mountain of flesh. The eyes of the flesh mountain narrowed, seemingly fixed on Huowang. A buzzing roared in his head, throwing him into panic. This what's happening? Suddenly, the old beggar's hand reached out to grab him. The old beggar used both hands to lift his head up and said, "Look, Taoist, what a huge statue of the Buddha." Li Huowang slapped the old beggar's hands away, then quickly turned and fled from the disgusting place. "Hey, Taoist, don't go, you finally made it here. Why are you in such a hurry? This place is boring, I'm heading back." "That old fox is lying," he said. "The Universal Salvation Grand Ceremony is near, so I can't move around. Clearly they just didn't want me discovering their illusions. Jingda sect is nothing but a den of evil." On his way out, the scenery was no longer the same as before. The two rows of statues on either side were changing. The Buddha statues had turned into writhing mounds of flesh. These mounds of flesh opened their eyes, staring straight at Huowang. "That thing, it's alive? No! I have to get out of this cursed place as soon as possible. Amitabha. Benefactor, your heart is unsettled. Surrounded from both sides. I can't escape, I'll have to fight my way out." "He's dead? That easy? These monsters, why did they all just stop?" "This thing, there's no way I can deal with it. I have to escape from Jingda sect. They can't possibly let the people of Shijing City see the true face of the world-honored one." "That's sect leader Xianhui. Don't try to stop me. No form, sound, scent, taste, touch, or thought. No eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, or mind. My sword, it's gone. How did he do that?" "Amitabha, Benefactor Xianyang, your 6 senses are tainted, your 5 aggregates not yet empty, it's best you refrain from using weapons." "Found him, he's here, that's him. Damn Taoist, don't let him escape." "Silence, you are members of the sect, why such panic and disorder?" "Sect leader, it's not that we wish to panic, but this Taoist disciple suddenly attacked senior brother Jianwei. We came to demand an explanation." "Benefactor Xianyang, why did you strike one of our disciples? Did he mistreat you?" "Sect leader Xianhui, there's no need to pretend anymore. I saw everything clearly inside the hall just now." "Oh? Then I'd like to ask you, Benefactor Xianyang, what exactly did you see?" "This." "Wait a moment, when did that massive flesh monster disappear? What is going on here?" "Benefactor Xianyang, did you say that these statues and disciples turned into black sludge monsters and chased you? You cut this piece off with your own hands, why don't you examine it? It really just feels like ordinary stone." "Benefactor Xianyang, let us continue." "Benefactor Xianyang, was this the place where you just saw those filthy matters? This is impossible. It wasn't like this just now. I saw it clearly just a moment ago. How could it be fake?" "Benefactor, you must be more aware of your own illness than us outsiders." "Impossible. Is this all the time that the black Tai Sui I ate can buy me? After all this, it turns out he's just a madman. We should ask him to leave quickly. What if he goes mad like this again?" "Alas, it is not a major issue for the benefactor to trouble our disciples, but it would be bad if he were to disturb the world-honored one. Let us end this with you offering a stick of incense to the world-honored one." "Benefactor, what are you hesitating for?" "Fake. The world-honored one seems fake. This should be sufficient." "Amitabha, please, Benefactor. The stone statues and the disciples are also fake. Everything right now is fake. Xianhui thinks he can deceive my senses? How laughable. After struggling between reality and illusion for so many years, do you think, can't tell the difference between real and fake? I can't stay in the Jingda sect any longer. No. I can't stay in this Shijing city either. Senior Brother Li, why are you back? Is your business with the Jingda sect finished? There's no time to explain, hurry and pack your things, we need to leave this place at once." "Oh, okay, but Troop Leader Lu and the others just went out. We're not waiting for them, we leave now, get Go Wa and the others moving, hurry, hurry!" "Senior Brother, where are we going?" "We're leaving the city." "Oh, you poor child. If we hadn't found you sooner, you would have been drowned by your own father. Sect leader Xianyang has escaped. He escaped? To think, the Sutra of the emptiness of the five aggregates still failed to delude his six senses. Come here. Strike. Yes, sect leader. The moon hides Jade Rabbit, the sun hides the crow, naturally there are the tortoise and snake, intertwined and knotted. Intertwined and knotted, leaf and fate are firm, yet a golden lotus can be planted in fire. Gather the five elements, and use them in reverse. When the work is done, become a Buddha and an immortal. Since you are willing to accept this, then go and bring Xianyang back. However, he was able to see through my methods. You must be careful. Yes. That scoundrel Danang Zi has some incredible luck. I don't know where he found a rare heart element like Xianyang. Senior sister, please eat a few more bites, these hanging noodles are a rare treat. I'm not hungry. Senior sister, are you worried about senior brother Li? He brought us out of the city, but now he's left us here. Hey, I figure there must be some danger. Senior brother Li probably thought we were a burden and had everyone hide here first. Let's just wait here for senior brother Li. I know. Although it's a bit cruel to say it so bluntly, but as long as I can stop senior sister Bai's idea of going to find senior brother Li. Humph? That noise, is senior brother Li fighting? Senior brother Li is in danger, let's go, we have to help him. But we're too weak, we can't help. Of course I know that, if it weren't for senior brother Li on this journey, we would have died countless times, we owe our lives to him. So I have to see him, if anything happens to senior brother Li, I won't be able to live. 10 minutes earlier. My strength is still not enough. To establish a foothold in this chaotic and strange world, I must be strong enough. Even someone like Danang Zi can become so powerful, why can't I? But where does strength come from? If you can't ask for it, steal it. If you can't steal it, rob it. If you can't trip it, use dirty tricks. Wait, steal, rob, trick. No, it's not like that. Namo Heladamadulei. It's the people from the Jingda sect, they've come, just as I expected. Where are they? Namo Alai Palajiti Shubale. Puti Sajoi Midalai Nalajinchi. Amitba. Benefactor Xianyang, your heart is not calm. You pieces of trash who worship monsters. You've finally dropped the act, have you? Go! Benefactor Xianyang, I don't know what you are talking about. It's working. Shilan, come on. One more year of life. Benefactor, the karma of Danyangzi is upon you. If you leave with it, I fear it will bring great trouble upon all the people of this world. It would be better to return with me to the Jingda sect. If you want to go back yourself. Forgive me for not keeping you company. Tathagata Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. My sword, what kind of ability is this? Not good. Even Master Yu is affected. Ha! An ability that creates flesh and blood? This is trouble. I can't LSE my bell or my sword anymore. Amitba. Do not remain so obstinately lost. I'm not going. If you of the Jingda Gate truly have my best interests at heart, then how about you let me leave? Don't you of the Jingda Gate always claim to have a heart of compassion? I can't beat him if this goes on. I can only escape for now. I just don't know if this monster is fast or not. A heart of compassion. A heart of compassion. Benefactor Xianyang is right. It is precisely because I have a heart of compassion that I absolutely cannot let you leave. Wait a moment, stop. It doesn't matter if you don't want to go, I can take you back. You have got to be kidding me, stop it. Wait a moment, Benefactor Xianyang, I have no intention of harming you, please calm down. Release. Phew, what's going on? Is this monster nervous? Benefactor, would you be willing to have a debate with me? I'm confident I can persuade you to return to Jingda Temple. Are you kidding me? What is this monster doing? It clearly possesses overwhelming power, so why is it making things so difficult for itself? This is no joke, Benefactor Xian Yang is a man of great righteousness, and I, Jian Dun, am confident that I can persuade him. It was the same back at Jingde Temple. Sect Master Xin Hui's strength far surpassed mine, yet he still chose to use those deceptive tactics to trick me. No, you wouldn't dare let me die. You wouldn't even dare to let my life be threatened, right? Benefactor, what are you talking about? Because you know, as soon as I'm in mortal danger, the Dan Yangzi you call a Buddha will appear, right? Are you afraid of Dan Yangzi? Nonsense. How could our Jingde sect be afraid of a mere Dan Yangzi? Benefactor Xian Yang, please stop overthinking. I suddenly realized, it's actually pretty helpful to have Master Dan Yangzi around. After all, he's my master, it would really be a shame to just get rid of him like that. Benefactor Xian Yang, Dan Yangzi doesn't just concern you alone, he also concerns the common people all around the world, you. How about you tell that to my master face to face? Face to face? Wait, Benefactor Xian Yang, what are you doing? I mean, if there's anything you want to discuss, you can talk to Dan Yangzi face to face. My child. You really are here. Gua, are you sure it's around here? I'm sure, senior sister. Didn't you see it just now, too? There was a flash of light and smoke coming from this direction. What was that sound? Senior sister, it's over here. Senior brotherly? Senior brotherly. Nanping border city. Humph? Sir, please take a look. Go, 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 hurry up. Alright, thank you, sir. See, senior sister? There's no trouble that Silver can't solve, but the officer said there were too many of us, so he charged us double. Then that would be 2 taels of silver? But now our money can only last for a month at most. Let's go, getting out is the most important. Okay, senior brother Li. Senior brother Li, how are you? I'm fine, don't worry about me, you were saying. You said that night when you came, you really only saw me alone? Yes, senior brother Li, we saw you alone there, senior brother Li, there was definitely no one else. That's impossible, didn't they see? Did you hear the thunder then? I think I don't remember. That's not right, this doesn't make any sense. Relying solely on my disease, it's impossible to easily get rid of those massive Buddhas. In the end, it all comes down to Dan Yangzi. Tell me, from the time I left Qifeng Temple until now, has my temper gotten worse? No, why would senior brotherly ask that? No, it's nothing, why would I ask that? That's because I suspect. That old bastard Dan Yangzi wants to be resurrected through my body. I can't go back to Jingde sect, but to deal with Dan Yangzi, I still need to find other sects in this world. Senior brotherly It's okay, leave everything to me. Leave everything to me now, no matter how dangerous it is, I must solve this problem of Dan Yangzi. After we leave Nanping, we'll reach the Siki Kingdom. Do any of you have family in the Siki Kingdom? You can get ready to go home. Senior brother Li, my home is in Siki. Grips tightly. Xiaoman you. Alright, then tell us, what kind of place is Siki? Are there any major sects like Jingde sect? I don't know, although I lived in Siki, I've never once left my village. Only once, when I was 9, I saw a spirit medium at the edge of the village. A spirit medium? Tell us about it. The time I saw them, someone in the village had been possessed, they were on the ground barking like a dog. After the spirit medium saw them, the possessed person was fine the next day, they went back to working in the fields as if nothing had happened. Spirit mediums, do these people have a sect, or a gathering place? I've heard, spirit mediums all live in their own homes, because they have to worship the immortals there. Immortals? What immortals, do they have names? Yes, the village elders said so, they're called Hong Huang Bai Lu Bei, spirit medium. Who's there? Who are you? Hey, don't be so tense, I'm not an enemy, not an enemy. Me, I was traveling late at night, and I saw a light up ahead, so I came to take a look. Turns out I overheard you talking about spirit mediums. I thought to myself, what a coincidence. My humble self is Li Ji, and I happen to be a spirit medium. Senior brother Li, I've seen his outfit before, that's what a spirit medium wears. What's wrong, you don't believe me? Then let me give you a little performance. Ahem. Spirits. Gods. Come. Qin Feng sword copper bell. Ouch, Taoist master, what are you doing? You asked me what I'm doing. I should be asking what you are doing. What kind of spirit are you trying to summon? Taoist master, you're not from Siki, or from around here, are you? I just thought I'd show you folks what a spirit medium ritual looks like. Friend, it's the middle of the night, don't joke around like this. It's easy to release misunderstandings, release. You may leave. Alright, Goose, stop looking, let's go. It changed back to a normal hand. Taoist master, I am Li Ji, I am a spirit medium, until we meet again. Senior brother Li, next time pay attention to his drum, they all need to beat a drum to summon spirits. Okay. Is she looking at me? The next day, early morning. The wound on my mouth healed so quickly. Ha. Good morning, Taoist master. What is he doing here? I said to increase vigilance at night, didn't I? Senior brother Li, there was nothing we could do, he only arrived this morning. And after he arrived, he voluntarily handed over his drum, then just squatted here trying to snatch our noodles to eat. Taoist master, I thought about it half the night before I figured it out. I scared you, didn't I? So I came specifically to apologize. I was truly sorry about last night. One bowl of noodles isn't really enough. I'll go scoop some more, hee. Senior brother Li. Should we, perhaps, part ways with him? No need to rush, I'll keep an eye on him. Senior brother Li, this spirit medium power, it's useful to you, isn't it? I'm sorry I couldn't figure anything out, if only I could be like you. Don't think like that. If you want to holler, I'll teach you how to use the bells later. Taoist master, where are you planning to go with such a large group? To Liang country, that is quite far, and you, brother Li Ji, where are you headed? Hey, my clan's elder Hyzen is celebrating her big birthday soon, so I'm heading over early to offer my congratulations. Brother Li Ji, what can you spirit medium disciples ask your immortals to do? Oh, that covers a lot. Expel evil, cure illnesses, change luck, attract wealth, weddings, funerals, marriages, character reading, fortune telling, grave geomancy, all sorts of things. We do a bit of everything. Everything? That's amazing. Yes, although each immortal's abilities are different, but if you run into something your own immortal can't handle, you can ask another family's immortal for help. Asking so many questions, Taoist master, are you thinking of becoming a spirit medium? No, I just want to learn about them. Even if you genuinely wanted to, it wouldn't be that easy. Being a shamanic disciple isn't something just anyone can do, you need a special opportunity. To become a shaman, you first have to contract a serious illness, preferably one that brings you close to death. If you're lucky, the immortal will send you a message in a dream, and they will cure you. Finally, as a reward, you'll become its shamanic disciple. But let me tell you, being a shamanic disciple is no easy job. There's a ton of messy business, and you also have to face 3 calamities and 3 tribulations, and you only get 50 copper coins for each service. Only 50 copper coins? The shamanic disciple is basically the immortal's long-term laborer, so the 50 copper coins are just the tips. It's an old custom that's been around for over 300 years. As for the immortal doesn't want these common things. Then what do the immortals take? Oh, that's not something I can talk about openly. It's considered taboo to talk about it. But generally, it won't be external possessions like money and wealth. Huh? You there? When are we having dinner later? Go away, it's not time to eat that early. It sounds like this shaman's immortal might be effective against Dan Yangzi. But what exactly that immortal will take in return, no one knows. It's best not to try it before figuring it out. Senior brother Li. Shall we stop here for today? Wait a moment, why is your face so red? I'm fine, Senior Brother Li. I'm just a little tired bailing Mio. Senior Brother Li, there's one more thing. I heard Li Ji is going to perform a shamanistic ritual for a family in the village. Li Ji is going to perform a ritual? Humph, it seems like a family on the east side of the village has been afflicted by an evil spirit. Goa and the others are keeping an eye on him over there. You watch by Ling Niao, I'll go check it out. Senior Brother Li. How about waiting until Li Ji is done being a show-off, and then have him take a look at Senior Sister Bai as well? I'll take a look first, and then decide. Goa, has someone been possessed here? Senior Brother Li, you're here? Just came to take a look. Senior Brother Li, look, it's right in the middle of the courtyard. Shaman Li, please save my daughter-in-law. Got it, since you've already paid the money. Of course I'll save her. How did I really run into something evil? I thought it was an illicit affair between a man and his daughter-in-law. After squeezing his way through the crowd with great effort, Li Ji looked left and right, then waved at Li Huowang. Benefactor, you're here. Benefactor, hurry over, why are you standing so far away? Li Ji leaned close to Huowang's ear and whispered, Oh, I say, Benefactor, how about you lend a hand? After we're done, we'll ask for a bit more money, and then split it 50-50 later, how about that? Li Huowang refused outright. Besides, he didn't know anything about exorcism. No, I'm not skilled in exorcism, you better handle it yourself. Then Huowang pointed toward the woman in front and said, But you should hurry up, look at that woman, she's practically twisting her own bones off. The woman who had seemed fine just moments ago had now bitten through her own mouth, blood dripping down her chin, while cracking sounds echoed from her joints. Li Ji adjusted the rim of his hat, sighed softly, glanced at Huowang, and said, All right then, Benefactor, please keep an eye on things for me. Then he ordered the woman's family, There are too many people here, carry her inside. A middle-aged man respectfully replied, Yes, master. The sun was setting, dusk creeping in, and as the surroundings grew quiet, inside a small wooden house, Li Ji gently struck the drum with his mallet, startling Huowang, whose heart almost leaped out of his chest. 3 drumbeats sounded, followed by a crisp and confident voice singing, invoking the deity. The sun sets in the west and the day turns to night, the dragon returns to the vast ocean, and the tiger returns to the mountains. As the rhythm of the drum and the singing blended, the woman's body began to change. Behind her, a stream of green mist took the shape of a serpent, baring its fangs with murderous eyes fixed on Li Ji. The singing continued steadily. The dragon returns to the vast ocean to bring pain, the tiger must return to the mountains for a peaceful slumber, hee. The woman in the red wedding robe beside Li Ji floated lightly in the air, preparing to act. Seeing the scene before him, Huowang folded his arms and watched silently, assessing in his mind, this deity invocation really is effective. The middle-aged man beside Huowang pressed his hands together in prayer, mumbling non-stop, May the great immortal protect us, please protect us. Huowang glanced at him, thinking to himself, It's a good thing this family ran into Li Ji, otherwise, what would they have done about this spiritual possession? Li Ji kept striking the drum while lighting sticks of incense, his voice never ceasing. 7-star glazed tiles on the roof, treading on the 8-edged purple gold bricks. Feet on the ground, head to the sky, burning incense and beating the drum to invite the ancient immortal. As soon as the chanting ended, the woman beneath the red veil began reacting. Beneath that veil, her eyes gleamed with eerie confidence, and her mouth curled into a twisted grin, revealing sharp teeth. Before Huowang's eyes, the red-robed ghost and the snake spirit collided fiercely, their energies clashing as if to destroy each other. Hearing the drums and chanting, the possessed woman bared her teeth and snarled like a wild beast, growling, Lie, lie be you. Inside the small wooden house, the pounding of drums and Li Ji's chanting rang out without pause. I summon troops, I summon Huang Tian Bie, I summon Huang Tian Qing, I summon Huang Tian He, I summon Huang Tianhong, great horseman, second spiritualist, fast-talking gossiping parrot. The middle-aged man nearby kept bowing and praying, murmuring for protection. Huowang stood there, carefully observing the exorcism ritual, thinking to himself, the white smoke in the room is getting thicker and thicker, and it sounds like this Li Ji can invoke more than one kind of immortal. Suddenly, a clawed hand with long, blood-red nails lunged toward the girl. The chant echoed, leaving the ancient cave, leaving the mountain, strike once, and it rocks 3 times, hit it 3 times, jump 9 times. The red-robed ghost pried open the girl's mouth with both hands, as streams of red mist poured relentlessly inside. The snake spirit was gradually forced out of the poor girl's body. Homeless now, the snake spirit turned its gaze directly toward Huowang. Seeing that, Huowang was taken aback. What does that mean? Without hesitation, the snake spirit shot toward Huowang at lightning speed, leaving him stunned. Can't beat the great immortal, so you come after me? Huowang quickly pulled out his bell and shouted, Li Ji, what the hell are you doing? He shook the bell hard, stopping the snake spirit right in front of him. Seeing this, he was secretly relieved. It's working. Li Ji was still dancing enthusiastically, his drums and chants flowing rhythmically. Oh, great ancient immortal, you're leaving. I won't stop you. Overlord holds the bridle, leading the horse. First unfasten the reins, then saddle its back. At that moment, the girl's face was filled with terror, pupils fully dilated, tears streaming down as a green mist poured endlessly from her throat. That green mist followed a specific pattern, flowing straight into the mouth of the red-robed ghost. The chant continued. The old ancient immortal whips his horse. It's time to head back to the mountains. The red-robed ghost tirelessly absorbed the strange green mist. Before long, the green mist was completely devoured. After chanting the final verse, Li Ji struck the drum 3 times in quick succession and stopped, appearing behind the red-robed ghost as he spoke. Ha ha ha. I wasn't paying attention just now while invoking the deity. Did I hear you calling me benefactor? Benefactor, is everything all right? Hearing that, Huowang fell silent, deep in thought. The exorcism ritual ended. Whispers began to rise. Li Huowang stood quietly to the side, carefully observing the woman sitting on the ground. It seemed her spirit had been greatly damaged, her lifeless eyes filled with fear, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. After looking around for a while, Huowang still couldn't figure out what exactly the second god that Li Ji mentioned had taken from her. He pondered deeply. Physically, this woman doesn't seem to be lacking anything. So what kind of payment does the immortal want? Could it be something on a spiritual level? At this moment, Li Ji walked over and spoke to the girl's family. Your daughter-in-law was just afflicted by a Sha spirit, so her body's weak, plus, the feng shui in your house is terrible. I'm worried you'll have more trouble headed your way. Hearing that, Huowang immediately turned his attention to Li Ji. The thin man was now so frightened that his face was pale as death. He didn't dare refuse Li Ji's suggestion and stammered, Then, Master Li the medium, what do you think we should do? Li Ji reached into his robe and rummaged for a while. He pulled out a small clay figurine and continued, How about this? Why don't you invite in a guardian immortal? The thin man's face showed clear fear, sweat dripping down as he stared at the guardian immortal without saying a word. Li Ji held the figurine in his hand, muttering incantations under his breath, and when he finished, he jumped up to place it onto a beam on the ceiling. Then he turned back to the man and said, Alrighty, we'll put it right here, now you can rest easy, this'll definitely protect your whole family and keep you safe. Li Huowang thought to himself, This is the guardian immortal. He quickly looked up at the ceiling to observe the guardian immortal, and a chill ran through him. It was a small clay figurine with a wide frame, seemingly molded at random, yet its eyes were strangely lifelike. Staring into those eyes, Huowang felt as if he were looking into something truly alive. At that moment, he suddenly saw the guardian immortal move slightly. Don't look, a faint, delicate voice sounded, and a figure with a bright red veil softly stepped forward from behind. A thought flashed through Huowang's mind. Spirit vessel, he spoke up. Did you have something you wanted to tell me? Hearing him, the second god slowly raised her hands, pale and slender with long nails, gently gripping the edge of the red veil as she began to lift it, about to speak. Just then, Li Ji suddenly appeared behind her, his cold voice cutting through. Goose, let's go. The second god lowered the veil again and turned to leave. Li Ji turned to the homeowner and said, 51 for the consultation, and another 51 for the guardian immortal. After taking the money, he let out a sigh and added, Busting my ass all day for just this much. Me and Goose are gonna find a villager to borrow a bed from. You do whatever, Taoist master, we're outta here. Huowang didn't reply, simply watching the silhouettes of Li Ji and the spirit vessel as they left, deep in thought. In the stillness of midnight, Li Huowang sat atop the roof, reflecting on what had just happened. Just now, she clearly stopped talking to me because of Li Ji. So, is she avoiding Li Ji? But aren't those two in the same group? Could it be? Just as he was thinking that, a weak voice echoed from inside the room. Li. Senior brother. Hearing Ling Niu's voice, he immediately responded, I'm here, then jumped down and quickly approached her bedside. At that moment, Ling Niu's whole body was limp, her eyes dazed, her face flushed from fever, her voice weak as she said, Senior brother Li. I'm not going to die, am I? Li Huowang sat down beside her and reassured her, Of course not, it's just a small wind cold, you took the medicine I refined, just get some good sleep and you'll be fine. Bai Ling Miao was so weak she could barely move, yet she still clutched tightly at the hem of Li Huowang's robe. She looked at him and whispered with broken breaths, Senior brother Li. I don't want to die, I want to with you. Hearing that, Huowang froze for a moment. He lowered his head and said softly, You won't die. No one is going to die. The next morning, everyone gathered in a large courtyard. Bai Ling Miao lay on a wooden cart. Huowang stood nearby carefully watching over her condition. Li Ji, holding a bowl of noodles, spoke while eating, Adept, I hear your sister's sick, need a hand with that? He refused bluntly, No need, she's already taken a pill. Hearing that, Li Ji continued, that's not good enough, Adept. I've seen some real masters draw a yellow talisman, burn it to ash, mix it with water, and drink it down, cures any illness, just like that. Look how long it's been, and your sister's still not getting any better. If you asked me, this calls for a true spirit medium. The old immortal of the Bai clan is unmatched when it comes to healing. If my wife and I handle it, I guarantee we'll solve your problem. Li Huowang saw this as an opportunity to learn more about the second god, so he smiled faintly and said with a hidden meaning, To heal the sick and save the dying. I need to know who it is I'm supposed to be healing, wouldn't I? Li Ji quickly replied, Adept, what in the world are you implying? Before he could finish, Huowang cut in, Fine, I'll be direct. Your wife, is she really just an ordinary spirit vessel? The smile on Li Ji's face froze. He lowered his head, his tone turning cold. Now you're just being difficult, Adept, you follow the path yourself, would you tell me your secrets? It's not as if I've ever asked you where you rounded up this wretched lot. Li Ji stepped closer, placed his hand on Huowang's shoulder, and smirked as he said, Look here, Adept, we just want to do you a good turn, help with a proper ritual, so how about we agree not to ask certain questions? Huowang brushed his hand aside and declined, Brother Li Ji, I appreciate the sentiment, it's nothing more than a common cold, there's no need to summon a great immortal. I'm afraid we can't afford the price they're asking. Li Ji fell silent, staring at Huowang with clear hostility. Then he set the bowl down, turned away, and said as he walked off, You're right, one shouldn't summon an old immortal for just any little thing. My apologies for the intrusion, wife, let's go. Guwa came over to clean up the bowl, muttering as he glanced at Li Ji's departing figure, What was that all about? Freeloaded a bowl of noodles off us and didn't even wash up. Before leaving, Huowang gave instructions, Go Wa, the preparations I spoke of this morning, you'll begin them tonight. Guwa replied, Oh right, you got it, Senior brother Li. But Senior brother Li, do you have some kind of history with that spirit medium? No, just taking precautions. At the third watch that night, a red mist surrounded the wooden cabin. It swirled a few times, spotted Huowang sitting by the window, then suddenly rushed toward him. Inside the red mist, a hand with sharp claws extended straight into the room. Huowang recognized that hand, the hand of the spirit vessel, and said softly, Stop, the woods at the edge of the village, I'm heading there now. Hearing him, it paused, then quickly withdrew. So, you've finally come. I hope tonight's preparations are useful. Then, guided by the dim moonlight, Li Huowang arrived at the meeting place and called out, Miss Second God, I've come to keep our appointment. He was slightly surprised to see the second god standing alone beside a withered tree. Huowang looked around and thought to himself, Li Ji isn't here. Li Huowang walked forward and asked, Second god, is there something you want to tell me? Second god used her claw to scratch a line across her own hand. The red syrup flowing from her just dripped onto the ground. Seeing the scene before him, Huowang was slightly stunned. The red syrup from second kept spreading across the ground, then gradually formed words. You must be careful. A complete line of text appeared before Li Huowang's eyes. You must be careful of Xin Su Xian. He looked at the words on the ground, his expression showing a hint of shock, and he asked himself, Xin Su Xian? What is that? A gentle breeze passed by. Second god suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Li Huowang by the neck, and lifted him high. From beneath the hooded cloth, a familiar voice spoke. After testing for so long, turns out your Xin Su was just a fake. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Li Huowang swung his sword, slicing second god's hood into 2 pieces. He gently stepped back a few paces, and upon seeing second god's true face, he froze in shock, then spoke. So this is the truth behind second god? There has only ever been one Li Ji? Li Ji didn't answer, only let out a cold snort. Right after that, a long drumbeat echoed from within the forest. Li Huowang turned toward the source of the sound and thought to himself. That drum. No, Li Ji must be nearby. At that moment, 2 voices rang out simultaneously, one from before him, and another from deep within the surrounding dark forest. Please the god. The sun sets beyond the western hills, darkness falls, every household shuts its doors. Magpies and crows fly to the big trees, sparrows and bluebirds return to their nests. Ah! Li Ji's summoning chant suddenly stopped, surprising second god, who looked up in shock. Standing before second god, Li Huowang curled his lips into a faint smile. He drove his sword into the ground, bent down to look at the disheveled second god on the ground, and spoke smugly. You came all the way here to test me, but wasn't I testing you as well? A moment earlier. Fortunately, senior brotherly told us to prepare early. Turns out the thief really was hiding nearby. Returning to the present, Li Huowang stood up, pulled his sword from the ground, and said, I've already been tricked once by the empty sect, a fall once, a lesson learned. When I encounter strange people or strange things, I always stay on guard. As soon as Li Huowang finished speaking, scattered footsteps echoed from within the forest. The group of Go Hua and the fool emerged. Go Hua called out hurriedly. Hurry up, don't keep senior brother waiting. Senior brotherly, we caught the person. Are you all alright? What could possibly happen? Just like Chun Shaman said. This shaman's got no real tricks, all depends on his drum. Huowang stared intently at the drum lying on the ground, saying nothing, seemingly lost in thought. Li Ji, seeing this, was terrified, and stammered. No. Don't. Huowang thrust his sword downward, the drum's taut surface was easily pierced through. Just as I thought. The moment the jumping shaman is restrained, the immortal deity ceases all movement. Who exactly is Su Xian? Why do all of you keep calling me Su Xian? So you truly know nothing at all, that blood-red robe of yours fooled me for a moment. Then tell me, what exactly is Su Xian? Hee, Benefactor Li truly has a sharp mind. But unfortunately, you still stand no chance against the old immortal. Strike together, kill him. Hacked apart like that, he should already be dead, right? He has to be dead. Senior Brother Li, what do we do now? Are jumping shamans, actually this weak? That death came far too easily. Senior Brother Li, Urshan is escaping. I clearly pierced his drum, so how is Urshan still able to move? No. That's not Urshan. The one fleeing is Li Ji, and the Li Ji we cut down transformed into Urshan, so that's how it was, they switched bodies. All of you stay and watch the Urshan on the ground, The instant she moves, strike immediately. Don't worry, Senior Brother Li. Yes, yes, Senior Brother Li. Now that your drum is gone, let's see what other tricks you still have left. Sigh, Benefactor Li. We disciples of the jumping path are different from people like you. There are certain matters I truly have no power to decide for myself. Do you think saying all this will suddenly make me pity you and spare your life? Why do you call me Su Xian? Answer me now. You're still obsessing over that matter. Benefactor Li. Surely you don't believe we jumping shamans carry only a single drum, do you? This is bad. I can't allow him to keep beating that drum. Clear. Spirit. Diligently. Senior Brother Li, this bastard is too fast. Aye. I'll take care of it. Senior Brother Li. I'm alright, I'm going after Li Ji. The rest of you just keep Rishun surrounded. Yes. The sun sinks into the west, daylight fades into night, every household shuts its doors. Li Ji has to be somewhere nearby. The old immortal carries the 3 sect treasures, the immortal trapping lock, the immortal binding rope. Where did he go? The soul-seizing bottle is strapped to the horse's back. I found him, die Li Ji. Smoke clouds ah. What is happening? This is a hospital gown from the other side? Li Huowang. Old man Lu? Dr. Li? I returned? Xiao Su, take old Lu away first. All right. Old Lu, come, let's head back to the ward first. No, wait. That's the sound of drums. It's fake. This is all the celestial immortals doing. Then keep beating it if you dare. What other tricks are left? Come on, use every last one of them. Hee, this time, I truly have nothing left, Benefactor Li. I sincerely beg your forgiveness. You're already at death's door, yet you're still pretending to be some good man. Wasn't it you who tried to kill me moments ago? I truly had no other choice. From the very day I became a jumping shaman, escape was never an option for me. Senior Brother Li went this direction, didn't he? Yes, over this way. That thing suddenly stopped moving. Senior Brother Li must have already taken care of that scoundrel. Mortals can never overcome immortals, immortal masters. I still tried to fight back, but in the end, it truly was meaningless. Then what exactly is this Su Xian you spoke of earlier? Su Xian is the manifestation born from the primordial origin. It possesses form yet has not fully taken shape. This is what is called Su Xian, the origin of matter before a complete body is formed. Don't ask me, all of this was spoken by the immortal masters. I'm only an ordinary man, I can't comprehend such things. But this is the first time I've ever seen them so overjoyed, so I figured, Su Xian must be some supreme treasure beyond compare. In this world, am I truly such a rare existence? Aside from being mentally unstable, I'm obviously no different from any normal person. Wait. Dan Yangzi didn't randomly search for a medicine primer. Maybe other strange cultivation methods also require a medicine primer like me. Benefactor Li. Could I trouble you with one small favor? Other, go ahead. The 22nd of next month is Qingming Festival. Could you burn some paper money for me? I, Li Ji, spent my whole life in poverty. I don't wish to remain a poor ghost after death. Cough. Also, earlier you said you wanted to exorcise evil. You head south, search for the black-robed nuns. They can barely be considered good people. Nuns? What sect do they belong to? Are they truly skilled at exorcising evil spirits? Hey, Li Ji? Bury them? Why, Senior Brother? They were villains who robbed and killed people. Li Ji wasn't truly a villain. If Li Ji had never become a jumping shaman, perhaps he and I might have become close friends. Bury them. Once they're laid to rest, we can head back. Yes, Senior Brother Li. Li Ji's eyeballs suddenly twitched faintly, then violently bulged outward. Something inside the eye seemed to be struggling desperately to crawl free, tearing apart the tough membrane surrounding the eyeball. It resembled a parasitic creature, and after leaving Li Ji's corpse, it needed to seek out a new host. After it reached a nearby house, it found its next host, Bai Ling Miao. She lay on the bed, struggling against the terrible sickness. Senior Brother Li. Do you desire it? You're not Senior Brother Li. Who are you? Where is this place? The power of the celestial immortals, do you desire it? Accept me, and you shall be allowed to borrow our strength. Power? What must I do? He. Good child, simply surrender everything to me. Senior Sister Bai, we've returned. You still have a fever, why are you fetching water? Hurry inside and lie down. I'm all right, Senior Brother Li. If you don't believe me, touch my forehead. You're really not feverish anymore. Could the pill I refined truly be that effective? Are you certain you're all right? I'm fine, what could possibly happen to me? But just a moment ago you were. No more buts, Senior Brother Li. Isn't it a good thing now that the illness is gone? Several days later, Qingming Festival. The first offering is burned for Li Ji, the second offering is burned for Li Ji's wife. Whichever bastard dares steal this will surely be reborn as livestock in the next life. Does shouting like that really make any difference? Of course it does, my third uncle taught me this. If you yell loudly like this, the wandering ghosts and wild spirits won't dare snatch the ghost money we burn. Is that really so? But perhaps after Li Ji died, nothing remained at all. Maybe he never even became a ghost, and left nothing behind. Senior Brother Li, what you're saying is terrifying. Once Li Ji and his wife died, they definitely became ghosts, and naturally they would enter the underworld to reincarnate. That's beyond doubt. Why are you so certain? Have you personally seen it before? Because everyone believes it. Senior Brother Li, we've found out. What did you discover? Senior Brother Li, the black-robed nuns you asked about should be located on Manhwa Mountain. These black-robed nuns, did you uncover anything unusual about them? For example, like the rumors saying Jingda Temple is extremely effective for praying for children. Anything unusual? I only heard the nuns there are extremely fat. Extremely fat? How is that considered unusual? Then, did you at least find out how to reach Manhwa Mountain? The ferry has arrived. It's finally here, wonderful. From here, we'll cross the lake by boat, then after several days of walking, we'll arrive at Manhwa Mountain. All these people are fleeing from the war in that direction. We only need to follow behind them. Come, everyone board the boat, 77 per person. Boat Captain You Honor. Why 70 when? Didn't you say earlier it was only 10 won? Yeah, that's way too expensive. Hey, listen to yourselves, now that the war is almost here, what's wrong with me increasing the price? If you want passage, pay up, otherwise swim across yourselves if you're capable. Senior Brother Li. What should we do? Pay the fee, better not to stir up trouble. Why is the water in this lake so dark? Captain, there isn't anything in this lake that eats people, right? What kind of nonsense are you asking? I've lived on this lake for nearly 20 years. And don't you see me alive and well? Relax, all those strange rumors were fabricated by bored people with nothing better to do. Fabricated? Hopefully that's the truth. Captain, we've arrived. Arrived? Yeah. We've reached the place where the boat toll is collected. Someone fell into the water. It's the boatman and the captain. The boat's going to overturn. Everyone stay seated, unless you want this boat to flip over right now. Ladies and gentlemen, toss over your bags, luggage, gold, silver, and jewelry. We are the heroes of Mount Hun, robbing the rich to aid the poor, and we absolutely won't harm a single hair on your heads. But if we discover that anyone hid even a single coin, then you'll get to choose between rolled noodles or wonton noodles. Senior Brother Li, they're water bandits. And they even brought the whole family along. Looks like this is their family trade. Friends, honestly bring this boat to shore, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Jing Jianzi, planning to make your move? Stop talking nonsense, and take us to shore. Oh ho, so he's just some ignorant rookie. I bet the hair below hasn't even grown in yet, ha ha ha. Listen carefully, brat, I've skinned 7 or 8 Taoists like you already. Let me tell you, this lake belongs to the Yuan family. Even if you're a dragon, you'll coil up for me. Even if you're a tiger, you'll kneel down for me. Sigh, so negotiations are over then? Kill him. Ha ha ha, did this Taoist get scared stupid? He's actually stuffing dirt in his mouth while shaking a bell? A master, had you announced your identity earlier, sir, how could rough folk like us possibly dare to block your path? Or perhaps your hands were itching today, and you simply wanted to spill some blood? Yuan family patriarch. Is there anyone aboard who knows how to steer a boat? Come help out. Our lives may be worthless, but after slaughtering so many members of the Yuan family, you think you'll just leave like this? I'm afraid it won't end so easily. Li. Senior brother Li, they're throwing pigs, cows, and sheep into the lake. Why are there children too? What? Sons of the Yuan family, men of the Yuan family. The Yuan family of the marsh bows to no one. If a fierce dragon insists on crushing us, then we beg the river god to reveal his divine might. Senior brother Li, this boat is shaking violently. What's happening? Senior brother Li, look at the water. This is the river god. Biling Miao. Goa. Everyone, no. You can't die. Kid, leave the rest to me. Great-grandfather, this was all my fault. I failed to properly investigate the backgrounds of the targets before setting the trap. But second brother already checked the secret signal with that Taoist earlier, and the brat clearly didn't know it at all. Oh. A mistake is still a mistake, and yet you dare think of blaming others, you worthless trash. Men, drag him away and give him the leap through the dragon gate. If he survives it, then this matter is settled. If he dies, bury him, yes, patriarch. Tomorrow, wait until the corpses floating in the lake have swollen before fishing them up. Let's return to the stronghold first. Patriarch, quickly, look at the lake. That's blood? It's the river god. The river god was slain? It's that Taoist. No, impossible. How is he still alive? Hurry, kill him, don't let him ring that bell. Run. Run for your lives. Wah. If you're going to kill, don't stop halfway, exterminate the entire family. Sob, Mom. Go, run, hurry, Mom, I'm not leaving. There's no need to keep killing anymore. No. Stop killing. Kid. Why spare them? Because. Bad man, get away, don't bully my mother. Kill them, why can't I kill these water bandits when they killed our people? That's right. Kill. Senior brother Li? Li Huowang? Bai Ling Miao? Senior brother Li, this sword. Are you okay? Arg. Li Huowang, wake up, I beg you, please stop hurting yourself. Bai Ling Miao, you're not dead? Quickly, answer his question, play along. Yeah, I know how to swim, Senior brother Li. There was a pond in front of my house. I've played in the water since I was little. That's good, you're still alive. That's great. Yes, it really is, Li Huowang. Ha! Boss, don't blame me. If the old ancestor found out I went easy, none of us could handle the consequences. It was my screw-up. That cost so many brothers in the stronghold their lives. I deserve this. I don't blame you. Wait, what is that? Junior brother Sun and I are decent swimmers. After the boat overturned, we tried our hardest to get people out of the lake, but there were still 2 people we couldn't find. I'm sorry, Senior brother Li, 3 of the ones we pulled up died too, the fool, drowned too. Qingfeng Temple Drug Hall Leader Sun Baolu. Fool, I shouldn't have kept calling you fool. I should have at least given you a proper name, would have been easier to write on the tombstone. These water bandits deserve to die. He's come back to life. Are you okay? Li. Senior brother Li, I'm hung. You fool, you're alive, that's great. Stop calling him fool from now on, call him Gao Zhijian. Oh, Gao Zhijian? Senior brother, hungry. Okay. We'll go find something to eat right now. Senior brother Li, one cart isn't nearly enough for all the gold and silver in this stronghold. Forget the silver, just take the gold jewelry. Senior brother Li, but this is silver, shiny, white silver. I said only gold, fill this cart and we leave. Oh, okay. What's wrong with senior brother Li? If he doesn't want silver, fine, but why get so angry? No. My emotions are starting to be influenced by Cripplehead. Need to find those nuns Li Ji mentioned, fast. Senior brother Li, what's wrong? Everyone scatter, find cover and hide, there are still water bandits in the stronghold. Put it down. White fragments, what the hell is this thing? Little Ox Nose, what are you hiding for? Come on, so even you have moments when you can't keep an appointment. What kind of method is this? Scared to make a move? Then go die. A spell attack using teeth? Doesn't yanking teeth like that hurt? Compared to this, Lord Yu is actually more normal. Heh, here it comes, the little ox nose signature move. But did you think I don't have one? One tongue, turning wheel, one lash, great thousand. The sound disappeared? Subtle realms zenith, beyond words and tears. Lord Yu has been immobilized. Heaven's divine theory, must not anger money. What did he do? No. I have to stop him, quickly. My Lord Supreme. The peaceful song starless the Emperor. What is happening to me? I hear, no, I smell, no, I see it. None of that is right, I must not perceive it. Bahui? Biehui? What is that? No, don't look. I only looked for a second, and my hand, should I kill myself to summon Dan Yangzi? No, Dan Yangzi is absolutely nothing compared to this thing, the difference between them is too vast. I have to think of a way, I can't just wait to die like this. Pain, it hurts. Pause. The mutation paused? No. I'm not in pain, I can still. My arm, it's returning to normal, subsided, is it over? How are you guys? Are you okay? Just now, what exactly happened just now? I think I turned into a caterpillar? Is everyone back to normal? Such a huge commotion, and it just ends like this? This bamboo slip. Shaoman, how are you? I'm okay. Senior brother Li. White pills, precious dew, devour the belly, extract the bones. Senior brother Li, what is written on these bamboo slips? This bamboo slip is called the Great Thousand Records. It is a cultivation method. No, calling it a trading manual would be more accurate. Everything written on it describes how to use one's own pain and flesh to exchange for power from a certain existence. The lightest punishment teaches you how to pry off your entire fingernail with a bamboo splinter. How to chew a large bag of rusty iron filings and forcibly swallow them down. And how to sacrifice your own flesh and blood to strike a deal with certain existences. Senior brother Li, what kind of consequences did we suffer from that water bandit using this technique on us earlier? We haven't been hit by some curse, have we? There is no curse. That water bandit couldn't withstand the pain during the casting process and interrupted the ritual, so nothing happened to us. Is that so? Behind this scroll of the Great Thousand Records, could there be a sect like the Jingde Gate? Baolong. This ship is fine. Gao Shijian, move all the gold from this stronghold over here. We'll take it all with us in a bit. Okay. Senior brother Li, you gave the fool the name Gao Shijian because you thought his name sounded bad, so give me one too. I'm not greedy, you, just give me a famous name, the bigger the better. Hey, you want a famous name. If I called you Chow Chow, do you think you could handle the weight of it? The name Chow Chow is good, sounds auspicious. From now on I am Chow Chow, you fool. I already named you Gao Yijian. You have to call me Chow Chow too, Chow Chow? That's right. Senior Brother Li, everything is packed. Good. Let's go. Town at the foot of Henghua Mountain. Is this supposed to be a good place? Why are there so many people? Senior Brother Li, look over here. It's the first day of the month, the big market day. People from 10 miles around have all come for the fair. I see, no wonder there are so many people. My good disciple, there aren't just humans in this market. Yes, today is the first, the wandering lords are also attending the fair. Tell me, if we were to ring the Dao bell right here, how many wandering lords would scurry out from this crowd? When that happens, the wandering lords will swallow everyone in the market, and then it won't be so noisy here anymore. Ring the bell? Senior Brother Li. We've arrived at the inn, let's go in and rest our feet. Welcome guests, what would you like to order? I'm not bragging, but our shop's 2 dragons playing with a pearl, 3 suns bring prosperity, carp leaping over the dragon gate, they are all famous dishes that. Waiter, hold the order for a moment. Do you know about the black-robed nuns on Mount Henghua? You mean, Ansai Nunnery? Ansai Nunnery gets fewer offerings than a local earth god shrine, why bother asking about them? Huh? Gold? Master, you asked the right person. My second sister's nephew's village has a widow who went to Ansai Nunnery to become a nun. Puts away then. Do you know why the nuns at Ansai Nunnery wear black robes? Ha, those aren't black robes. Those nuns never bathe or change their clothes. They've worn them for so long, the green clothes turn black. The other day, a few of them came down to sell pigs. I saw one rubbed her neck, and hey, guess what? She rubbed off a ball of dirt the size of a date. I just need to climb the mountain next to the town to find Ansai Nunnery, right? That's right, sir. Senior Brother Li, are we going to Ansai Nunner? We're not going on a picnic. What's the point of you all following? That was a bit harsh, forget it. Waiter, bring one of every dish you can serve. Coming right up, just a moment, sir. Wait for me in the town, if I'm not back by tomorrow. Bai Ling Miao, take everyone and leave immediately, do you hear me? Okay. But Senior Brother Li, I'm not a burden anymore. 2 hours later. Finally made it. Ansai Nunnery. Didn't they say those nuns were fat and lazy? With the mountain this high, how do they drive the pigs down to sell them? Is this riding? Or something else? Why can't I understand it anymore? Is anyone there? No one? Did the nuns go down to the market too? What's that sound? It's coming from the main hall. Excuse me, is anyone here? Xian Yang of Qifeng Temple requests an audience. There it is again. Is it the Buddha statue? No. It's behind the statue. Is this? It stinks in here. Excuse me, Master, Xian Yang of Qifeng Temple has an urgent matter to discuss. No response? Is she ignoring me? Excuse me, Master, Xian Yang of Qifeng Temple requests an audience for an urgent matter. Is it time to eat? Ansai Nunnery Miao Yu. Time to eat. This smell. Oh my, it's time to eat, time to eat. I'm going to eat. Hey, excuse me, Master, Xian Yang of Qifeng Temple has an urgent matter to discuss. If you want to pray to Buddha, go burn some incense yourself. Stop delaying my meal. Hee hee. Wait, you smell like gold. MMH, the smell is even stronger now. Are you here to buy pigs or to have a vegetarian meal? The pigs are in the pen, the vegetarian meal is 200 copper coins per person. No. She's too close. Gold. I'll pass on the meal, but I've heard the masters of Ansai Nunnery are profoundly skilled, so I came here to seek your help in exorcising an evil spirit. Exorcising an evil spirit? Ha, aren't you a Taoist priest yourself? And you're asking a Buddhist nun to help you exorcise an evil spirit? Ha! That's right. To think that a Taoist priest like me would ask a nun to help exorcise an evil spirit. Ha! Ha ha! Wait, no. Why am I laughing too? Ahem, masters, please stop laughing. I'm in a real hurry with this trouble of mine. If I don't sort it out, it might cost me my life. The guide fee is 2 gold beans. Pay up, and I'll take you to ask my master. I am Xian Yang of Qifeng Temple. May I ask for your Dharma name, master? Miao Yu. What a lovely name. These characters, are they the same as the ones at the main gate? Master, may I ask what the characters on this plaque say? This script is called Nushu. It's only passed down to women, never to men. Stop studying those characters, otherwise there won't be anything left for me to eat when we get back. The abbess's cultivation room is just ahead, stay close. We're here, the abbess is inside, I won't be going in. Honestly, I'm a bit scared of her. Oh, okay. By the way, the abbess's Dharma name is Jingxin. Best of luck to you, Taoist. This Miaoyu from the Ansai Nunnery is quite interesting. I just wonder what Abbess Jingxin, the one even Miaoyu is afraid of, is going to be like. The smell in this room is even worse than Miaoyu's. And, what's that smacking sound? Go ahead and light the lamp, I'm blind, so I have no need for it. Are you Abbess Jingxin? Yes, Abbess. This? Hee hee, how rare, to think Shinsu has come looking for me. What? How does she know about Shinsu? Could it be that this place is also? What are you panicking for? One look and I can tell you're just a clueless brat. Since when does our Ansai nunnery need outside ingredients? Honestly, my son is also a Shinsu, though he has already gone mad. There are other Shinsu in this world? I have no idea if what Jingxin says about her child is true or false. I need a way to verify it. Ahem, Abbess Jingxin, I've previously used black Tai Sui to treat my chronic illness, and the results were quite good. Have you ever used it on your son? Black Tai Sui is a reliable medicine that Scabby Head tested on my body. If Jingxin says the black Tai Sui is useless, then she's lying. Come on, what will your answer be? I used it. Of course, I gave it to my son, but black Tai Sui cannot be eaten indiscriminately. Eating it in small quantities is fine. But if you eat too much of it, it will completely occupy your stomach. And in the end, it will leave your body entirely. As I expected, Dan Yangzi never had good intentions. Even the medicine he gave me has serious side effects. What, are you trying to test me with the matter of black Taisu? Hee hee hee, then I'll tell you another secret about the heart essence. I guess, you surely feel that you're not of this world, don't you? You feel that you come from another great world. A world completely different from this place? You. How did you know that? Is it because your son also came from the real world? What's with all the panic? Children truly lack composure. My son, at first, really thought the same thing. But he came out of my belly, this is an absolute certainty. Young man, Zhuangzi dreamed he was a butterfly, or did the butterfly dream it was Zhuangzi? Don't be so certain about everything, including anything that goes on in your head. What do you mean by that? Has it never occurred to you that the real world you believe in might be false from the very beginning? That strange and dazzling great world, and all those things, why couldn't they just be fantasies you've woven while living in this world? I didn't travel through time? I'm originally a person from here, and there was never a modern world. Everything in my head about reality is a figment of my imagination. No, that's not right. Something must be wrong. That's right. A person might be able to imagine an entire world, but it's impossible for them to imagine knowledge. Knowledge, scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, right. Ah, you fool. To cut a long story short, Nun Jingxin, just tell me directly what exactly the heart essence is. The heart essence is you. It also includes the confusion and the karmic obstacles in your heart, and the causality you carry. Vague and obscure words, what do they mean exactly? From the scent of the few things you carry, you must be aware of some matters of invisible arts training. Any sect, regardless of external things, what matters most to them is their own mental state. And the confusion and other karmic obstacles of the heart essence are much purer and more stable than those of ordinary people. Some sects need the confusion present in the heart essence to stabilize their mental state, and even if they don't need it, selling the heart essence to those who do yields enormous profits. Mental state? Stands up and also, confusion? No. I am not confused at all now. I am now completely certain, even if I fall into a hallucination again, I'll be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. Really? As you wish. What you believe is the truth for you. This old nun is too lazy to argue with you. Go back your way. Go back? That, Nun Jingxin, actually, I came this time to ask you to perform an exorcism. So you didn't come to ask me for a solution to the heart essence problem? Then why were you chattering just now? Can't you get straight to the point? Cough, pardon me, I'll start narrating right away. It's like this. I was at Qifeng Temple. Became an immortal? In this age, is there really someone who has become an immortal? Takes out. Are you performing divination? How is it, Nun? When you ascended to immortality, you didn't devour your master, did you? What? I didn't eat him. Forget it. Why am I even questioning you? You're nothing more than a heart essence after all. What kind of technique is this? Why does my body feel so slippery and unbearably itchy? Don't move. Endure it. I possess a method capable of removing your master, but doing so will consume an enormous amount of power from my spiritual artifact. So tell me, why should I bother helping you? Is she asking for compensation? As long as you can eliminate Dan Yangzi, then everything I own is yours to take. What is all this trash? Move it away at once, especially that great world record. Keep it as far from our quiet mercy convent as possible. Such filth must never contaminate these sacred grounds. This is… I smell the scent of gold on your body. So she really wants something, then this becomes much easier. No problem, later, I'll offer those gold pieces to the Bodhisattva of the Quiet Mercy Convent, and use them to gild the statue. Aside from these worldly possessions, there is something else I need you to retrieve for me. Retrieve something for you? Travel 200 miles east of Mount Manhwa, and you will find a forest. Within that forest lurks an evil being known as the Lei Shiba. Go, and bring back his eyes for me. Chow Chow, do you know what happened to eldest brother Li up on the mountain? Exactly, what is eldest brother Li doing? Why did he suddenly come running back? Eldest brother Li only said he was going to fetch something. Hey Goa, why are you crying? My name is Chow Chow. Alright, Chow Chow, hurry and tell us what exactly happened. The only thing eldest brother Li told me was that he needed to head into the forest 200 miles east of Mount Manhwa to retrieve something. Once he finishes, he'll take all of us back home. What exactly is he retrieving from that forest? How would I know? Eldest brother Li never discusses things with us. Today he even spoke 2 extra sentences to me compared to normal, which is already incredibly rare. Then let him go. But why are you sitting here crying over it? I'm crying because eldest brother Li gave every last piece of that gold to the nun. What? If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have found myself a wife first. He really gave all of it away. Why didn't you stop him from doing something so foolish? Don't you know there's something wrong with eldest brother Li's head? I truly tried stopping him the entire time, but how could I possibly hold him back? Eldest brother Li. How could eldest brother Li hand over all that gold to a nun? Sister Xiaoman, is that your voice? Yes, it's me. Don't worry, little sister Bai. As long as I'm standing guard here, those bastards won't dare to. Sister Xiaoman, I've already finished bathing. Would you like to bathe too? Ahem, there's no need. Sister Xiaoman, if you want to wash up, I can stand guard for you. No need, let's hurry back already. There's no point washing this body of mine that's covered in thick black hair. Even the 60-year-old bachelors back in my village wouldn't dare touch someone like me. But I like you more than anyone else, Sister Xiaoman. Your thick fur makes you incredibly comfortable to hug. Comfortable? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Stop talking rubbish. But, little sister Bai, Do you truly intend to marry eldest brother Li? Have you really thought this through carefully? It's true eldest brother Li saved us and treated us kindly, but after all, he's that sort of person. He may be strange, but am I really any better? My whole body is pale white, and everyone who sees me trembles in fear, yet eldest brother Li never once despised me. Instead, he saved my life over and over again. In my heart, he truly is a wonderful man. Sister Xiaoman, you head back first. I want to remain here a little longer. Alright, then be careful. I can't kill her. Stop rushing me, like this. Whose turn is it to play now? It's your turn, Xiao Xiao. Why haven't we seen even a trace of eldest brother Li the entire day? He was hurrying non-stop during the past few days, but now that we're almost there, he suddenly decides to stay put here instead. Ha! Eldest brother Li went to find the village blacksmith. I think he mentioned something about forging an item. 70,000. By the way, Goa, didn't eldest brother Li send you into the village to gather information? And yet you're over here playing cards. Aren't you afraid he'll skin you alive when he gets back? What, Goa? Call me Chow Chow. How difficult could it possibly be to gather information in a tiny village like this anyway? I asked around ages ago and already learned everything there was to know. Eldest brother Li is back. Eldest brother Li, did you finish preparing the thing you wanted? Yes, everything has been prepared now. Eldest brother L, what exactly are all these things you're carrying? They don't look like weapons at all, they look more like instruments for torture. Take these pliers for example, they're not meant for killing people. But they're excellent for yanking out teeth and things like that. What about the matter I told you to investigate? I checked everything. There's a gigantic man-eating snake inside that forest. Nobody living nearby dares approach the place. But the strange thing is, that snake never leaves the forest, and usually behaves rather peacefully. A gigantic snake? Does he mean some kind of giant python? Then there shouldn't be any issue. Come on, let's move out. This bamboo forest doesn't seem abnormal in any way. Is that Lei Shiba? Impossible. When did it appear? No, something feels wrong here. Fireflies? Bamboo? That isn't Lei Shiba. It's only another one of my hallucinations. The effects of the black tie sway are slowly wearing off. I can't keep dragging this out any longer. Otherwise, the situation will become even more troublesome. Chow Chow. Do you know what this Lei Shiba eldest brother Li mentioned actually is? Lei Shiba? How should I know? Elder sister Bai, you're really worried about eldest brother Li, aren't you? Yes, I was thinking maybe there's some way I could help. Eldest brother Li went through so much trouble bringing us here this time. I just wanted to know whether there's anything I can do for him. There's no need for that. All you need to do is stay close behind me, understand? Yes, eldest brother Li. But after we enter the forest, there actually may be one thing you can help me with. If, and I'm only saying if, my behavior or actions begin seeming strange, then stay close beside me, and don't let me wander away on my own. Yes, eldest brother Li. Eldest brother Li. Are you certain this is the correct place? There doesn't appear to be anything unusual in this bamboo forest. Could we have mistaken the location? Nun Jingxin said Lei Shiba was located 200 miles away from the Quiet Mercy Convent. But I'm not some precise machine, so some errors in judgment are only natural. Watch out. Are all of you alright? We're fine, eldest brother Li. Russell. Who's there? Show yourself. Ah, my bamboo forest. Why are you young people chopping down the bamboo belonging to our Wu village? Village chief of Wu village, Wu Ding. The lanterns aren't red, and there isn't even a trace of red anywhere on his body. It seems he really isn't Lei Shiba. Could it be that I came to the wrong place after all? No, that attack from the bamboo forest just now must have been Lei Shiba testing us. Elder, please forgive us, we lost our way. Even if you're lost, that still doesn't give you the right to chop down our bamboo. Taking out. Elder, please accept this silver. Night has already fallen, and we are exhausted from our travels. Could you allow us to stay for a single night? Ahem. If you wish to stay the night, then so be it. However, our Wu village has many rules. If you intend to remain here, then you absolutely must obey the rules. Within our Wu village, the very first rule is this: do not argue with your elders, especially not with me. Is that all? Aren't these merely your village rules? Do you truly intend to use family regulations to restrain outsiders? Go on then, continue speaking, we're listening. The second rule concerns the living creatures dwelling inside this bamboo forest. These creatures once rendered favors to our Wu family, so whether they are rats or wild cats, none of you are permitted to harm them, should you encounter them along the road. You must step aside and give them passage. As for the third rule, outsiders like you, none of your men are allowed to converse with the women of our village. This rule did not exist in earlier years, but several years ago, a wandering peddler seduced 2 wives from the village and fled with them. Ah, my blood boils every time I think about it. Shallow ponds breed turtles everywhere. This broken-down village is overflowing with absurd rules. How about we skip staying here tonight altogether? Shaoman, we shouldn't ruin eldest brother Li's plans. Ha, is he still not finished talking yet? The final 2 rules are the most important of all. The second to last rule is this: after entering the village, no lanterns are to be lit at night, and no one may leave their homes. As for the final rule, no matter what time it is, as long as you remain within the village, you must wait for people to turn around before speaking to them. Never address someone while their back is facing you. These last 2 rules sound extremely suspicious. Old man, what happens if someone breaks them? Anyone who violates the rules will be fined 1 tael of silver for every offense, and repeat offenders will continue being fined until they no longer dare commit the offense again. And don't think we're targeting outsiders specifically, even the villagers are punished the same way. Frightened now, aren't you? Because I'm old and soft-hearted, I decided to warn all of you beforehand. Extinguish. All right then, follow me into the village. The home of the Wu village chief. Eldest brother Li, what exactly are we searching for? First search for written records, then investigate anything unusual. The stranger something appears, the more carefully you must inspect it. Things like Buddhist tablets, shrines, and similar objects. Did any of you discover something? No, eldest brother Li. How can there be absolutely nothing? Could it be that Li Shiba is still hidden in the forest we were just in earlier? No, the village is entirely surrounded by the bamboo forest. If Li Shiba is hiding somewhere, then it must be somewhere inside the village. Eldest brother Li, what should we do now? If we cannot uncover anything ourselves, then the only option left is to question the village chief. Old man, I wish to ask you a few questions. Hey you, what nonsense are you trying to ask? I'm not afraid of thieves like you. I'm warning you, this is Wu village, and every single person here carries the surname Wu. You, if you truly plan to attack me, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. Ugh. Speak, where exactly is Li Shiba? And what relationship do you have with him? What Li Shiba? Hasn't the Qingming festival only just passed? The 12th month is still very far away. The meaning behind Li Shiba is evil entity. Fine then, old man, so you intend to play dumb in front of me, is that it? Go fetch the flint, and light every lantern in the courtyard. Eldest brother Li. Didn't the village laws forbid lighting lanterns at night? Laws exist so they can be broken. I simply want to see what happens after they're lit. If there's truly anything suspicious within this village, then it's these so-called laws themselves. Eldest brother Li, every lantern in the courtyard has been lit now. Is there anything else you need us to do? For now, all we can do is wait. We've waited until now and still nothing has happened. Could it be that I really came to the wrong place? Hee. You broke the rules. The color red. Could this child actually be Li Shiba? Whether she is or not, I have to stop her first. I may have broken the rules, but you're no different from me. Wasn't going outside at night forbidden as well? Why are you still wandering around? I'm only a child. You adults aren't allowed outside, but us children can naturally come out and play whenever we want. She doesn't seem hostile toward us. Perhaps I can follow along with her words and uncover her true nature. So then, what exactly do you want? I want. If you can give me candy, then I won't tell the others. Eldest brother Li, be careful. There seems to be something wrong with this child. How is she moving like that? She crossed the top of the wall without using her hands. This means her entire body was standing completely outside the wall. Her head looks no older than a 5 or 6-year-old child, yet her body is over 6 meters tall. What kind of monstrous physique is that? So are you going to give me candy or not? If you refuse, then I'll call everyone else over. I'll give it to you, of course I will. It's just that the candy isn't on me right now. I still need to go fetch it first, so don't get impatient. Me? Go around from the rear, and have a look. Eldest brother Li, hurry up and go. This is the only way to guarantee your survival. See? I've already sent someone to retrieve the candy for you, but waiting around like this is too dull. Why don't we talk for a little while? Alright, I love talking. Which family do you belong to? I don't know, but everyone says I'm the stove master's daughter, though I don't resemble the stove master in those wall paintings at all. The stove master? I see your fondness for sweets is very similar to his. I still remember how my grandfather used to smear candy over the stove god's mouth whenever he made offerings. Nonsense, the stove mister has 4 pupils in his eyes, delicate little hands, and he doesn't even have feet. Where exactly do you see any resemblance between us? Little girl, you're making stories up, aren't you? How could the stove master possibly have 5 hands? And without feet, how would he even walk? Why wouldn't he? I saw it with my own eyes. The stove master pulled out his crimson intestines from his belly button and used them as feet. Does the stove master in this place truly look like that? Eldest brother Li. This damned girl doesn't even have a body. All that remains of her is a severed head. Disappeared. Chow, ring the bell. Please spare me, spare my life. Stop babbling nonsense, speak quickly. Where did that head run off to just now? Over there. Bai Ling Miao, help Chow get inside. Eldest brother Li, where are you going? I'm going after that head. Where exactly did that girl disappear to? Even if she isn't the evil entity Li Huowang itself, she's definitely closely connected to it. I wasn't mistaken, Li Huowang really is here. Last time, I wanted to explain that Li Huowang literally refers to the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, so you would understand the old man's joke. Bamboo leaves? Have I already reached the border between the village and the bamboo forest? Arg. This is a traffic light? What kind of ridiculous bullshit is this? Nothing but cheap illusions and parlor tricks. Strike. Begone. Are these all animals? These creatures once bestowed kindness upon the Wu family, therefore, no matter whether they are rats or owls, none of them are to be harmed. Rules. If she could truly defeat me head-on, she wouldn't waste this much effort trying to restrain me. This bamboo forest is her territory. I can't afford to waste time battling her here. Though that brief clash wasn't entirely meaningless. Now I know for certain, even if that girl isn't Li Huowang herself, she's absolutely connected to it. I was right from the very beginning, Li Huowang truly is here. Who's there? Guy. This is bad. The effects of the black tie sway are still fading away. I need to hurry. Li Huowang. Who's calling my name? What are all of you doing? Li. You need to calm yourself down. Master Zhao? Dr. Li? You are the heart prime, that includes the chaos within your heart, the karmic obstacles clouding your mind, and the karma entangled with your flesh. No. I'm no longer confused anymore. I'm completely certain now. Even if another hallucination appears, I can still distinguish illusion from reality. Exactly, distinguish illusion from reality. Just behave and come back with us. Then you can lie in your bed properly and get some good rest. Reality is the lie, this side is the true reality. As expected. I've returned. Hee, you all. Hee, you've broken the rules again. Broken the rules again. Where is Village Chief Wu? Young man, what are you trying to do? Old sir, the 18th day of the 12th month determines whether I live or die. If you still insist on protecting it, and refuse to talk, then don't blame me for getting rough. What 8th day or 18th day of the 12th month? I really don't know, help me. That's enough. Looks like he truly doesn't know anything. How would we know without trying? The moment this man entered the village, he started talking about rules and all that. There's definitely some connection to the 18th day of the 12th month. Calm down, this isn't how you used to be. If you keep acting like this, you'll only become more and more like Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi? Right, I can't let Dan Yangzi influence me. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brotherly. If you hadn't said that just now, I might not have realized it myself. Why bother saying such polite things, Junior Brother? Right now, we should think about what to do next. Without any other clues, how are we supposed to proceed? Yes, Senior Brotherly. Old sir, young people like to brag and talk tough, but my junior brother's nature actually isn't bad. Ho, that young fellow is all bark and no bite, you think I can't tell? Humph, Senior Brotherly always tries to smooth things over. But now our trail has gone cold again, when are we ever going to find? Ugh, my head feels so dizzy. Right, what were we looking for again? Sigh. Little monk, why are you squatting here? A monk? Right. I am a monk. Amiba, this humble monk is contemplating Zen. Hee, you little monk are really amusing, watching ants move house yet insisting it's some kind of Zen contemplation. Then go ahead and enjoy your Zen contemplation, I'll be leaving now. Female benefactor, farewell. Did guests arrive at Village Chief Wu's residence? Why are there suddenly so many strange-looking outsiders? That's not right. How did I end up like those gossiping women at the village entrance, getting involved in other people's family affairs? One who has entered the empty gate should not cling to worldly matters. I'd better go back and continue chanting my scriptures.